Welcome to Mr. Podcast with Claude.
And Justin.
Hey everybody. We are I guess back technically.
Back
Continuing
again for the first time.
back again. Surprise. We are talking about Twin Peaks.
Woo!
So we are continuing our Twin Peaks Mr. Podcast series, which we started with the limited edition event series season. What do they call it? I call it season 3. What's the official
I think
name?
season 3 is good, but yeah,
All right.
limited event series.
Limited event session
Yeah, I'm looking at my box.
episodic.
A limited event series.
There we go.
Yeah,
LES.
LES. Yeah, there you go.
AKA season 3, which we call
Yeah,
it down
aka the
here.
return, which I refuse to ever say again. That was
Well,
like,
I'm gonna always say it, just to balance it out. Yeah, the
okay, good.
return, because it did return.
It did return. I
Don't
just
pretend like it
don't
didn't
like that
return.
name,
Mhm.
and they actually didn't. That was Showtime that came up with that name,
Yeah.
and it wasn't put on any of the stuff afterwards. And so, yeah, I'm just like, I feel like people are really fixated on it. Oh, the return. What does it mean? I saw
Hmm.
a lot of discussion of that. Oh, the return. What is it a return to? And it's like, it's very simple. Showtime said that to clarify that this was Twin Peaks, the new stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, so yeah, anyway, yeah, that was 2 years ago,
That was 2 years
approximately.
ago.
Yeah, yeah. 20
What
2017,
is
yeah,
when that aired?
is when that aired.
Wow, time is a flat circle.
Yeah, yeah. Someone really, really smart said that.
Thank you. I'll just take the compliment.
Yeah, no, it's crazy, but at the same time, the distance is enough. I think, that it was an intense summer. Those of you who followed us with those podcasts, like, it
Hmm.
was basically like when Lost was on and we were doing the Lost Lowdown, and we had to like come up with an episode every week, and there was so much to talk about. They were very long
Yeah.
and so detailed, and it was a lot of fun, but man, woo. um
Boy, are our tired.
yeah, exactly. So yeah, I feel like, the ending, we'll get there eventually, but the ending was confounding in various ways.
Hmm.
And so yeah, just I feel like it took me a while to be ready to try to go back, go through the series, watch season 3 again,
Return.
and return, if you will, lowercase r.
Capital T.
No.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, some distance from that has been good. I didn't know it was 2 years.
Yeah.
But yeah, it I guess it feels like, I don't know, more like a year and 11 months ago.
Well, there you go. Close
To
enough.
be more accurate, miles away from that. But Twin Peaks is such a show. Uh, I decided to skip the qualifier,
Such
and
television.
it's on the airwaves. And it's an interesting world to go into, but like, yeah, but once you're in it, it just takes everything, and especially season 3 took every ounce of my mental fiber to understand why Dougie was so
Oh
horrible.
God.
But no, to understand the whole season, and really some phenomenal television, and really, mind blowing stuff that I've completely forgotten,
Yep.
and I'll never forget it. And
Yeah.
and so yeah, coming back to the first 2 seasons is super interesting because that's where it all started, of course. But the tone is really different, and the
So different.
scale is smaller,
So small.
and I feel like the hype man. And give it to you live from 215. Um, and that's the Twin Peaks area code.
Yeah,
And
gotcha.
um, God, I wish that was true. That seems so cool. And yeah, so I think this is a good time to get back to Twin Peaks, and we just spent the interim year doing season 5 of The Lost Lowdown. Um, so we've had a little break from thinking about Twin Peaks, and now we go from an island to a sleepy town.
Which is an island in a way,
It's
it's
nestled
isolated.
betwixt two mountains,
Yeah,
and that
exactly.
makes it an island.
Famously, yeah, that's what island means,
Mhm,
between two
mhm.
mountains.
Yep, that's the original Latin.
Yeah, I think what do you say about Twin Peaks? I mean, it's a big, I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, there's different kinds of people, right, in the world.
Mhm.
And some people don't like Twin Peaks at all. But never mind them. Some people, um
But they're dead to us
yeah, exactly. Uh,
because we
some
killed
people
them.
like Twin Peaks. Some people like David Lynch,
Mhm.
and some people like both. Um,
You are really close to a Dave Matthews Band song called "Dancing Nancy's."
oh.
Uh,
And is that Dancing Nancy's? Okay.
mhm.
Some people, isn't it something else?
Oh, am I wrong?
Some people like to, yeah, what, yeah,
Oh,
it's some other song,
that's
isn't
not
it?
Dancing Nancy's.
Yeah, yeah.
That's it's called Some People. No,
Some
it's
people
called
like to something
it's recently.
recently. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
it.
it's got
That's
my
it.
I got my jams mixed up.
Some people do, some people don't. Yeah,
There
yeah,
it
yeah,
is. He's a
yeah. Yeah,
little
I remember
Creole
that.
for some reason.
Yeah. Hey, they did like Down on the Bayou or some
They
shit, didn't they?
did. They
Something
like
like that.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
South is
yeah.
the South. Even
South
if
South
it's
Africa,
even if it's
whatever.
Northeast,
It's all the
it's
same.
the same. Virginia. All right. What were you saying?
Yeah. I was just saying, oh god. I was just saying that um I think my general view of Twin Peaks, the show, the original, season 1 and 2, the old stuff, which we're
Hmm.
about to talk about, is that I feel that it's David Lynch, sort of filtered and mediated by many others, of course.
Hmm.
But I think, to me, the core of what makes Twin Peaks interesting as a show that stands out from any number of other shows about, say, investigations,
Hmm.
procedural type stuff, or mysteries, or just like, more like, soap opera style, or even
Hmm.
just sort of comedy, of just quirky characters,
Hmm.
interacting. And it's just fun to see, like, what are they going to do this week, like, I think all that stuff is fine, but it feels like it's a way to take the thing that makes David Lynch interesting and put it in a context that's like pretty accessible,
Hmm.
for a wide audience, which is, I think, why it was so popular. And like, I would say that it was probably, I don't know this 100% for sure, but I think this was probably the most popular thing he was ever involved with. Um, and I think, the ratings for the pilot and the season 1 stuff were just like way, way high.
Hmm.
I think higher than Lost even, at the
Hmm.
beginning. Just because like TV ratings have declined over time, because like, TV is like changing, and the way they measure ratings is changing, and
Hmm. And there was
streaming
less things to
services.
watch.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot more communal watching, and so like big shows would be bigger at the time. But anyway, the point is, like, it was, to cover of Time magazine, like, which was a big deal back then, believe it or not. Um, it was, sort of a national pop culture moment. Who killed Laura Palmer? What does it mean? It was
It
a
had
phenomenal.
ABC's highest ratings in 4 years
Yeah, there you go.
in that time slot.
Yeah, so I think this was more popular than Blue Velvet, which might be the other contender for the most popular thing he ever did. And I actually has a lot in common with Blue Velvet.
It does.
I think Blue Velvet has a very similar sort of setup and
Yeah.
general structure, I guess. Though it never goes supernatural. Um, so I think that's one kind of difference. As you go forward in time with Lynch stuff, like things get a bit less realistic after starting with Eraserhead that I have to put to the side.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I think Blue Velvet had similar qualities, but I think Twin Peaks is even more accessible than that because Blue Velvet, is I mean, you wouldn't show that on network TV, certainly not back in those days.
Mm-hmm.
So that so it's toned down, to a degree. Like they will allude to things, but they won't just show you
Yeah.
um, things. And so it's sort of a lot of it's left implied, but enough of it is there in terms of the weirdness,
Mm-hmm.
the strangeness that keeps it from feeling like a formulaic show, which it's clearly drawing from those formulas. So I think it's just an interesting thing, especially the pilot and the early stuff, season one. Before it
Mm-hmm.
really gets crazy.
Yeah.
I think you can really see like a pretty nice balance between like a normal show and something that feels like very unique.
Mm-hmm.
um and I think that's the magic of the early stuff. And I think season three, for all of its merits, does not have that on any level. It does not feel like an accessible show. It's all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
It's really just all like like the strangest parts of the original show. It's just sort of like
Mm-hmm.
that nonstop. Even the normal scenes are weird for no apparent reason.
Yep.
um so it totally changed. But I do think that in a way, looking back, I would say that um one thing, I don't necessarily think they consciously intended to do this, but I think the new show of season three was as jarring in the modern TV environment as this was
Mm-hmm.
in the sort of old school network TV environment. Because I am
Mm-hmm.
still amazed, as conventional as it is at times. I'm amazed that, like, with some of the stuff we're going to get into, like, like millions of people were just watching this in their homes.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Mm-hmm.
very weird to me. Um,
Yeah, and I think that it playing both sides of that coin where it's like, is this the Wonder Years or is
yeah,
this like, you know, Lolita or something?
yeah,
Like it gets it
yeah,
plays that balance really interestingly, and I think a lot of people probably didn't know what they were watching from episode to episode.
right,
And it does a lot of interest the pilot does a lot of interesting things right off the bat to really kind of make all that work. There's just one particular moment in the high school. I forget who's in the hallway, but it's like they're going to class, the bell rings, and
yeah.
there's this kid like in the mid ground who like does this
Yeah,
dance on his way off screen,
yeah,
and I just
yeah,
thought,
yeah.
I it's so absurd that it seems like David Lynch, but it's so normal TV high school that it doesn't.
Right.
And I just thought
Yeah.
that might be the most interesting directing choice in the entire pilot to me, because it like didn't need to happen,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I
yeah.
don't I don't know how that happened. I don't think you would write that in the script, and when you go to film the scene, I don't know who says, "Oh yeah, on your way out, my bad Lynch voice, like like do the worm or whatever
Yeah, yeah,
as you
yeah.
exit, and it's that same but that's the quirkiness in like one shot, right?
Right.
That the quirkiness and the levity can exist right with the darkness
Yeah.
and the tragedy. Another scene that plays like that for me is when Bobby shows up to the high school and everyone's sort of looking for him and he's just playing it up. He's got
Mhm.
no care in the world
Yeah,
and like
yeah.
he's the only one who doesn't know something's up yet and
Right.
everyone else is in this world of seriousness and he's just regular old Bobby and it's that whole thing where he has no idea his world is coming about to come crashing down.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, rewatching the pilot after having not seen the first few seasons in a while was really cool, and of course my brain is trying to tie it all together to season three, and
Yes,
like we'll
me
never
too.
know like what's supposed to connect and what isn't.
Of course we
We'll
won't.
just never know how much of season three is supposed to directly correlate to the pilot
Yeah,
specifically, but
yeah.
uh
I
but
definitely
it's
think there are
interesting.
some references,
Hmm.
but I don't know. I don't know for sure in terms of like specific plot points.
And
You
by
know what I mean?
pilot, we're talking about the original pilot, not the international pilot.
Oh Jesus. Yeah, I guess we'll have to say something about that too
Yeah,
because that's actually a big deal.
I
That's
know.
so I would say that uh unique time early like 1990 late 80s early 90s I guess and if you had a TV show in the US like it wouldn't necessarily get exported anywhere
Hmm.
else and so it's like well and also just in case the show doesn't get picked up hey why don't you just finish this kind of like Mulholland Drive basically where it's
Hmm.
like how about you just finish this and we'll just market it as a movie in Europe and the stuff that they did to create that ending like basically changed the course of the entire series
Hmm.
which is crazy we're going to end up seeing a lot of that footage in episode 2 what I know is episode 2 oh boy so real quick I'll say this probably a few times going through but uh, the original episodes were numbered pilot and then 1 through 29 after that, so total of 30.
Hmm.
Um, and that's the numbering I know. If you have the Blu-ray set, like the complete mystery or whatever they call it,
Hmm.
which is hilarious because it's
No
incomplete.
missing pieces.
Uh, yeah, they use that numbering. I think all the DVD sets has used that numbering. That's what they used back in the day for the old. If you ever had the like EP VHS releases, which were terrible. Um, so that's what I've always known. I'm really connected to those numbers. I associate them with the episodes because the episodes are never titled, just
Hmm.
like the ones in season 3 weren't titled.
Who has
Um,
time for titles?
so I just associate numbers with the thing, but I'm so used to the old numbering and if you watch it on Netflix, they just organize the standard way that everyone does TV now, which is like season 1 episodes 1 through how many episodes are there,
Yeah.
season 2 episodes 1 through how many episodes are there. So if you're watching in a format like that, you're going to have a different numbering than what I'm saying. So, just for the record, when I say episode 2, I actually mean season 1, episode 3, according to that numbering.
Hmm.
So, I'm going to try to throw that in just to make sure no one gets confused about which one I'm talking about because it's annoying to me. I get why Netflix did that, but that numbering is just I'm just way too attached to it to be
Hmm.
able to move on from it, and it is at least on the official Blu-ray set. So, I feel like it's basically canonized, and so I'll just try to mention that. Anyway, the point I was making was that in episode 2, i.e., season 1, episode 3. There's a dream sequence where we see like large portions of the international ending
Hmm.
for the pilot, which in the following episode, which is episode 3 or season 1, episode 4, he describes that dream to Lucy and Harry
Hmm.
sitting at breakfast. And he says even more than what we actually see. he says like pretty much everything that's in that uh,
Yeah.
European pilot. So they canonized it as a dream in the actual series.
Mhm.
So as a result, like we will talk about the events of that. But you know, for us, I think if you agree, you know, the original series is sort of the correct canon, and the international ending is like an interesting thing that gets incorporated later.
Yeah.
So I guess that's how I'm thinking about it. So I'm planning to defer the full discussion of what happens in the international pilot to when we get to episode two, because that's sort of where it actually ends up in the official version of Twin Peaks.
Mhm. Okay, cool.
But it is a thing. It's out there. It's on the Blu-ray set. If you have that, you can
Mhm.
check it out. It's pretty interesting. It's very abrupt. I wouldn't have been happy if that was all there was of Twin Peaks.
Mhm.
You know, it makes me think like, oh man, if Mulholland Drive had continued, like how much more could we have gotten
Yeah.
out of that?
Yeah.
It's kind of a tragedy in a way. I do like the movie, but yeah, it's just like, yeah, it just expanded so much
Mhm.
on those ideas. So anyway, back to the pilot. Um, I think I think uh, I think there's a lot of interesting things about it. It's fairly straightforward for the most part. I think the surprising things are definitely small stylistic choices. There's a couple of things that happen in scenes that I'll mention as we go along that I think are uniquely David Lynch things, including the dancing guy in the high school that you mentioned.
Mhm.
That definitely stands out. And I think the ending of Sarah Palmer getting this vision is the only thing in the episode that like hints at something supernatural. I think that's
Mhm.
you know, the first glimpse you get.
Yeah, I love that because I'm like, is that what happened? Like, I'm like, I don't know why she's screaming. That seems to
Oh,
be why she's
yeah,
screaming.
yeah. Okay, so you know, full disclosure, I've you know, I mean, we've both seen the whole series. Okay,
Yes.
so just for the record, like we might be throwing some spoilers out there. If you're expecting no spoilers, this is not. You don't want to listen to this.
Yeah, we'll be talking about the whole show.
We know the whole show. However, comma, I might have seen it maybe a few more times, and in particular, I've seen it recently.
Yeah.
So there's a later episode where she explains what's happening there, and I can't, you know, so that colors my interpretation, I guess. Um, so I feel like I know what's happening there because of that for
Yeah, I
sure.
do
But
remember sort of what she says, yeah.
but if I just watch the pilot,
Mhm.
it's hard to know. God, it's been so long since I originally saw it. I'm out of touch with like what it's
Mhm.
like. If you only know the pilot, like what are you even watching? Yeah, it's valid to be like, oh, you know, is that really what happened? You know, but yeah, I think the sort of version they say later is that she has this vision of the necklace being uncovered and
Mhm.
removed, as she sits up, and there's the face of Bob in the mirror, which you know
Oh, yeah.
is sort of a also a pivotal moment.
Mhm. The big
It,
accident that started everything.
exactly, yeah. That's the thing about Lynch that I think is pretty unique, or maybe if not unique, more publicized than maybe other directors that are known. You know, he's not it's not to say he doesn't make plans, but a lot of the interesting things he does are kind of improvisations or accidents or
He's an intuitive director.
yeah, yeah, like he's
Yeah.
happy to just let things happen, and if they work he'll go with it even if it
Mhm.
wasn't what he was planning to do. It's
Mhm.
not this like rigid, I have this thing and we will just only get that thing, and anything that interferes with that is out.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's kind of an interesting detail. It like it almost seems magical, but it really is just sort of like going with the flow and like letting things happen and letting that lead where you want the story to go,
Mhm.
which is yeah, very intuitive. Um, and I think kind of yeah, interesting.
Yeah, it reminds me of a similar story about season 3. you know, the scene where the frog monster goes into the girl's mouth.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like that wasn't planned.
Sarah
Like the
Palmer, you mean?
girl, yeah, she was just sleeping, and this monster came out of nowhere and crawled into her mouth. Like,
Oh,
and David Lynch just like
I
went with
love
it.
it.
Now kill it. Get that girl to the hospital. Something just crawled in her mouth. But yeah, I think that is a good point. I think that that's what makes David Lynch David Lynch is he's very intuitive. He goes to the flow. It's a true creative spirit of the end result is what we create out of the chaos of creation and the predictable things that happen, as well as the things you plan. And I think that's what makes his films exist in that dreamlike quality because they're not all, you know, uh, nailed down by logic every scene. And that's why, you know, your heart knows what's going on because your heart is intuitive, you know,
I
and
forgot about how much your heart knows.
your
Yeah,
heart knows it
I'm gonna have
all.
to get in touch with my heart again
Yeah,
as we
the
go
secrets lie in the heart.
through.
Um, and hey, I mean, I say that it sounds like I'm quoting David Lynch. And what's the big MacGuffin of this episode?
Heart
A
necklace.
hard necklace.
You're right.
Right?
You're right. Ah!
There it is.
Oh, it is such a MacGuffin.
Yep.
We'll get to that, but yeah, no, you're right. That's a valid point. So, the plan is that we're going to go through this kind of scene by scene. If any of you ever listened to the Lost Lowdown in the old days, which is to
Mhm.
say 2010 or earlier,
Mhm.
ah, or you're
Yikes.
digging into the archives or whatever. That's how we used to do it. That it's also how we did season three. So that's a more
Mhm.
recent version of the same thing.
Yeah.
Because I think it allows us to really delve in more. When you do a commentary, it just kind of flies by, and it's harder to
Mhm.
spend time where you want to spend time. So yeah, so we'll just talk about everything to the extent that we want to until we get to the end. I guess that's the plan.
That's the plan.
So you ready to do that? Do you have anything else you want to say about
Now let's jump in. Are we
Log of
gonna
General?
do the log lady intro?
All right, so let's talk about the Log Lady intro. So my understanding, and this is certainly not something I'm reading from Wikipedia, um, is that the Log Lady intros came from a 1993 airing on Bravo, the cable channel Bravo of the original series. And they managed to commission David Lynch himself to write and direct these little intros for Margaret Lanterman, the Log Lady,
Mhm.
to speak sort of breaking the fourth wall. Like she's sort of speaking to the audience. She's sort of speaking of it as though it's a show, but she's also in the world of the show.
Mhm.
So it's kind of an interesting line that's being walked there in terms of like what we're supposed to think about those scenes.
Mhm.
We can sort of talk about it, but I would say, at least for me, those are what are you gonna say? It's like, are they gonna unlock the mysteries for you? No, but I do think they contribute something significant to the overall feel, I guess, of the
Mhm.
show.
Mhm.
I feel like in a way, it gives the log lady like more to do.
Yeah.
That's like kind of good because when she gets her moment, she's great, but she's a very sporadic character in the original series. Um, and it also, like, what I think is interesting about it is that it frames it shows, at least I suspect, because specific references are made, it shows that I believe David Lynch has actually seen every episode of the original series. And he wrote like some kind of response to it.
Mhm.
And so like it puts sometimes, sometimes I hear David Lynch proselytizing for transcendental meditation. Other times I don't really know where he's coming from. But
Mm-hmm.
often I can see that he watched the episode, he picks up on some point and kind of riffs on that, channeled through the Log Lady. And I would say if you're watching them, it's definitely worth having. I don't know if Netflix offers those. Maybe it doesn't. Do you remember?
I don't remember, but I don't think they do.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So if you get, I mean, probably you can find them on YouTube or something. If you want to kind of do a pirated version of like putting it together, or if you get the Blu-ray set, it lets you watch it with them. To me, like I would never skip them. Back in the day, I didn't have access to them in the '90s, and all I had from the internet was like transcripts. So I just like read the transcript. It was pretty sad.
Oh, that is sad.
I just had to imagine what it would
I
sound
hope
like.
you were stroking a log as you read it, at least.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
All right, Margaret Lanterman.
So yeah, so we get this extended intro, and it's sort of about it's basically about how like a general introduction to Twin Peaks, and also about how like all the stories of Twin Peaks kind of spin out from the story of Laura Palmer.
Mm-hmm.
And it also contains the phrase "Laura's the one,"
Laura's the one, you might say.
which may or may not have come up again in season three.
Uh huh. Yeah,
Um,
yeah. Lots to talk
uh,
about with that one.
so I thought that was kind of interesting that it was included here, and I think yeah, it was helpful for my brain, I guess, to remember like put it in time that it was made in '93. So this would
Mm-hmm.
be after Fire Walk with Me, after the original series, after Fire Walk with Me, but like before Lost Highway, for example. Basically before anything, you know, that came after Fire Walk with Me.
Mm.
Um,
Oh, I see. These were recorded for when the show was on Bravo, you're saying?
yeah, yeah, exactly.
Oh, re-airing on Bravo
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They
because it was on ABC before.
yeah, yeah,
Gotcha.
exactly. Yeah, they got the rights to re-air it, and
They were like, this show needs some context.
I can't believe
Here.
they managed to get David Lynch to do that. It's
Yeah.
it's kind of crazy to me that he'd just be like some cable channel, like I mean, I'm sure they paid him for it, but it's like he doesn't.
Hmm.
I don't know. I rarely see him do anything like this.
Yeah.
So it's a unique situation. Um, and yeah, I like 100% consider it part of the show.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't leave it out. But of course, those watching in 1990 did not see these because they didn't
Yeah.
exist until '93. So you know, if you want to go for historical accuracy, you can leave it out. Whatever. But yeah, I think it's a good intro. It's kind of general, but yeah, that whole phrase, the significance of Laura Palmer for the largest story of Twin Peaks, is definitely something we'll have to talk about as we go through these episodes, because
I'm sure it will come up.
Laura's story got a little crazy in season three.
Mm-hmm.
So, and there are some specific references, perhaps at the very end of season three, that show up here in the pilot.
Yep.
Yeah, so I think it's kind of crazy to see that. That's sort of one example of
Mm-hmm.
that kind of thing coming back. So I think, if I remember right, I think it was Log Lady says it again to Hawk on the phone. Laura's the one. I think that's what that was in season three.
Yep.
It's been a while. Um, and their whole discussions, I don't know what they meant or why they even mattered, which you could say about these intros too. Uh, but I do think there's supposed to be some kind of context there that might help if you can use your heart.
Yeah, the idea in season three where the log lady had been calling Hawk and talking his ear off, um, it almost makes it seem like that's what the log lady intros were or something. It
Right,
connects them in a way of like, oh, she was talking to Hawk that whole time. It's
right,
like
right,
this
right.
idea of just that idea that she says these things to someone, and it was us before, and when we weren't
Right.
around, it was Hawk or something,
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah,
but
actually,
she's gotta tell
there's
somebody.
one intro where she's like sipping on some tea, and I think in one of those conversations with Hog, she's like, "Yeah, you can come over later for tea or something."
Mhm, mhm.
Something along those lines. So yeah, I guess you could imagine like Hog sitting
Hawk
on
is
the other
sitting in a chair.
side.
Yeah, so the camera in the Log Lady scenes is Hawk's POV or
Yeah,
something.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Something
that
like
actually be
that.
interesting.
It sort of makes sense. Yeah, you're right. It does seem like they kind of transferred that role instead of breaking the fourth wall seemingly,
Mhm.
and like speaking to the audience directly, just kind of having that mediated through a character.
One thing she says in this that's interesting, she says to introduce to the story, let me just say it encompasses the all, which I thought was interesting. And she
Oh
says it
yeah.
is beyond the fire. So we know fire is a big deal on this show.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, no, fire is very significant. Um, in ways I can't fully define, much like the owls. But yeah, yeah, yeah. Few would know that meaning,
Few would know the meaning, which I thought is that because they don't have Hawk's map?
right?
Would
Right.
Hawk's map help?
It's a good point. Oh
Um,
yeah, yeah. There was all that weird stuff about the fire and the
mhm.
corn.
The corn went bad.
The t-
There's a fish in the corn. Is that how it goes? Corn in
Those
the
like David
percolator.
Lynch playing Pete.
Yeah, Laura is the one. Yeah, it's actually really interesting that the whole concept of the show about the murder of this one girl leading to unraveling the mysteries of all these other people in town. Because like one thing is for sure, like almost every main character is in two relationships.
Yeah,
And you find out like clockwork, all these characters, there's someone they're cheating on with,
yeah,
someone they're cheating with, someone they want to be with they can't be with, and you sort of see that Laura is emblematic of that same dynamic, right? Where she's that there's that picture of her in the high school, right? That the picture of this perfect girl that everyone sort of thinks she is, right, on the surface, and if that's who people are sort of mourning when they find out she's dead, but the what she was really was like 180 degrees opposite.
right.
And so that difference between what we show people on the outside versus like what's really happening, you see that even Margaret Lanterman's thing, Laura's the one, but like the story of many, what does he say is the story, it is the story of many but it begins with one.
Yeah,
So it's like that thing of what's happening with Laura was happening in some smaller way with everybody. Well, most people, some people are normal and
right.
content,
A
but
large enough number that
yeah.
it seems like a pattern.
Yeah, but basically the main cast is all trapped in this sort of thing, this duality of what they want versus what they have to be or something,
Right.
which
Yeah.
is really interesting.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. That is a major theme of the show. And yeah, it's kind of taken to absurd levels, which I guess another thing that we have to say because it's going to become very apparent, is that one thing they were clearly trying to do with Twin Peaks, the old stuff, was like a soap opera parody.
Yeah.
I think I think part of it was that soap operas were the paradigm for serialized television,
Mm-hmm.
back then, like dramatic,
Mm-hmm.
because it actually wasn't that common to have such a thing. It
Yeah,
was
because you
mostly,
couldn't. Yeah, you wouldn't. There, you would miss episodes. There's
yeah,
times before VCRs.
yeah. And the
You couldn't
exposition here gets a
expect.
little heavy because of that at times.
Yeah, you couldn't expect that people would be able to follow episode to episode. And it also is
Exactly.
bad for syndication because in
Yeah,
syndication you want to run whatever episodes you want to run in whatever
yeah,
order.
yeah. Good point. Good point. Yeah, exactly. The economic reasons why it's a bad idea, but soap operas sort of figured out a way to make that work.
It just
And
didn't matter if you missed an episode. That's how they made it
yeah,
work.
I guess so. I guess so. I mean, they ran
Either
those
never miss it
columns
or yeah.
in like a TV guide or something,
Mhm.
where they would like tell you certain essential plot points. And Twin Peaks definitely has. I don't know if you're watching it with that on, but it has like previously on, um, uh, to catch up on certain essential points,
Mm.
just like shows do now.
Mhm.
Um, so I think they tried to make it work, but yeah, that was sort of. And so I feel like this whole like web of double crosses, web of
Mhm.
cheating, people sleeping with other
The
people,
business machinations.
yeah, the deals, secret deals, and
Mhm.
that it's just all that's all very soap opera ish,
Mhm.
but it also plays into the theme.
Yep.
So I think it works in both ways.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think that whole and that also makes it familiar to people. It gives them a structure and
Yeah.
types of characters they're used to.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I think that's one of the things that's interesting, especially about season 1. It's more heavily leaning on that side of things.
Yeah, the stuff with the lodge with Catherine and Josie and Ben, or the sawmill, I guess. But like then
Yeah.
the stuff with Ben Horn and all that, like that is the most soap opera stuff.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get that sawmill. My brother left me
Oh my
that
god.
sawmill, and
Oh
you
my
won't come
god.
in here and take my sawmill.
The Packard sawmill plot is actually really complicated, like absurdly complicated, and I don't know why they made it
Yeah.
that way. It's ridiculous. But yeah, I think your summary is sort of the basic idea. But we do learn that like a lot of those characters, except for Pete, who's
Mhm.
more like along with Andy, sort of
Mhm.
the Hurley type figure that's fairly honest and you know
Mhm.
straightforward and isn't like double crossing people all the time.
Yeah.
um a lot of them have like multiple people they're manipulating at the same
Mhm.
time. It's really elaborate, and what we learn later, this whole background of like Andrew Packard's death, and who was implicated in that and why. And
Mhm.
oh my god, it gets so involved, it's ridiculous. But yeah, at this point in the story, it's like nice and like, oh, it's my mill and you shouldn't have it because you're not part of the family. And yeah, it's very
Mhm.
classic.
Yeah. Yeah, at one point we should take a moment to really think about the Pete's and the Andys of the David Lynch world and think about what makes them different and why. And is it just are they sort of the good characters because they don't want anything? Uh you know, and is it the wanting that makes you go to the dark side,
Right,
cuz yeah, there are these not everyone in the Lynch world is bad, and there are these
right.
characters that are just like these good people. I guess yeah, Lucy,
Yeah,
um yeah, you've got those people in the world too. And I'm
yeah,
curious what they say, like what is the point of their existence
right, right.
besides the balance, to be able to show you how bad the bad people are.
Yeah, yeah. And that is the thing that there's kind of a spectrum. There are characters who I think are basically good, like Norma or
Mhm.
James,
Mhm.
where but they are engaged in a deception.
Yes. Well,
So
there's the characters who are good and are not playing in the muck, but then there's the characters who are good but they're in the muck playing the duplicity game,
yeah,
lying to people and lying to themselves about what they want and
right,
stuff like that.
yeah, yeah. But yeah, it's a good question. And I think yeah, well, I guess Andy was still around in the new series. Um, but yeah, they definitely abandoned the Packard Sawmill stuff,
Mm-hmm.
which is heavily featured.
Mm-hmm.
It's like its own show basically.
Yeah.
You could do a whole show with that, really,
I
if you
was
want.
actually going to say the same thing about the sawmill and the lodge. You know, those two places together could be their own show about the people who work and operate in that whole those places.
Yeah. By the lodge, you mean? Oh, you
I
mean the place where?
the the Great Northern.
Oh, the right. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Got it. Got it.
No, not the Black Lodge.
I didn't think you meant that, but yeah, lodge is such a loaded term in Twin Peaks world.
Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The
Yeah. The
Great Northern.
Great Northern
Yeah.
Hotel. Yeah. The
Yeah.
hotel.
We'll have to talk about that because yeah, there is a connection between the Great Northern and the lodges. That yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Well, it'll be a while before we get there, but it is a thing. So it's a valid term. It's just like, yeah, keeping it
Yeah.
straight. Totally agree. Yeah, it's its own. It's just its own world that has enough plot to spin it out, but to spin out a whole show from that. But they
Mm-hmm.
just kind of sideline it. I would say I would say in terms of the drama, and I'm thinking through this. I feel like number one, up until a certain point, number one is the Laura Palmer investigation, and that's
Mm-hmm.
number two in
Mm-hmm.
terms of how much dramatic weight they give it.
We got to develop Ghostwood. I mean, come
Yeah.
on. We need the Swedes to buy this deal so we can get the Packard sawmill, and then something else happens, and then profit, I guess.
And then profit.
Yeah.
Um,
All right.
all right. So yeah, we kind of launched into a thing. I'm just gonna, I guess, go back to the scene by scene thing.
Yeah.
We'll certainly
All
revisit
right.
that
Scene
topic.
one.
Scene one, act one. Here we go. So I'm just gonna note for trivia purposes that uh, Catherine's name is spelled with a K in the credits in this
Uh huh.
in the pilot, and later with a C. So
All
I don't know
right.
which one's supposed to be right, but it's a little bit something's off.
Okay.
Not that it really matters. Okay, so opening sequence. We open on, that's right, Josie looking in the mirror.
Mm-hmm.
And then we see Pete going out fishing, and so this is we're up at the Packard estate, I guess, which is sort of a secluded place. It's by the Packard sawmill,
Mm-hmm.
um, big house, so they're all living together. So anyway, Catherine's sitting there reading the newspaper and doesn't really say anything as Pete goes out. Pete spots something sitting on the uh, shore there. It's wrapped in plastic. He goes over to investigate. We can see clearly that it's a body. We see some hair there. Pete gets on the phone to the sheriff's station. Lucy transfers the call to Sheriff Truman, who I will mostly call Harry from now on, just because it's a little cumbersome to say Sheriff Truman over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
Um, anyway, Pete says, "She's dead, wrapped in plastic," his signature line. And Sheriff Truman says he's on his way, and he asks Lucy to get Doc Hayward and Andy to go to the sawmill because there is a body. And he tells
Mm-hmm.
Lucy not to tell anyone. And then he drives away. So I don't know. That's really a sequence.
Yep.
So some of this stuff is hard because
Yeah, I think my sequence makes sense when
it's
it
it's
gets to that
kind
turning
of,
point.
yeah, it's kind of the sequentially linked things that don't really just sit in one
Yeah.
scene, but kind of flip between things. um so I don't know, like, there's more to this. It kind of keeps going for a
Yeah.
while.
We can stop
So
here.
okay,
Um
yeah, what do you got?
yeah, I think Josie being the first character you see in the whole show is really interesting.
Yeah,
Considering she's nowhere to be found in season 3.
yeah, yeah, except for that noise, which I guess wasn't her
It
anyway.
wasn't her.
um
Um
yeah, I wish they had done something with that.
Yeah, it's
It's too bad.
unfortunate. I think Donna too. It would have been nice to get some
Oh
Donna.
yeah, yeah. Donna's
Uh,
yeah, yeah.
yeah. Um, I love that Harry's response when he says she's dead. Harry says, "Hold on, where? Not who."
Right.
Because if you say she's dead, my
Yeah.
response would be, "Who's dead?"
Who's dead? Yeah.
Right? Because he could have meant his wife, right? Like Catherine
Right.
just had a heart attack.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But it's interesting that obviously the reveal is about Laura and who this identity of the person is. So they're not going to say it in this moment.
Exactly.
But I
Yeah.
just thought that
Like
was
he doesn't
interesting. And
know at
he's
that
like,
point.
"Where?" And he did, and that's it. But he could say that, right? He
He
could say
could.
who, and he goes, "I don't know,"
Right.
which doesn't sound like a great scene. Um, it would just be accurate. And then
Right.
I also noticed Lucy's last name, Moran,
Moran, yeah.
seems to be a play on moron, because of how she comes across.
I never thought about that.
Yeah, it hit me. I'm like, because her first, you see her name in the backdrop when she has her first ditzy scene, and so
Right.
I feel like it's a play on moron.
Yeah, yeah. I think you're probably right about that.
Yeah.
I never I just took Moran at face value. But yeah, yeah, yeah. She's hey.
Hey,
She gets the job done. But
she
yeah, not
does.
necessarily
Hey, she's the
she's not
hero
gonna
of
solve
season
the case.
three.
What? Oh
She's the
yeah.
hero of season three.
Definitely, definitely. She comes
She's
through.
like,
We
I
gotta
don't
talk
know.
about that, by the way. There's some shit in this episode where I'm like, okay, what happened in season three, Lucy? Anyway, we'll get back to that.
Yeah, I was gonna say like it's season three. Lucy's like, I don't know how to use a phone, but I know how to use a gun
Yeah.
because she shot him. All right, that's all I have to say about this part.
Indeed. Yeah, so yeah, it's just it's kind of just setting the stage for the show. The inciting incident here. So next we see Sheriff Truman, Doc Hayward, Andy, and Pete looking at the body. Andy takes pictures. Andy cries. Doc Hayward takes the camera. Harry sends Andy away for a stretcher. Meanwhile, Doc Hayward and Harry roll over the body and they see that it is the body of Laura Palmer.
All right. Da, da,
Boom.
da.
Dun, dun, dun. Yeah. So this is great because we don't know who this is.
Nope.
Laura Palmer? Who cares? Like, what does that
Mm-hmm.
mean? It's like, I guess it's telling us that it's significant to them, but
Mm-hmm.
for the viewer, we have no connection. We just started watching the show.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It's a weird thing because like when I watch it now, it's totally different. It's
Yeah.
like, oh man, here we go.
Yeah, it made me think, kids. I think it's the mid of the episode or something when the kids at the school find out she's dead or somewhere around there. But it made me wonder, like a different version of this structure could have been Laura just being missing for the first part of the day, and then we get to see all the characters get introduced, and then they find Laura's body, so then we actually care kind of what's happening to these people, because it's a different feeling when we're getting introduced to them as they react to the news, sort of,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
uh but uh but yeah, that idea of, and it's also an interesting thing too, because the show's about her, who killed her is a big question, and her death. But yeah, we start with not knowing her. We could have had a scene of her being alive, right? Like, they could have had something where we got a sense of who she was alive, and then the next day we cut and it's Pete finding her, right? So
Right,
then we feel bad because we knew her a bit. But
right.
no, but they basically, I think this way makes the mystery a bit more potent because we really don't know anything about her. And
Yeah,
now we'll just find out through the investigation, and through these people that knew her,
right.
who she was.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It
Because she's just
becomes
a
a
blank
major
slate.
question.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's like who killed her is wrapped up in who was she?
Yeah.
Um,
Exactly.
and so they end up solving both at the same time, I guess. Um, okay,
He was Leland.
well,
Is that what you mean?
yeah,
Thought so.
pretty much. Uh, okay, so then we see Sarah Palmer calling for Laura. So this is Laura's mother, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
We can conclude calling for Laura to come downstairs. She goes upstairs. We see the ceiling fan for the first
Ceiling
time.
fan.
Ceiling fan's like a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Ceiling fan is still there in season three.
Mm-hmm.
Um, she can't find Laura upstairs. She looks in Laura's room. She goes back downstairs. Ceiling fan. We see it again. I just had to put it there because it's like the cuts
Yep.
to the ceiling fan are so weird. Like
Mm-hmm.
to me that's a very Lynchian thing to do because it's just so unsettling for no apparent reason.
Yeah.
Like why is ceiling fans
Well,
scary?
and it's and you don't know why. I'm actually surprised it's even in the show. Like it's to know all that the importance of that at this point. It's surprising.
Yeah. It was like already a thing.
Yeah.
Pilot, like, okay, ceiling fan. It's a big
Mm-hmm.
deal. Like,
Mm-hmm.
um, okay, so she goes at so she calls the Briggs, the Briggses,
The
if we
Briggses,
will.
please.
Uh, so we see. So this is like ostensibly. We're kind of learning this. I think honestly, like it's gonna be hard for me to get this right because I know stuff. I know who these how these characters are related. So I might make an assumption or a leap that isn't clear. I'm gonna do my best to explain this
Well, if
anyway.
it happens, we'll just stop podcasting forever.
Okay, good.
So the stakes are low.
That's all I want to know. Yeah. So anyway, her Laura's boyfriend's parents. I guess that's who this is supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
So she calls them. We see the major, who would be the father, and Betty, who answers the phone. Betty says Laura might be with Bobby, who's their son. He has football practice right now. And then Sarah wonders if maybe she met with Leland, who had an early meeting. The football coach says, so she calls the football coach, and he says Bobby isn't there for practice, and actually he has been late for practice for the last 2 weeks or whatever he said.
Oh no.
Fucking Bobby. And then we see Sarah make another call, and that's where we end there.
All right.
So Sarah making calls, Sarah, basically like slowly like figuring out that there's something wrong.
Yeah.
Laura's missing. This is sort of like the scene you were talking about. It's like now we have a little context. It kind of turns this into more of a dread or suspense or something because we
Yeah,
know the
exactly.
answer that she
That's
doesn't
what I
know.
wrote in my notes. Is it's interesting that we know what happened to Laura while they're all like asking around and trying to figure it out, and we know that what the ultimate answer is. So it's a
Yeah,
matter of time before they find out.
exactly. Yeah. So I think that that kind of changes things because we do get to see a little bit of Sarah before she knows what happens.
Mm-hmm.
She starts out the scene acting normal,
More or
and
less
I mean, as normal
normal
as
for Sarah.
Sarah ever
Yeah.
gets.
Yeah.
And then like gradually getting more worried
Mm-hmm.
as the scene goes on. Okay, so shall we continue from there?
Yep.
Okay, so we go to the Great Northern Hotel Lodge, if you like. Um, we see Audrey Horn, who is the daughter of the owner of the hotel. I don't know how we would know that here, but anyway, that's who it is. Get into a car to go to school. And inside, we see Leland Palmer, who would be Laura Palmer's father, and Ben Horn, who owns the hotel, the Great Northern, and they're discussing the Packard sawmill, which was where we started. This is
Mm-hmm.
strangely complicated. Okay, so Ben thinks he will be able to get it very cheaply, and they will be able to make a deal with the Norwegians regarding that land, basically, as well as the Ghostwood thing that uh, that we'll talk about later. So anyway, then we see Ben speaking to them about a Ghostwood Country Club, and at that point, a hotel concierge, I guess, tells Leland that his wife is on the phone, and Leland goes out to take the call, and he confirms that Laura isn't there. Sarah's worried, so I guess Sarah called Leland basically.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then we see the sheriff's truck pull outside. Harry comes in and goes to the front desk and says he's looking for Leland. Leland's off to the side using the phone, and he says Sheriff Truman. And Sarah hears that, and she starts to panic. And Leland says, "Is this about Laura?" And Harry says, "I'm afraid it is." And Leland drops the phone. Sarah cries out. Then Ben comes in and says, "We're ready to go with the contracts."
Classic Ben Horn.
And then Leland says, "My daughter's dead." And then we cut back to the phone, following the cord. Classic old school phone. Love it. Follow the
Mm-hmm.
cord all the way down, and Sarah's still crying out. And they actually cut back to her. And that's kind of where we go out there.
All right.
So, I something that occurred to me here was I find it a bit odd that they go to the Great Northern as opposed to their home. I mean, I guess you're supposed to believe that, like, I don't actually know what happened. Like, someone told them that Leland was going to be there, and so they went to it. But like,
I I I think I don't even know. Leland is Ben's lawyer. Is that what the relationship
yeah,
is?
Leland is Ben's lawyer.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I think that's where he works. So somebody
Does he never work anywhere else? Does he not have any other clients? I guess I
what?
don't know
Hey,
that
when
they
you
ever
have
told us.
Benjamin Horn, how do you have time for another client? I mean,
Fair point. Fair
big
point.
money Ben. I mean, what do you got? Okay. Um. Yeah. So, but didn't somebody say that Leland left early for work
Yeah, I think Sarah said that.
to?
Sarah said to did she say that to the football coach? No, sorry. She said that to Betty.
Betty. Okay.
Yeah, she said Leland had an early
Oh,
meeting.
oh, so she was basically saying, "Oh, Leland could have taken Laura to school because
Yes.
she could." Okay, that's right. Yeah, I agree that it's a little strange, but he seemed to know. I mean, maybe it's just there's this thing. It's a small town, obviously, but this thing that they're working on this deal. This is where Leland goes to do the work because he's working on this deal. So it fits, but I agree that there's something that it could have. To me, it's the same thing of him saying where instead of who when he says she's dead. It's like realistically something else could have happened.
Yeah, yeah. It's just how do you decide? I don't know. I mean, maybe it was just a sure thing that Leland would be there, but it's like, if you go to the home, like you're
It
sure
could
to.
be that. It could be that the Great Northern is closer. It's on the way to the house. Might as well
Yeah,
stop by here first.
yeah,
Obviously, he could have called ahead, right, and asked the receptionist, "Is
yeah.
Ben Horn there?"
That's true. That's true.
So,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, maybe there's a scene with Lucy. Did Lucy say something about the Great Northern earlier?
I don't think so.
What does Truman tell her in that scene?
Uh,
Doesn't he make reference to going to go and see Leland?
does he say that?
I don't remember now.
I don't think so. I could
What
be
does he
wrong.
say?
Like, I think we cut away from they roll over the body and they see it's Laura Palmer. And I think the next time we see the sheriff, he's at the Great Northern. I don't think we get anything in between those two.
But the scene with Lucy.
The scene with Lucy was before they know it's Laura Palmer.
Oh, he's going out to see the body.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah, so so there's just no, I mean, I think part of the answer here is just efficiency. Like, they
Hmm.
need to find out, and this is like a handy way to get them to both find out at the same time, even though they're
Yeah.
in different places. They could have played it like the other way, but I think this way works well because Leland is in the middle of this other thing. So so it provides this like
Yeah.
extra
Well,
level of
extra what?
something or other, like conflict or extra like complication, I guess.
Hmm. Yeah, I was gonna say, Leland's important in terms of murder Laura Palmer for obvious reasons,
Well, I would say so.
and I think the fact that he said my daughter's dead without being told that is really interesting.
It's general something that happens in this episode. It really it really seems like people assume that she's dead
Yeah.
without being told directly, like in several, you
Hmm.
know, instances.
I
You know,
caught that when
Sarah does
Donna
it too.
finds out. Yeah, I caught that when Donna finds out which is one of my favorite scenes in the pilot when they know some bad news is coming. They see Laura's chair's empty and they
Yeah,
immediately know it's bad news. And I love that because James and Donna know that Laura's into some deep shit,
yeah,
and I like that they were able to piece that together, that it's not like she's just in the hospital. It's
right,
not that she's running late. Like, if like this is the thing that they feared and it's coming true, and
right,
it plays really well in that moment,
yeah,
and it makes the character smart because they intuited what was happening correctly,
right. That's true.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good point. Um, uh, yeah, so I think, uh, we'll have to talk. I mean, I think, looking forward, you know, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. Sorry, spoiler alert. Uh,
Yeah, if you
uh,
haven't seen the show, this is a huge spoiler.
yeah. But it's like I just can't. I think when we're doing this podcast, it's just not, it's not possible for me to really think about it without thinking about, what happens later.
Hmm.
Um, so anyway, Leland is the one who killed Laura Palmer. And
What?
yeah, sorry.
Oh
Ugh.
man.
I certainly, don't think you're supposed to expect that at this point, and I'll even go so far as to say I don't think they thought that at this point.
Hmm.
I mean, I think they've gone on record saying they didn't have a specific solution in mind until the end of season one.
Hmm.
So if once we get to season two, you start to see immediately that they're building towards the answer. But here, I don't think they know. But I do think
Hmm.
that Leland's reaction is interesting.
Yeah.
Um, the way he says Sheriff Truman, um, is kind of weird. It's a little bit under his breath. And I think the other thing is like how it's hard for me to even conceptualize. And I do think that's part of the point. It's a little bit lost highway or something. It's hard for me to conceptualize, like if you think about Fire Walk with Me and all the stuff you see that like just went on like a few hours
Uh-huh.
ago.
Uh-huh.
It's hard for me to imagine Leland just calmly like going into work and behaving this way, like the ability to just turn it off,
Hmm.
like we never really get to see that, I think. And so it always feels a bit jarring to me. Of course they're not going to give it away, but it's just like he's just so cool.
Hmm.
For the sort of insanity that was just going on. um so yeah, I think hooking up those two, like bringing what we learn later in the series is true. Fire Walk with Me, like fitting that together with this, like it works okay. It's not like it's totally a violation, but it does feel a bit like hard to believe. I feel like he
Well,
should have called in sick or something. Like it's just it's weird.
yeah, the weird thing about Bob is he seems to enjoy playing both sides of it. Like he seems to enjoy the the banality of this existence at times, and like, you know what I mean? So,
Right.
but I'm always confused about like when Bob is in Leland and
Okay. Well, I'm glad you brought it up because if you didn't, I was about to. Because yeah, anytime you talk about Leland and Bob, like
yeah.
the question you have to ask is it Leland? Is it Bob? Is it both? Is
Mhm.
it 80-20? Is it like
Mhm.
it's hard to even know. And the series is conflicted about that. I think sometimes they tell us, well, and by sometimes I mean like sort of the ultimate answer ends up being like, oh Bob, when the line was like, when he was here, I didn't know, and when he was gone, I didn't remember, and
Mhm.
so like what they're selling in that episode is that this Leland that we're seeing doesn't even know that he did it. He doesn't even
Mhm.
remember,
Mhm.
which could make it more believable. If he has no idea that that happened, then he could just get up, go to work, okay, you
Yeah.
know. Um, but if you watch Fire Walk with Me, like it's a little bit not so clear where the line is. The way they portray it there, um it is not just like, oh, well, it's either Bob or it's Leland. And when Bob's gone, Leland has no idea. You
Mhm.
know, it's no, like he had an affair with Teresa Banks because she looked like Laura, and he
Mhm.
killed Teresa Banks because she threatened to expose him. This is not Bob just killing people. This is not Bob killing someone because of some ring thing or he wants to possess them or anything like that. This is like basic, you're threatening me, I'll murder you.
Mhm.
Leland stuff.
Yeah.
And then the infamous, I always thought you knew it was me. Like,
Gotta love
you
that.
can't say that if you're saying, oh, when he was gone, I didn't remember. You can't say
Mhm.
that. You can't,
Mhm.
like, that doesn't make any sense. It was either all Bob or it wasn't. So anyway, just to say, I think the actual series is like um, the series itself seems to think that Leland is less responsible, and Fire Walk with Me holds Leland more responsible. And I don't know what we're supposed to think the truth is. Like
Yeah.
overall, I mean, I guess it's just like up to your heart or something. Um, but I think the way Bob is portrayed later in the original series. I don't know. Maybe it's a special circumstance because he's ready to get caught and he's ready to switch bodies or something. But he's like maniacal and like it almost seems like he wants to be caught. And it's like
Mhm.
he's like over the top. He's like grinning in the mirror all the time. And of course, part of that is just practical because the viewer knows now. But it's like I, it's hard for me to imagine Bob like Lelanding just normally, so convincingly,
Mhm.
you know?
But that's what I was saying. I think there are times where Bob does like to be normal Leland,
Yeah,
and because I think he finds it so absurd.
right.
I'm gonna go to work now. Watch me go to work and do this deal. Like,
Right.
look at me being such a stupid human. Like, it's like he's joyriding.
Right. Right.
Yeah, but it's yeah. I mean, season three really ruins Bob, but
Oh,
uh, yeah,
I didn't
yeah,
even
it
want to
does.
bring up Bob when it comes to season 3 cuz like yeah, season 3, the Bob, it's like it's clear that the death of the actor forced them to make certain compromises that if they had the actor, I wish I could have seen what they did. It's hard for me to imagine. I don't know. It's hard for me to imagine like Frank Silva and like Freddie punching him with a glove, like, and that's
Mm-hmm.
it. Like, I just can't envision that. Where with the Borb, it was sort of already so absurd that why not
Yeah.
punch him with a glove and
Well, what are you gonna punch him with?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No, without it being a Borb, then there's no need to have a gloved superhero guy and all that.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, to me, actually, we'll talk about it. This is gonna be my thing. We'll talk about it later.
All
We'll
right,
talk
Saeed.
about it when we get to episode 29, the final episode of the original series, which was like heavily rewritten by David Lynch, and I believe that the reason, like, I think there was a conflict about what it meant when Cooper looked in the mirror and saw Bob. I
Mm-hmm.
don't think that Mark Frost and David Lynch agreed about what that meant, and I think the consequence of that, the fact that David Lynch filmed the scene as written but meant something else by it,
Hmm.
led to the fact that Bob was this like annoying, like sort of stowaway for for most of season three. Like it feels like a vestigial element that they had to like deal with because of that shot at the end of season two. But otherwise,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Lynch just wanted the doppelganger.
What do you mean? Oh,
Like
you mean
I don't think he wanted Bob.
what do you mean? Oh, you meant that this idea that Bob was sort of writing inside of
Yeah.
Cooper
Yeah, so I
versus
think
the
Mark
idea that
Frost meant that Cooper was possessed,
yeah,
like Leland was.
yep.
I think that was the intention of the original script, but they
Mm-hmm.
radically altered the way they got to that shot. And I think in Lynch's mind, no, it doesn't mean that. This is not Cooper. This
Yeah.
is the doppelganger Cooper, Mister C, if you want to call him that. And I showed this shot with him seeing Bob, so I guess we have to say Bob's there too. Like
Yeah.
I feel like either he didn't think about it at the time or he liked the idea at the time or whatever, but it feels to me like by the time season 3 came around it's just like, oh, and Bob is here. Ugh,
Yeah,
this.
because you could have done the classic shot of Cooper looks into the mirror, he sees his own reflection, but then he also sees Bob next to his reflection. That
Mhm.
would come across as, oh, this is the doppelganger that Bob created,
Right.
you know.
Or they could have shown the white eyes, which is the way they showed the
Oh,
doppelgangers
yep.
in that episode.
Yep.
You know, like, because yeah, like that's the problem. Like they have to communicate it. The Bob thing is real clear, and it also like, you know, ties in better with stuff we've seen before. Like this idea that doppelganger is like a brand new
Mhm.
crazy thing that gets thrown in there. You know, connecting it to Bob makes it feel a bit more grounded in like what we know is possible, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you're right. That would have been a different way to
It's
communicate
just it's just
something
like Man in
similar.
Black.
Yeah,
You know, him being apparitions versus him taking over Locke's body and being a doppelganger.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, definitely, definitely. Except that I have the sense with Doppelganger that he was running the show, not Bob.
Mhm.
You know, it felt like Bob was. You know, he checks in the mirror and he's like, "Good, you're still here," and it's like, "Oh, you don't even know." Like, like
Mhm.
that's how little he's
It
influencing
seems like
you.
Bob doesn't take over the doppelganger like Bob took over Leland. Bob
Exactly.
doesn't need to live vicariously through the actions like he did with Leland. And
Yeah.
I think the Mark Frost version is interesting. The idea there's a symmetry I really like of the big bad Leland. I'm sorry, Bob was had taken over Leland, and then the hero thinks they won, you know, by destroying, you know, Leland's in jail and whatever, but like or he dies, I guess. And and then you know, now the big bad Bob has taken over our hero. Like I like
Yeah.
that. There's a really nice symmetry to that.
Definitely.
But the idea of a doppelganger existing and escaping while the hero is trapped in the netherworld is also interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And so they tried to like merge the two.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, I think that's like part of the problem with Bob in season
Yeah.
3.
And then you get that a similar idea with Man in Black having now he has a loophole, right?
Right.
Mr. C, being the Man in Black, has this loophole that he used to get
Oh
out
yeah.
of the lodge, which is like his island prison.
Definitely.
You
Yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah. Dougie, like, as the loophole.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually clearer than Lost, strangely.
Yeah.
It's one of the few places where you can say that. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
no, it's definitely loophole. There's clear parallels there.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna get you back in here, Bob," and it's like, "Who are you? Who's on the phone? We'll never know.
Oh God, the voice. Yeah.
We'll never know.
And I will be with Bob again. Who the fuck are you?
Who are
Why?
you? This caller ID is not working.
What
Jeez."
is this? Like, yeah. Oh my God. Why is that? Okay. Well, that's season three. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, we'll get back there.
Uh,
Yeah, yeah. So what were we talking about? Laura, Sarah Palmer finding out, Leland finding out.
yeah. So I guess, yeah, I guess I was just kind of spinning out from the fact that, like, we know this answer by, you and me know. Anyone who's seen the series knows
Mm-hmm.
what the answer is, and so I think it's different, watching it in that context. I read into things that I wouldn't read into otherwise, and I don't necessarily think was intended even to be read into in any particular way.
Mm-hmm.
But but yeah, I think it's one of those things. Like, you say something else later in the story, and it makes the earlier things seem to mean something different. Um, so yeah, that's kind of where that was
Yeah, I thought Sarah's scream when she finds out Laura's dead reminded me of her scream in season 3 when Laura disappears. Uh, when um what am I saying?
Oh, when she's breaking the picture,
Yes.
smashing the, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it made me think, and again, both things are
Oh,
about Laura coming home, right?
oh,
And
Sarah. Oh,
I
Sarah.
know Sarah, so much Sarah. So it made me wonder, okay, was it, what they do in season 3, is that supposed to tie into this part here where, Sarah's had, was wanting Laura to come home and she's never coming home now. And that is a thing in season 3 where, the big way they stop Mr. C is, uh well, Sarah's upset when seemingly Cooper takes Laura out of their timeline, preventing her from coming home, right? Where Sarah is supposedly, I guess, sort of waiting.
Right.
Um and there's so I guess I'm trying to connect it to this idea that Bob wanted to take over Laura's body. Laura's the one.
Right.
Sarah slash Judy wanted Laura for something.
Yeah.
And in season 3, we know that Mr. C is on his way to the Palmer house before the big switcheroo.
Right.
So it seems to me that there's this sense that they're going to finally get this reunion of Bob and
Yeah.
Sarah, and they're prevented from that reunion, similarly to how we start here in the pilot, where Laura is killed and therefore preventing from coming home. So, thinking with this context that Sarah is Judy, I guess her whole life or since the 50s, um, is obviously in the original context of the pilot this is not what they meant, but looking at it from the our present point of view, is this Judy upset that Laura's dead because, well, because he's dead, but because she wanted her to come home?
It is so crazy to imagine that Sarah's Judy this whole time. Like,
Yeah,
I'm like, watching this, I'm having a really hard time doing that,
yeah.
because, like, she is weird. She's got these, like, seemingly, like, sort of psychic powers or something.
Mm-hmm.
And she's just kind of a quirky character, but you know, I never had the sense that anything that crazy could be going on. But, like, if she's really the girl from New Mexico with the bug and stuff, it's like, yeah, that happened before anything in the show.
Mm-hmm.
So Yeah, how does that work? It's
And it could be a
interesting.
dormant thing. It could be that she, Judy didn't take over Sarah this whole time, and she's just this
Uh-huh.
dormant entity or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. That could work. That could work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to mention when Sarah calls out to Laura, that actually, sort of manipulated sound is what Laura hears
Hmm.
at the end of season 3, before the big scream and lights out and all
Yeah.
that stuff happens.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. There's again with the scream, this idea of someone missing, someone dead, and a scream. So that's
Yeah.
something there.
Yeah, you're right. No, I think it is some kind of callback.
Mm-hmm.
And possibly like it actually means something more specific than that.
Mm-hmm. And there's a girl in
Um,
the courtyard at the high school who screams.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
So screaming and death go hand in hand.
Definitely. Definitely. Um, yeah, I think that's generally like one of the interesting things about the pilot to me is that they do dwell a lot on the characters sort of grieving for Laura,
Yeah.
which to it, like for a procedural show, it's like you find a body, okay, like let's investigate. Like they take a while before you actually
Mm-hmm.
get to
Well,
start to
and
make an investigation.
yeah, and you see how integral and integrated Laura was in everybody's life, and there's
Yeah,
like no character who we see who doesn't know her, and
yeah,
because she's the one, she's the it girl, and I think that's an interesting, that's part of what makes the anchoring of the show work around this one character.
yeah.
It's her picture in the high school, picture
Trophy case.
display,
Yeah,
trophy case thing,
yeah,
um, why it's her picture, I don't, homecoming queen or something. I'm not
yeah.
sure why.
I think that's what that's supposed to be.
Something, yeah.
Yeah,
But yeah, I find that super interesting. Even little Johnny Horn. I'm like,
yeah,
really? And then I guess we'll find out Laura was doing Meals on Wheels, and
yep,
it's just like she's in everything.
yeah. Yeah, no, it's crazy. It's crazy. And I think they end up like overloading the character with things to an
Laura's
extent.
last day is pretty funny.
Oh my god. And the stuff we find out here, it's just like, okay, I don't even believe it. We'll talk about that later. There I go again. But yeah, Laura was like
hmm
doing both like altruistic and nefarious activities in large
hmm
quantities.
Yeah,
Like, I don't know, she had a time turner or something. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me how like this life could have
a
worked.
time turner.
Yeah, sorry, Harry Potter thing.
Oh,
It's yeah, from part 3. It's like they use the time turner to like go back in time and like change the past. Like, but Hermione originally uses it so she can take like more than one class that's meeting at the
oh,
same time.
Hermione.
Classic
Classic
Hermione.
Hermione.
That's what that reminds me of.
All that
Basically.
overachieving, and she still didn't end up with Harry.
Hey, Ron, why not?
Hey, no one wanted Ron.
We'll talk about that on the Harry Potter podcast,
Yep, yep.
but yeah, Laura's busy, and I think it's actually hard to believe. Um
hmm
but also like that's why they
And she's
chose.
like, she's going to therapy with Jacoby.
Yep.
She's confessing her sins to who's the guy? Harold.
Harold, oh yeah, Harold Smith, yeah, yeah,
Yeah. I mean, she's
yeah,
busy.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, that's not even. I mean, Josie's taking English lessons.
Oh yeah.
We never see that, but they tell us that happened.
hmm
Um, yeah, like you said,
I
the
feel
meal.
like there's like she's. I feel like she's like helping out with the Ghostwood deal. She's
I wouldn't be
like,
surprised.
no, you see, if we make the land here, then we get a 20%. You know,
Yeah,
but yeah. So okay, so Ben or Leland finds out. the
I
parents. I
love
don't
the
know.
shot down the phone cord.
Yeah.
I really think like typewriters and like
Mm-hmm.
old like rotary phones and stuff,
Yeah.
or even the regular touch phones, but with cords and stuff. Like big loss for cinema.
It you know, and it's by the same token, it's also a loss in the practicalities of writing scenes because like you know, like with
Right.
having cell phones, like it ruins drama when you
Yeah.
can call anyone anytime.
Right.
You
Right.
know, so yeah, I agree. The way these objects look and the way they can be shot is really cool and interesting, and I think yeah, there is something lost about that quality and these analog devices. I even think old CRT TVs look better.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
I
they're
agree.
hulking monstrosities, but they're more interesting to look at than like
Definitely.
this
Yeah. Yeah.
shiny flat panel. You know, even though I love fucking these new
The
TVs to watch
functionality
things
is
on,
great.
yeah.
But yeah, they're not very striking, like aesthetically, as objects
Mm-hmm.
themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Um, they're just good for for what they do.
Yeah.
So yeah, yeah, it's that's one of the reasons that it's nice to watch like old stuff like this, because you really see like a lot of that old technology. And there's some weird stuff that Cooper uses later. Some weird like personal, I don't know, like proto
Mm-hmm.
BlackBerry or something type device.
He uses
Um,
something to type out a message to Truman, and I thought it was a calculator, and then he had a text message on it, and I'm like, I don't know what this device is.
yeah.
Some sort of pocket word processor, maybe. But
Yeah,
yeah, it was
yeah.
interesting.
I started to wonder if there was like some weird thing with Cooper and technology, and that's something that they carried over
Mm,
to the doppelganger, you know, because
mm-hmm.
he had like a weird thing with technology as well.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's supposed to be a connection.
Well,
Because I
technology is
never
the
really thought
fire.
of Cooper as being like a technological character, but if you watch, like he does use like weird bits of technology
Mm-hmm.
fairly often, um, that like seem incongruous or unnecessary. Like he could have written that on a notepad. Like he
Uh
didn't
huh.
need to type it into a thing, you know.
Yeah.
So it's kind of weird that uh, I don't know,
Yeah,
choice
he's
of
the
equipment,
modern
I guess.
man.
Yeah, yeah, and yet like rooted in these ancient techniques.
Mm-hmm.
It's I guess the basic contradiction of the character,
Yeah.
like deductive in evidence based detective work meets like mystical vision quest. It's yeah, it's a weird it's a weird combo.
Yeah, it's I also think it's interesting, you know, he's always upbeat and jovial and you know, a different show could have made him hate everything about the Pacific Northwest
Right,
and
like
the air's
Albert.
too like Albert, the air's too clean and all these things, but he's so damn it's almost like this is the place he should have always been,
Right,
you know. And but yeah, he's got the dichotomy about Cooper that was striking to me most in the pilot was how he's alternates between being very serious about the case and then it being very trivial. And
right.
he really, oh, what kind of trees are these? And then he murdered Laura viciously. But that
Right,
coffee's really tasty. You know, there's one scene where they go back and forth like that, and it was
yeah,
really interesting. And I'm like, it's weird. Like, am I supposed to take you like, how serious is Cooper taking this? You
right,
know, because you know, in one moment he can be really like he's all above it. In another moment, this is the most important thing he could be doing with his life. So
right.
yeah, it's really interesting how they go back and forth with that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's definitely some heavy tonal shifts there. And I do think that, you know, like the pilot of any show, I think there's some character moments here uh, that are sort of a bit off with where the characters are later.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think Cooper's actually mostly right. It's kind of a similar vein that he goes through. You know, I think yeah, he's supposed to be a fun character, but also serious. Like he's not supposed to be Andy or something.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like he's supposed to be good at his job and like care about it and to want to do it effectively as possible, but also to like savor life and all of the these like
Mm-hmm.
trivial pleasures like coffee and pie and you know trees,
Those are the
stuff like
three things.
yeah, exactly, yeah, the top three.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of that, actually, are you ready for the next scene
Yep.
here?
Yep.
So we go to the famous Double R Diner, soon to be famous.
Martise.
The Marti, indeed. Bobby sits at the counter. This is Bobby Briggs. Heidi arrives late. Very important character. Um, there's a little banter there. That's a whole thing that we'll repeat that in episode 29. I'll talk about that later. Bobby says that he can drop Shelly, who's working there at the Double R, off at home. Norma notes that, and they have a little banter as well. Bobby puts a song on the jukebox dedicated to Norma. We follow Bobby and Shelly back outside as they get in the car. Bobby thinks Norma knows about us, meaning him and Shelly. Shelly thinks she's hot to trot for Bobby herself. Um, I just had to quote that because, like, that's anyway. But and then they drive. Basically, Bobby's driving Shelly home. They're driving to her home. They see a police vehicle pass by. Shelly has a flask of some kind of beverage,
Mm-hmm.
and they drink it. Um, Bobby asks if she's sure that Leo's out of town. She is, but suddenly they see that his truck is there at the house, so Bobby
Mm-hmm.
backs up, lets Shelly out, and drives away.
All right.
Boom.
So I guess let's start with R.I.P. Peggy Lipton.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that happened recently.
Yeah. Yeah. Good old Norma.
She managed to just squeeze in, getting in the new series, and
Mm-hmm.
she and Big Ev finally got together after like talking to each other about how they missed out on their whole lives together for like
Mm-hmm.
30 years. Jesus.
Oh, geez. Yes, never too late to follow your
So
dreams.
ridiculous. Like, oh my God. No, sorry, it was already 20 years in the original series. It's probably more closer to like 50 years.
Oh,
50
that's because
years
it
of
was a high school thing. Yeah. Yep.
dour talk until they finally anyway. Yeah, managed to do that though.
Yep.
So that's good. Yeah, this seems weird for me. It's like it's really like the dialogue is weirdly stylized.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I thought the only time you cared about was making time, Bobby.
Mm-hmm.
And like and this weird like flirtation that Bobby's doing with Norma is like that never is a thing later in the series. And
Yep.
they even have Shelly say this like she's hot to chop for you herself. It's like what?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. To me, this always feels a bit off base in terms of the way those characters come off later.
Yeah.
And even Shelly like drinking in the morning, like that just seems a bit
I
weird.
agree. This little part is it's off. I get what they're doing in the sort of fun loving thing where Shelly and Bobby and we're gonna. I almost really feel like they forgot what time of day it is, because it's
Right.
supposed to be really early.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. It's
and
early
and if you put the pieces together, Bobby hasn't been to practice the last 2 weeks.
because
Practices in the
he's
morning.
yeah.
He's been hanging out with Shelly
Yeah.
so they can make time as they drive home.
Yeah.
But I guess this means that she was working the night shift, and she's off in the day when Heidi comes in or something
Right.
like that.
Yeah. That
Um,
ain't true later
yeah, well, different shifts. That's fine.
because we don't
And
see Heidi until like episode
yeah,
29 again.
but so yeah, it gets across the relationships, but I do think particularly the whole thing with Norma is way off base. I don't think Norma is into Bobby at
I don't
all.
either.
That doesn't
Yeah.
make any sense.
No.
I
I'll
think
see
there's
you
a
in my
reason.
dreams, not if I see you first.
Yeah, there's a thing there, but it's also like I, it's like number one, they know don't they know that this is Laura's boyfriend, and
Yeah.
number two, so that's
They
weird,
should know that. Yeah.
and then so that's why like
Yeah, Bobby's Laura's boyfriend for the record.
yeah,
Just in case.
exactly,
Just
and
to
so
keep up at home. It's hard to tell.
yeah, yeah. So that's a weird one. So like Norma should dislike Bobby for cheating on Laura with Shelly.
Right.
So she really shouldn't be this jovial. But then they're like, I might like you too.
Mhm.
It's supposed to get across that Barbie's like this charming Romeo, I guess, but he's
I
not.
guess.
He's really not at all.
No.
So yeah, that's the weirdest tonally, the weirdest scene that seems off.
Yeah.
It is super stylized, and it's almost like it's from a different version of the pilot or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's really it feels like it's going for that like 50s vibe, like the lingo they're
Mhm.
using and even the setting.
Mhm.
Um and I know like Lynch likes that and it is going for that, but I do feel like the rest of the series and really like even the rest of the scenes in this episode,
Mhm.
I can't think of any that really feel like this. This I agree. It's like there's another show going on here
Yeah.
that they just never made.
Mhm.
We get one scene from that show. Like, okay. Cause yeah,
Yeah.
I just think it just seems the way they're talking is also just like not quite right. They don't
Mhm.
really talk like this later.
Yeah.
And then yeah, specifically what's going on. So yeah, it's like I enjoy the scene. I don't really have a problem with it. I love this bizarre song that's on the jukebox.
Mm.
It works. It definitely gets something across. It's like it's a reveal about Bobby. Like, oh my God, he was cheating on Laura. How dare he?
Mhm.
Which is like totally ridiculous, given how much shit was going down
Yeah.
with both of them, but especially Laura. Uh, but yeah, it's I don't know. It really stands out to me every time I watch it. It's just like it's um, it's weird. It's a weird one.
Mhm. So the next part when Shelly's like, "Yeah, there's no way Leo's home by now."
Hmm.
And he is home. So like what happened there? Like how did Leo make it from whatever town that was that's supposed to be far away? Was he just
Butte.
wrong? Yeah, was the beauty? Yeah, like
Yeah, I was
and
trying to
was
put
this
that together
Leo?
myself because I was trying to remember like what they tell us later, and actually, I've already seen all that, and I think part of the problem is that spoiler alert: Leo goes into a coma starting with the end of season one,
Mm.
and he doesn't come out of that coma until like way later in season two,
Oh, so that's where
and
Dougie comes from.
it totally. And even when he comes out of the coma, he never really talks like more than a few words.
Mhm.
So he never really gets to explain like what happened from his point of view that night, when Laura was murdered the night
Yeah.
before. But he was with
Oh, that's
Laura
right. He
at
wasn't
the
actually
cabin.
in Butte. That's right. Okay.
Yeah. Uh,
That's the rub.
and I mean, I think maybe he was supposed to have been in Butte,
Yeah.
but
But
like
that was his cover story because he was out with Laura.
I guess so. And then because of what went down, maybe that's why he's home and not like
Yeah.
away as he had intended to be.
Yeah, that makes sense now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forget
Uh,
he's involved with Laura's death because we haven't seen that in the pilot yet.
right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's not really clear, but I think this is the first clue that Leo might have something to do with it.
Yeah.
The fact that like he's not where he's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just
Uh,
makes Shelly seem wrong. Like she calculated it wrong, or
right.
she underestimated how far he could drive in a certain amount of time or
Yeah.
something. And
Yeah.
but we do see if you pay attention, and they do make it obvious, but they don't tell you what it means. Is Leo's truck is featured in Flesh World,
Indeed.
which I don't know why his I don't know why he'd have a picture of his truck in that. I don't know what that means. Like,
Yeah.
why would that be there?
You're gonna
Like,
ask that question? Oh boy. This is gonna be a
I
long
just
podcast.
I just don't know. Like I could. So part of me is like he's sort of the pimp. So is he? But I just don't know why his truck would be in the magazine. I can. I mean, I don't really think a pimp would put an ad in a
Is he
magazine.
though? I had the impression that was more Jacques.
Well, he's something. I don't know what to call. I don't know really what the relationship is, but he's something in control. Right?
I had the impression that he like okay, look. Getting back to what I was saying, I feel like we never really get to hear Leo's side of the story
Yeah.
because like by the time he can be honest, like he's totally incapacitated.
Mm-hmm.
We do hear Jacques' side of the story, which is limited. But anyway, my impression is that Jacques was more the pimp, if you will, setting up the various
Okay.
encounters, and we see that not with Jacques, but with his brother, whatever they called him, Jean Philippe or some
Yeah.
other French name, in season 3. So anyway, I feel like he's the one doing that. He's got a drug deal with Leo, like they're like running drugs
Oh,
from
that's right.
Canada.
Okay. Okay. Uh
So I
huh.
feel like they're like drug business partners, and then they like party together. That's my impression.
Oh, you're right. Okay, I forgot Leo was about the drugs. But
Yeah.
then, so was he advertising drugs in Flesh World? Like,
So now you're asking about the flesh world thing, and that's where I'm like, oh boy.
yeah, I just don't know what. It's a great like dissolved shot from the
Yeah.
image to his real truck. I just don't. And but my point was that connects Ronette, who's in Flesh World,
Right.
who was there when Laura died that night, to Leo.
To
So we could
Leo.
assume,
Yeah.
oh, Leo was there that night. Although I did not
Right.
think that, even though it's fairly obvious.
Yeah. 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 No, that's a good point. But yeah, why is this truck in Flesh World? It's hard to say.
Hmm. And Cooper, I mean, I wouldn't expect Cooper to know, but I would expect Harry to know that that's Leo's truck, or at least now I know a lot of those trucks look alike,
Yeah.
but it would have been interesting for him to say, "Oh, it looks like Leo's truck."
Yeah, I do think I think maybe they figured it out uh later in season 1.
Hmm.
I think there's a point where they actually see Leo's truck in Flesh World again
Okay,
because he put it in multiple issues.
like is he selling the truck,
I don't, yeah, like,
and
can
it's
you
just an
sell trucks in
ad?
Flesh World?
I don't know. If it's just like regular classifieds, I don't know.
I
Like,
guess Flesh World is like a personals column or something, and I guess theoretically you could just use it like Craigslist. I
mm-hmm,
don't know. Um, yeah, why else would you photograph the truck? Yeah, that makes
mm-hmm.
sense. I mean, I guess.
Yeah, or it's not Leo's truck,
And it's
and
just a
it's
coincidence
just another truck, and it's just a coincidence.
that it looks like exactly the same
Looks
to
exactly
the
the
extent that
same
they dissolve them and they match up perfectly
to prove that it's not the same.
to prove it's
Yeah, that's how you prove things are different.
Yeah, yeah. I've always wanted an answer for that question, so that's why it's just a tough one for me because I really don't. He never gets questioned about it, and
Hmm.
so it's like we just never get the chance to hear like even a fake story about why he would do that, and
Yeah,
it's actually hard to even fill in the gaps because like yeah, it should have been a picture of him or the truck should have been in the background of a picture of something else, like which actually is what I think happens later.
yeah. Or like, is he advertising for hauling services?
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I got a truck, I can haul stuff.
Yeah.
Hire
Yeah, yeah.
me. I drive trucks.
Sure.
All right.
Sure. I mean, I'm surprised that like Flesh World having like legit business in it, but maybe that's like, lucrative.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. They'll pay. Anybody can put an ad in the paper, right?
I guess so. I guess you don't I guess it's not like, "Oh, you better be looking to hook up with some random person or you can't
Mm-hmm.
advertise here." Yeah,
You're
it's
really, yeah. You should think better, Flesh World. You're really like putting them in the gutter. I don't know why.
yeah. Yeah, flesh world is a weird thing. Um, I'm not sure that it's fully fleshed out, if you know what I mean.
Oh, what in the world could you mean?
Exactly.
All
Exactly.
right,
All right, so shall we
we shall.
continue here? So now we are at the hospital and we see Leland arrive and greet Doc Hayward,
Mm-hmm.
who is there to show Leland the body. And Harry takes Leland to Laura's body, and Leland cries when her face is uncovered, and he says that that's her. And Harry takes him away. Boom, simple scene.
Okay. Yeah, all I had here was my note about maybe in season three, Judy wanted Bob to go into Laura, and that's why she's upset when Cooper takes Laura from the past. Yeah,
Oh,
I still
so
can't.
Judy wanted to meet up with the doppelganger because he had Bob.
Yeah,
Okay,
so it goes back to the original thing, right? Where in Fire Walk with Me, where we find out Bob killed Laura because he wanted to go into. Well,
right,
Bob wanted to go into Laura, but she put the ring on, and then he
right,
had to kill her.
right,
But that was the original goal, was for Bob to take over Laura because Laura's the one,
right,
and that's what Judy wants in season three. Mr. C has Bob. He's coming to the house,
right.
and it almost works, except for that Laura was taken in the past, and she wasn't going to make it home that night anyway.
Right.
So it doesn't. It kind of breaks down there what exactly the problem is,
Oh,
because
yeah, right. Yeah, past
yeah,
and yeah. Right. Yeah, and the connection between those was
mm-hmm,
vague
yeah,
at best.
yeah.
But yeah, no, that's a good point. That's a good point.
There's something there. I can't really put it together.
Um, all right, so continuing.
Mm-hmm.
So now we are at the school for the first time. We see
Mm-hmm.
Donna, who's Doc Hayward's daughter, for the record, although I don't know how we could possibly know that at this point. I'm just going to throw it in. She sees Audrey changing shoes and smoking, and Donna laughs. And then
Oh,
James,
Audrey.
yeah, classic Audrey. Those are those red shoes that they referenced with the Dougie thing. Remember that?
Oh wow.
At least that's what people thought.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is the infamous red shoe scene.
The
Um,
Red Shoes Diaries.
the Red Shoe Diaries, they call it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so James shows up and asks about Laura and says, "Nice day for a picnic." Thanks, James. And then Bobby walks in.
Was
Uh,
that a reference to the video?
I think so.
What does
I
that
think
mean?
I think it's the first clue that James is the one who took the video of the picnic.
Okay.
I think he's sort of alluding to the fact that
But
they
Donna says it was a female woman whose name she didn't
it
get.
was the femalest woman, Lady
I
Hiker.
swear she was someone who, don't worry about her. She was no one. I love that. She goes, it's really simple. There was, see, once upon a time, there was this hiker, a female hiker.
Yeah, exactly. That's yeah.
Gotta love it.
Okay, so then we cut over to Bobby walking in. This is what you were
Oh,
talking about
Bobby.
earlier. So Bobby walks in. He's cool. He's fine.
Hmm.
Everything's good. He's told that the police want to talk to him in the office, and Mike is standing there. This is Mike Nelson, for the record. There's
Hmm.
another Mike that might be referenced at a certain point. Not
Hmm.
that one. This is boring old high school Mike,
Yep.
um,
Who we see in
who
season three.
we'll see in season 3 indeed, and
It's
is
great.
also a very marginal character, but
Yeah.
Lynch liked him enough to bring him back. It's Mike is the character is a character who like Lynch would bring for his episodes a lot of times, but didn't appear that much in the rest of the series.
Hmm.
He just kind of disappears for a while.
Mm-hmm.
As you'll see, we go through the series. It's like, is Mike even a thing anymore? And then suddenly he appears again.
Yeah.
Um, so anyway, he's there and he's clearly more worried than Bobby is about what's going on. So Bobby finally moseys on into the office. Um, and then, okay, this is a whole like school sequence here. Um, so should I get through? God, there's so much school stuff. Should I get through all the school stuff?
Sure.
Okay. So then we go into class. The teacher calls attendance. So we see some of our characters saying here.
Mm-hmm.
Then a cop comes in and asks where Bobby is, and then he speaks to the teacher. And then we see someone outside screaming. And then Donna notices that Laura's desk is empty, and she starts to cry. And James looks worried,
Mm-hmm.
and the teacher says there'll be an announcement from the principal. And yeah, then in the office we see Andy and Hawk question Bobby about his whereabouts. They wonder why he wasn't at practice. um, he tells them he was at the double R, he didn't feel like practice.
Mm-hmm.
um, uh, I'm just gonna pause for a second here. This is another scene that felt a little off base for me. For Andy, like Andy has this line where he's like, "What's the matter, Bobby? Something bothering you? Is there something you want to tell us about?" It's like suddenly he talks like he's like on NYPD Blue or something. It's like it doesn't seem like Andy at all to me.
Mm-hmm.
He just seems like a normal police officer, like questioning a suspect. It's like
Yeah.
I don't know. It's always jarring to me. Hawk can do that, but not Andy.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, the principal is told he should make an announcement. Harry walks in and he tells Bobby that Laura was killed. She was with Bobby the night before, and Bobby wasn't where he was supposed to be that morning. So Harry asks Bobby if he understands his rights. Bobby can't believe he might be a suspect. How dare you? Harry has Andy take Bobby out to make a call, and Bobby has a little freak out where he kind of resists arrest, if you will. But he calms down.
Mm-hmm.
And then we cut over to the principal, Wolchek. I'll name him, even though don't expect to see this character again. Um, he makes an announcement about Laura's murder. He tells the students if they have any information to come forward. And then he cancels classes for the day and asks for a moment of silence for Laura's memory. And he breaks down and cries about it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then we see Donna crying and being comforted by some randos. The
Super
pilot's great for
randos.
like some like rando characters where it's just like,
Yeah.
I don't even know who you people are, but they're there. And then we get a shot of that, I guess, homecoming queen photo in the trophy case. I think that's the end of the school sequence there.
All right. Yeah, I don't really have a lot. This is fairly straightforward, but the one thing I thought was interesting was Audrey's reaction to Laura's
Oh
news.
yeah,
She sort of has this smile on her face, and so we can see in a couple scenes later that she probably felt in Laura's shadow for a long time, and now Laura's gone, and that probably makes her happy. So she's like the only one so far that isn't really upset that Laura's
right.
gone.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I guess like normally that would make me suspicious that she knows something, but yeah, really it's personal. I think it's down to uh mostly it seems like it's down to Laura's relationship with her father, with Ben Horn.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a picture of Laura on his desk,
Mm-hmm.
and there's some one-eyed Jack stuff that we'll get to later.
Oh no.
And I think I think it's sort of a jealousy, neglected
Mhm.
father kind of thing happening there. So I think she has some resentment towards Laura that,
Yeah.
yeah, that means she's not going to grieve the way uh, other people are. Though
Mhm.
she does acknowledge later that, because she helped with Johnny, she did appreciate Laura on that level.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that is a notable thing, and in general, it's characters behaving the way you expect, and to me, Bobby, like the way Bobby behaves, is a signal to me that he didn't do it. That's what I'm
Yeah.
thinking.
He comes off pretty earnest in
Like
his
he might be an
well,
asshole, but that doesn't
yeah.
mean he did it.
He's also was too we saw so much of him before this moment that
Yeah,
he seems too preoccupied with other aspects of life to have just killed someone.
yeah, definitely.
Especially his girlfriend.
Right.
So I think I buy it when he seems surprised and everything. It doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, it comes off genuine.
He seems like actually for real surprised when he
Mm-hmm.
finds out Laura's dead. Like he clearly didn't expect that, and that's why he wasn't taking anything seriously up to that point.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, oh God, whatever. What's this bullshit?
Yeah, because Bobby's never been in trouble, in any
Yeah,
real trouble.
yeah, yeah, exactly.
So he's not expecting this to come down on him.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I wonder about this principal. Would he cry for every student? Was it because
Laura's
Laura was such
special.
a notable figure in the school?
Mm-hmm.
Um, you know, I just, yeah, I was surprised. I was surprised how, for someone who's really not even a character in the show,
Mm-hmm.
he's like really overcome when he's making the announcement. Um, so that just kind of stood out to me as being a bit strange. I
You
guess
think he
it's,
killed her?
well, just saying. Um, yeah, it's just yeah, I wonder what specifically, like how much interaction did he have with Laura? I mean, what are we supposed to think
Mm-hmm.
about that? It's not really clear, and they never tell us, so I don't know.
So let's
But
speculate forever.
yeah, there's
Uh,
really, but it's just it stands out to me, I guess, because I mean, I guess you're supposed to believe like she knew a lot of people and
mm-hmm.
she knew so many people
I
that,
think she's supposed to be the most popular girl in town, like
yeah,
literally.
yeah,
Like her dad's fairly prominent, and then
yeah,
she's homecoming queen, and she's doing this and that, and
yeah,
yeah, I don't think there's anyone who's more popular than her, and that's why Audrey didn't like her.
right, right, right. Yeah, that makes sense.
More
That makes
popular
sense.
than she.
Ooh,
Excuse me.
nice,
Correct my
nice
English.
English.
I know it's weird. Um.
All right,
All
so
right.
shall we march forward? We got
Yeah.
plenty of scenes left. Don't worry. Okay, so after the break, we see the same photo, the photo from the trophy case at the Palmer House. That's sort of the connecting element there. And
Mm-hmm.
then
That's called
some
a match
rando.
shot.
What?
That's a match shot.
Oh yeah, there you go. Industry term. Look at that. Industry insiders and secret Hollywood knowledge.
All on one incredible podcast, Mr. Podcast, available in your grocer's freezer.
Ugh. Get it out of there if they're putting it in the freezer.
It does
Uh,
not belong there.
That's not normal. Okay, sorry. Some rando is comforting Sarah as Harry, Andy, and Doc Hayward are there for questioning. She says the last time she saw Laura was at 9 when she came home from Bobby's. She hears footsteps upstairs and wonders about who's up there. It's Leland and Hawk, and Sarah can tell that it's not Laura.
I love that line. And this sounds like a David Lynch line to me. I can tell from the sounds that it isn't her. And it's like almost normal. It's one of those lines that like any other story could have that line and it'd be a completely normal line. But because so much of David Lynch's work and Twin Peaks in general has a lot to do with sounds.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, uh, it strikes me as as if as as a very important thing for some reason.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think it always strikes me the way she sort of seems paranoid or like a bit freaked out by the sound.
Hmm.
Um as though there's something unsettling about it. Um and I guess, if she's having the thought that it might be Laura, I guess that would be unsettling in a way.
That's like the first thing that comes to mind is she's reacting to the idea that only Laura could make sounds up there in Laura's
Right.
room. But wait, Laura's dead. This is weird. Maybe she's
Yeah.
not really dead. Maybe she's up there.
Yeah.
But as we will know from Fire Walk with Me, this idea of Bob slash Leland creeping into her room at night
Yeah.
is also an interesting thing to think about. But I'm like, well, if it is Leland who's creeping, then it should sound like him.
Right.
But it also does maybe suggest that, oh, she knows the sound of Leland creeping.
Right. Yeah. That's true.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
It's yeah.
But that's the
Yeah.
interesting thing about Lynch stuff is this one little line is like five ideas.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I also find it weird, like whoever this person is who's like comforting Sarah, it's like,
Hmm.
who the fuck are you? We never see you again. Like,
That's
what are you
Mrs.
doing
Rando,
here? Mrs. Franto.
Marla Rando.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like pilot stuff where it's like I
Yeah.
guess they had in mind like this is some person she knows, but
All these townspeople who we never see after the pilot, I always think every single one of them down to a person is like, I really hope they pick my character up.
mm-hmm.
I really hope I get to be more in this show more. And
Yeah.
then they aren't.
Yeah, too bad. Not gonna happen.
Nope.
Um okay, so continuing from there, I guess.
Yeah, I want to
Um
say, Doc Hayward is such an interesting character. I don't think we had a chance to talk about him yet,
oh,
have
okay,
we?
yeah, no, sure.
I and even Major Briggs, when we see him a bit later, I think is obviously has a bigger impact on the show. But I do appreciate those two father figure characters in particular, since the story has some bad fathers on it.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Oh yeah.
and how they sort of different, obviously different types of characters embody different archetypes of this, like really sort of a town still in the 50s, right? Like that's kind of the feel of
Yeah,
it.
definitely.
And he feels like a TV dad. Doc Hayward only has the best advice. He's only going to help you. You know what I mean? He's like,
Right.
but of course, that's on the surface, right? And so even he's got secrets that you find out later,
Yeah. Yeah,
which
it's
you
true.
don't see coming, right? And
Yeah.
but they're like wholesome secrets still,
Yeah.
so it's not like
Yeah, they're not really
sinister.
his fault. He's like Ned Stark,
Yeah,
He's got a secret, but it's for good reasons.
yeah, because Bran's the Night King.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
uh, just throw out a 2018 crackpot theory for you in 2019 here.
Never gets old. But yeah, yeah, I think that's a good point that I didn't really think about. I feel like, Big Ed is also sort of a
Correct. Yep.
positive father figure.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah,
because
James is like his like yeah.
yeah, sort of adopted son.
Hmm.
We certainly never see James interact with anyone else who, you know, is sort of in charge of him behind the
Hmm.
scenes or at home or whatever. So yeah, he talks about it some, but yeah. So yeah, I think that pretty much makes sense. It's like, yeah, not everyone is hopelessly corrupt,
Hmm.
even if there's a lot of secrets.
Yeah, it's more about everyone's got a secret, not necessarily they're all bad,
Right.
uh, But yeah, Doc Hayward, I always thought was a well played character.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I agree. I think it's interesting how like involved he is
Mm-hmm.
in the investigation. Like it always feels to me there's an example of this a little later in the season, but it always feels to me like a little bit out of bounds that he's participating in some of these aspects of the investigation.
Mm.
Like I guess here like he's there like I don't know for Sarah like to
Hmm. Well,
make
that this is what makes it feel like the '50s. This idea that this is a doctor who does house calls, right? This
yeah.
is a guy who, probably birthed Laura or something.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So they've
Definitely.
got that he's a member of this like tight knit community, and that's why it doesn't feel weird that he's around for the investigation, because everything's so informal and personal in this town,
Yeah.
and it's quaint. But yeah, but like in reality, in some sense, it seems like, yeah, he wouldn't. Cooper would be like, no, you shouldn't know this. You should step away,
Yeah.
and this is
But like
FBI
Cooper
only.
puts up with the Bookhouse Boys, so
Hmm.
it's like to me like that stuff is way more out of bounds
Yep.
than
Well, and
what happens with Doc Hayward.
that goes to that weird charm that the town has over Cooper, where and
Yeah.
we don't see him. Uh, I guess he kind of always has it when we get to Fire Walk with Me, but there's like a spell, right? Like when he gets to that town, like, and I guess maybe it's just him, but it seems like he's just so enamored with the idiosyncrasies, and he appreciates the like authenticity and the uniqueness about all these different things. That's his first monologue of the show
Yeah.
is about how he likes the new things in this foreign land he's in,
Right.
and I think, like, yeah, putting up the Bookhouse Boys, like, he admires that. He's because and again, it's that, even though he's like super principled lawman, his morality is sort of rooted in the sort of intent, right? Uh, Kind of being
Yeah.
more important,
Yeah.
and the town solving its own problems with the Bookhouse Boys. The problems that Truman by day can't solve.
Right.
He admires that, and it's like he also wants to be a part of it, right?
Yeah.
He's got that gung ho, like everything is sort of an adventure, even though it gets really dark and really
Yeah.
serious. Uh, yeah, it's just Cooper's got he's a really really interesting character, to say the least. He's
Yeah.
got a lot of dimensions to him, and it's really amazing how they all kind of work. You know,
Yeah.
uh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I guess yeah, I guess that's something that um I think I think maybe season 3 made me reconsider the character a little bit. Um, especially the stuff at the end. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and like kind of see him in a bit of a different light. And I think his like fairly relentless positivity.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Died when he went in the coma.
yeah, pretty much, pretty much.
Yeah, I feel like he woke up with the same sort of sense of confidence and self-righteousness, but without the boyish glee.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's weird because like Dougie was like all that,
Yep.
but
Yep. And it almost makes sense, right?
I guess so.
It makes
Yeah,
it, that part of his psyche split from him or something,
right.
and that's what he gifted to Janie E and what was it, Bobby or
Sunny Jim.
Sonny? I knew it was, yeah. I was gonna say Bobby son, uh, Sonny Jim,
Bobby
and
son.
and um, and then the rest of the Cooper was the sort of drier, more serious um version that was like, I don't know what, turned into Richard, and he didn't care. and like
Yeah.
like the old Twin Peaks Cooper, if he was in the Return season 3, I mean, obviously the stuff with Diane was very specific, but like, God, that's what he would want to do. Diane, I'm in a I'm in a motel. My name is apparently Richard. Like that's the thing we're
Right.
missing is that like, okay, let's
Yeah.
get his thoughts out, right? Let's get what he's thinking inside out,
Yeah.
and in that, in this way where you can like get his sense of personality.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's just so like he doesn't even talk very much. It's like it's just weird. It's like he rides from like Texas to Washington with Laura, and it seems like maybe they say like 5 words to each other the whole time.
Hmm.
It's just like after all this, that's all you got. Like
Yeah.
it's very weird because he's very it is true that the Diane tapes are a good way to get a read on what he's thinking, but he's actually a fairly open character, so you know, it's not like he's hiding that much, in his scenes with other characters. I mean, except for like specific reasons,
Hmm.
investigation or whatever. But when he's talking to Harry, whatever, he's not usually dishonest about what he thinks about something.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, that was definitely like totally missing. And I think like some of the elements where like vigilante justice, even like crossing like international borders, and you know, like being cool with that. Um, and also like the way he treats Leland.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I find and like talks about him afterwards. I find a bit like I guess I just look at it a bit differently after season 3, and I guess the other thing I have in mind is like the whole like, oh, the Mitchum brothers, they the hearts of gold, they're just like it's like really I don't know, like I feel like there is a bit of a and maybe it was intentional, like to like reconsider the character or something, but there's a bit of uh I guess a dark side, or maybe a naive side. I don't know. I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but um there's an aspect of the character where I feel like the first time I watch it, I feel like he's like infallible. Um
Hmm.
and over time it's like, no, actually, which like gives the character dimension, but there definitely are some very questionable elements that I can't like fully get behind, I guess.
You
um
mean you mean in terms of like how Cooper, the decisions that he makes and if they're right or wrong or something?
yeah, pretty
Okay.
much.
Yeah, I mean, I
Pretty
think the
much.
thing we're missing in between the two Coopers is that middle period where he's stuck in the Black Lodge for 25 years and he
Yeah.
goes on, you know, an existential space adventure. And
Yeah.
it's tough to know, we don't know a lot about what he thought about all that. And it's tough to know how
Right.
that really affected him because
He
we
never
just pick
talks
up,
about it.
yeah, and we just pick up from that place.
Yeah.
And so it fits in a way that he's completely different, um, because he's 25 years removed really from who this other person was. And I think, and then that lends itself to this other thing as the story opened up in the Return, and how they showed how wide the universe is and how varied it is. Um, it also made Cooper. I think it put his ability to be right sort of in a smaller context, because there's just stuff happening he has no idea about.
Right.
And even though there's these characters that are trying to help him, like, it's still like how can he, I mean, the show literally ends with him making arguably the biggest wrong choice or miscalculation, right?
Right.
What year is it? So it ends with them making that point. that like, yeah, actually no, he didn't solve this one.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is really, which is like it's a completely opposite of where he starts.
Right, right. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that like I watching it again, I actually can see a little bit of a hint of the direction that the character takes in season 3.
Mm-hmm,
I guess
mm-hmm.
that's what I'm saying. Like it
Yeah.
seems, I don't know, maybe it's just like, I know it's going there, but like I'm looking at certain scenes a little differently, and so yeah, it's interesting to kind of just like reconsider the character. The character is definitely like still interesting,
Mm-hmm.
that didn't change. But I think, yeah, my perception of what kind of character he is like is just a bit altered. Um and I think like, it certainly is a shift, but I think there's like the seed for it or whatever, in the original show. I think you can see
Mm-hmm.
elements that sort of get picked up on, where it's like, before I thought this is nothing like Cooper, there's nothing here, whatsoever. But
Mm-hmm.
I think there actually are some connections there that kind of make sense.
Yeah.
So I'm giving him some credit, I guess.
Nice.
Yeah.
Um. All right. So the rest of this scene, they're talking about Leland upstairs, and yeah, this whole thing with Sarah though is really interesting. She, I guess she was normal in that very first scene she had in the kitchen. You
Mm-hmm.
mentioned that earlier,
Yeah.
and then she had no more normal scenes ever.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. That's
It's
like the
like
only
it's
normal
like
one.
that scene, and then she's at a 10 like the rest of her time on screen. Like
Yeah.
it's so interesting.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. There's no like cash Sarah ever again.
No,
She's like,
that was it.
yeah, yeah, like, Laura, come downstairs. Like, that was it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's crazy. I didn't really think about that. But yeah, yeah, she's I guess changed by that event, or
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and like never recovers. And then there's the Judy thing.
Yeah, speaking of the Judy thing, which for anyone who doesn't know is this idea from the return that Sarah Palmer might be Judy, this metaphysical something or other.
Yeah, what's
Uh,
Judy again? Remind us.
yeah, that's as specific as the show got. this this monstrous whatchamacallit, and which is not a big candy bar. And bad joke.
I hope
And
not. It's a big candy bar. Sorry, go
hey David, what does Judy look like? Yeah, it's a big candy bar. But the hands are backwards.
ahead.
So yeah, this
Two
whole
hornlets.
the sort of no, those are horns. I said hornlets. Let's mean smaller. Um David Lynch is the best caricature ever.
So
Uh
true.
yeah. Uh what was I saying? Okay, yeah, so this idea that like Judy is this space creature, evil thing, evil incarnate idea that, or maybe not, that potentially went into Sarah Palmer as a young child, and presumably therefore ipso facto ergo prop
Latin, Latin, Latin.
that that Judy's been incubating in her all this time. But
Hmm.
so
I like the
making that,
incubation theory. It definitely helps
yeah.
with some of the problems.
Uh yeah, and I was going to say the thing that it makes interesting is the idea of her psychic powers.
Yeah,
So her
yeah,
psychic influence and those little moments that happen throughout the show, maybe
yeah,
it's because she's Judy or Judy's
yeah.
in her.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, because there's never like an explanation for it in
Mm-mm.
series, like the old
Mm-hmm.
stuff. Like it's just like a thing she does. Yeah, what are you gonna do?
Yep. Sometimes you're psychic.
She's just psychic. What? That's just how it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It does seem. It would seem like surprising if she was psychic and it had nothing to do with the fact that this like
Mm-hmm.
seemingly like supernatural entity has been inhabiting her for years.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean that's the best explanation I've
Yeah, and
heard.
actually, it also kind of helps this idea that happens later when she has the vision of the gloved hand digging up the half necklace in the dirt.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That actually, she's basically like remote viewing or something, in a
Mm-hmm.
way,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it actually would explain, in season 3 when Cooper time travels and takes Laura out from the past, like when Sarah seems to react to that, it could be, oh, she remote viewed that. That's how she understood that moment happened.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because
Yeah,
that's how it
you
plays, right? It kind of plays like somehow she saw it or
Mm-hmm.
could feel it at least, but
Yeah.
you could actually just give her that power and say it was a significant event and she sort of remote viewed it, and that's why she knew
Right.
why it happened.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. That's a good yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Hey, I'm here to
Sure.
solve problems and take names, and I'm all out of name tags.
I guess like because they had, that scene where they made her like explicitly supernatural. I didn't really worry about how she knew, but
Hmm. Hmm.
connecting it with this thing is yeah, I like that. That works. That works for me.
Yeah, there's something there. I'm trying to figure out what other patterns we could have missed from, originally watching season 3 and now coming back to the first 2 seasons. So that's something I'm like, okay, what other psychic things maybe did she do throughout the whole story? And that came to mind. That idea of
Yeah.
being able to see something like that.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's a couple other moments, but and we'll have to get to that way later.
Mm-hmm.
Um but yeah, that's yeah, and the other thing like I kind of noticed just going through the series is that um I feel like it's slightly more common, not like 100%, but it really seems to me like the stuff that they really reference or use more in season 3 is
Mm-hmm.
stuff from the David Lynch episodes basically.
Mm-hmm.
Like it seems to me like those had more weight in their considerations than stuff that happened in the other episodes. Um, uh, and anyway, that's from the pilot. So
Mm-hmm.
just throwing that out there. I feel like
Yeah.
there are some like explicit pilot references,
Mm-hmm.
um, which we'll get to later, but I think that could be a sort of yeah, like if not reference, like at least like they hadn't, they know. I feel like they have a stronger connection to the pilot, and they
Mm-hmm.
remember that there's that Sarah Palmer scene.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, I even think like the shots of her like sitting there like watching TV or whatever, like seem to recall this sort of like setup here, where
Mm-hmm.
in the pilot where she's like in the living room and
Mm-hmm.
sleeping, I guess, but um, having a
Actually, that's
vision.
a that's an interesting idea of this whole idea of Bob being sort of being reflected in that mirror by accident, the crew member, and then
Yeah,
becoming a character basically.
yeah.
This idea that this in season 3 Sarah Judy character is like waiting for Bob in the living room again, waiting for Bob to show up. That's a kind of interesting idea.
Oh yeah.
Since
Whoa.
Mr. C has Bob in him and he's ostensibly coming to her
Trying to
house.
get there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so there's this weird idea of like, in this weird way. It's she's waiting for Bob in some sense, just like originally in the pilot when Bob
Yeah.
shows up.
Yeah. Yeah. That's interesting. What we're going to have to figure out, and I don't know how we're going to do this, but we're going to have to figure out, and this is the part I can't really get over, or at least I haven't gotten over it yet, is like, okay, so, Cooper Doppelganger comes out, right? Black Lodge, blah, blah, blah,
Hmm.
end of the series, right? And
As
then, like,
doppelgangers are wont to do.
you know how they do.
Yep.
Okay, so like, the hospital, Audrey, blah blah blah. Yes, that happened. The point is he's there, right? He's in
Oh,
Twin
are you talking
Peaks.
about the rape?
Yeah, yes, I'm
Okay,
talking.
sorry. I was like,
Yes,
the
I'm talking about
Audrey hospital. What happened? What is he
that's
glossing
what I'm
over
talking
so
about.
quickly without any
Sorry,
detail?
I was just trying not to dwell on it, but
Okay.
yeah, that's the thing that happened.
Okay.
And we will have to talk about that at some point because the Cooper and Audrey relationship is significant in the show. Anyway,
Mhm. Mhm.
um, not so much in the pilot, but later. Um, anyway, my point was that he's there in Twin Peaks, right? We know, like, and there was some shit with the major too, right? Like the major, like his station burned. I forget the details. There's some weird shit. Like his station
He
got set
had
on
like a
fire.
lookout station and it caught fire, which
Yeah,
seems
and
to
then he was in a
suggest
car
Mr.
or
C went to
something.
talk to him, but also like he didn't know where he was. It was like a weird thing.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah, he went to see the major, and then yeah, and then like something. Yeah, now
Oh, but then the major like disappeared from the fire, and he tried to kill him in the fire, but didn't. Right?
yeah, something like that. But the
And
head,
then the
there was a
major's head
head.
flew off.
Yeah. Oh no, 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 no. I think what happened. This is great. This is like two people try to recall a TV show 2 years later. So
Yeah,
it's like
aka a fun listen.
I think I think it was like he disappeared. I think you were right the first time. Like he disappeared and then like he contacts Hastings, and Ruth
Yep.
and then makes contact with them and then I think what happens is, of course, we can't know because they never show it. But I think what happens is like they make contact, and then like the woodsman or Mister C or both or
Oh, that's
whatever.
right. He goes out to the other place with the little houses place.
Yeah, yeah, Buckhorn, like, and
Yeah.
and and they kill him and Ruth, and like put her head on his body or something. But
Mm-hmm.
his head escapes.
Yep.
I don't know how that worked, but his head escaped to the White Lodge
Yep.
or whatever you want to call
You know
that.
that phrase, you would have lost your head if it wasn't attached to your shoulders,
Yeah,
It's
yeah, yeah.
that's there it is. That's
He
where it comes
really
from.
took that to heart. Yeah, exactly. So, uh anyway, oh god, there's so much shit with that. We're gonna have to get into that because that's a whole thing too with the major. Oh man,
Yeah, it's a
I love
lot.
it. It's like full show of we're gonna talk about this later. Anyway, my point was that like okay, he's there like Major, Audrey, blah blah blah, stuff, right? And then
Mhm.
like he leaves town. Okay, right? That's what happened. Okay,
Yep.
so first question: when did he decide this is what I want? The little, like where did he learn about it? Did he just
Mhm.
get it from Cooper's memory? I know we talked about this before, but it's like,
Yeah.
okay, if he already knew, then next question, why didn't he just go over to Sarah's house right then? She's right there. I don't get it.
He
Why is
didn't
it so
know
magical? It's just weird. I
he
know
did
he didn't know that's where she was. I guess that's a
Yeah.
problem,
Yeah.
but uh it's like it's just weird. It's weird that he goes
Well,
to
listen,
South America.
first he yeah, I was gonna say, first he has to become a South American billionaire. Like, he's gotta get a villa or 2. That takes 20 years, in that economy. And,
Right, right.
and then it's 5 years for the rest of the stuff. Yeah, I think he's creating a Dougie or two, right?
He
Or
created a Dougie. He made
yeah, I
he
mean,
made a box in New York,
yeah, he was
and he
busy.
was doing all that shit. But then it's like he was right there. Like it's just I don't know. It's like it's just weird to me. Like how did this mystery happen? You know, like I guess I guess I'm
Well,
just confused. Like who knows about Judy and why? You know, and who doesn't know about Judy and why not? You know what I mean? So like the giant thing where
yeah.
he like flips the screen like implies to me that he knew where Judy was. I think.
What?
But like because it shows like the Palmer house, you know.
The fireman.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah,
We were
yeah,
talking
the
about
fireman.
when he's in the opera house.
Yeah.
I feel like these
Yeah.
are Russian codes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So
The
like
fireman in the opera house pointed to the Palmer home.
yeah, so you know, Mr. C, he goes to Jackrabbit's palace, and we
Yeah.
see him like in the White Lodge or whatever you want to call that
Hmm.
place, in like a cage or
Oh, that's
something.
right. So we talked about that. It's this weird idea that somehow, and I guess it's because Philip Jeffries, Philip T. Kettle Jeffries, gave him the coordinates to the entrance to the White Lodge, right, or something.
I think not. I think actually,
I'm
those
sorry, he gave him yeah, sorry, so yeah, he thought Philip Jeffries knew the coordinates to get to Judy,
yeah,
but Jeffries gives him the booby trap
I think
coordinates.
so. I think
Okay,
so.
yeah,
I think the real coordinates came
from
from
Ruth.
Diane via yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, I
from
think
Tulpa
that's
Diane.
yeah, Tulpa Diane. Oh boy. Yeah,
Yeah,
so yeah, I think those are the coordinates that were quote unquote real, but I even question those because it seems like they led to the White Lodge and like Judy wasn't there,
but
right? I
see,
mean,
that's the thing. So it gets back to the most you can say about Mr. C is that for some reason he thought a that Philip Jeffries could give him the coordinates to get to Judy, and B that and he might have specifically, I forgot what the dialogue is, but he might have specifically wanted to go to the White Lodge, like he knew that was the way to get to Judy.
yeah,
But what he didn't know was that he was going to be an abstractation of himself in that realm, and a fireman would divert him very easily to another
right.
location.
Yeah,
But he didn't know what Judy was. So that's the thing. Even if he got to the sheriff's station, right? It's not like he goes, "Wait, where's Sarah Palmer?"
right.
So it's not
Yeah,
that
he
he's
didn't know
looking
what
for
to
Sarah.
expect. Yeah.
So he
Otherwise, he
does.
could just drive to Sarah's. It's not that hard to
Exactly.
find.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
so I think that's the problem is he doesn't know what Judy is.
Right. Right.
He
So
only
yeah,
knows
that's
details about how to get there.
it's like, is that because of Cooper? Is that like the like in the Black Lodge? Like they none of
Yeah,
them know that?
I
Or
think nobody knows that. I think
nobody knows that.
yeah, the fireman knows that,
Okay.
but it seems like no one on the earth knew that.
Yeah.
And that's why Mr. Cooper or Mr. C was
That is what C stands for.
yeah, yeah. But it's weird calling him Mr. Cooper.
No, I know, I know. Yeah.
What am I hanging with him? Um that's a modern joke.
Nice.
That joke makes me sound young.
Yeah.
Um and all
Yeah, the
the kids
millennials
know
love
that
that one.
show. Yeah, millennials are all about UPN. Was that on UPN? I don't know.
I don't think so. Wasn't that on like NBC or something? Am I
Let's
wrong?
spend an hour figuring it out. Let's see. Oh, Mr. C. Yeah, there we go. Look at that segue. But yeah,
Boom.
anyway, so Mr. C is you
ABC. Sorry, go ahead.
ABC. There we go. Woo! Now we can all sleep at
Same
night.
network as Twin Peaks. There you go.
Hey, look at that tie-in.
Boom.
And you just told everyone our sponsor for this week's episode. Disney's ABC. That's the official title. I think I made a point.
I think so. Oh, but I thought there was more. Was
Was
that
there
it?
more? I think the rest of the point was Mr.
Hanging with
C.
Mr. C. Uh,
Yeah, I think I was just trying to say that Mr. C only knew, basically some details of where Judy was, but he didn't actually know what that Judy was in a person. And so part of the problem is the original information about Judy in terms of what Mr. C knows comes from Cooper, which comes from the Blue Rose Task Force.
right.
And they didn't really find anything out, it seemed,
Yeah.
that was very helpful. So
Right.
Mr. C started with
Otherwise, they
this
should
like,
have been like, go to the Palmer house.
yeah, yeah. So they had this half baked idea
It's way
that he
easier.
started with. And it also seemed like
Though he is going there in the
a,
end.
a normal version of the story would have been like Bob tells Mr. C to go find Judy, you know, and therefore it
Right.
alleviates the need for Mr. C to know a lot about what he wants and why because some other
Right.
entity is making him do it. But they
Right.
didn't really do that.
No.
It's Mr. C who wants it, but he doesn't
Seemingly, yeah.
have a great reason why he wants it, right?
Right.
It's just this abstract idea of power, perhaps.
I
But it's not
guess.
like
Yeah.
he didn't ever say, like, I have to get Bob to Judy. I want the ultimate power, and I can only get that if I combine Bob and Judy. Or like,
Right.
I want to be a normal man, and therefore I have to offload this Borb into Judy.
Right.
Like, whatever the case may be, So
Yeah.
um, that's what's tough. I think a normal version, it would have been Bob it would have been clear that Bob is the reason it needs to go to Judy because that's what we saw in episode 8. We saw Bob come from Judy, so
Right.
we have this sense of completion by being this with them being reunited.
Yeah, yeah. And the fact that like the giant or the fireman or whatever sees the Borb,
Mm-hmm.
and that's when the Lorb happens.
Mm-hmm.
Um and the fact that, Cooper brings Laura to the Palmer house at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Um and the fact that Mr. C was trying to go there, perhaps unknowingly. It seems like those things should be related.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
can't tell you how or why. And it's weird that like there is a scene with the giant and Cooper, but he's like, it's in our house now. Like, like, is that the Palmer house? Like, what are you talking about? I don't know what that means.
Yeah. I it seems like
Like, that's a chance for him to be like communicate. You know what I mean? It seems like that should have been the scene where it's like, here's where Judy is,
mhm.
Otherwise, like, why is Cooper going there? What's the plan?
Yeah, it's actually strange that Judy is even a character on this show and Bob isn't just the ultimate villain, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that it got bigger than that is really strange. So I was gonna say, you know, it would make sense when they see when the fireman sees the Bob orb coming to Earth, and then he makes Laura, it makes it seem like there's a 1-to-1 ratio there, right? Where they're equal and opposites, and that the way to
Right.
defeat Bob is to bring it to the Laura orb, right? But
Right.
that's not it because the way to defeat Bob is with the green glove of destiny,
Right.
and it just needs to be pummeled into non-existence. Non-existent. Wow, I just forgot about that scene and
Yep.
just remembered it as
Yep.
being one of the best moments of television ever. Yeah, I forgot. Wow, I forgot about some of that Red Room stuff.
Yeah.
It's really the best.
Early
Um,
part, yeah.
yeah, yikes. um, So did I finish my point? But yeah, so then that means that the lore orb is really to take care of Judy,
Right.
which is why seemingly Cooper brings Laura to Judy. But again, like, why does he even think to bring Laura there? Besides, Laura's the one,
Right.
uh, But this idea that it seems like he's doing this to save her, when in
Mhm.
reality he should be doing it to stop Judy.
Right.
And it's not clear that even though like he saw that sign Judy's, right?
Mhm.
Which
Yeah.
something happened there, whatever that was about.
Yeah.
Um,
That was where she worked or something. If I remember
yeah.
right.
Yeah, it was weird. So I'm not convinced that Cooper is trying to use Laura to stop Judy. Because it seems like he's also doing it to save Laura, like
Mhm.
to bring her home or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like to safety,
Right.
not
Right.
annihilation. You
Right.
know? And also, Laura is not understanding of her true nature at all.
Right.
And so that's another interesting thing, right? She's not like the Fifth Element, the
Right.
titular character in the Fifth Element, where she know, I guess Lilu or Lilu or something was her name, uh,
Mhm.
something with an L, right? Lily. Um, sounds like I'm making this up. I'm pretty
Sounds
close.
French.
Well,
Uh
Luc Besson directed it, right? Directed
yeah,
that,
yeah,
right?
I had a feeling.
Yeah,
Let's see. I'll look it up here. We're looking at yeah, Lilu. You're right.
Lilu. I was right. Sounds like I made
Nice.
that up, but
It
Lilu.
does. Wow,
Uh,
Lilu.
yeah. So it's not like Laura is that character where she knows her true purpose and what her destiny is, and she's
Right.
aligned with it at a certain point, all that stuff, and even by the end, right? It's not like Cooper's like, okay, thank you for this 15-hour car ride where I didn't talk to you at all, but like now you need to merge with this metaphysical like monster so that we can save the multiverse or something.
Right.
Uh, you know, she didn't get
Yeah.
that talk.
There's no explanation. And of course, because uh when he, knocks on the door, like the
Mhm.
person who answers is not who he's expecting, and
Mhm.
he realizes that it's not the year he thought it was, apparently. I guess that kind of like derails the whole thing. So it's just like it's one of those things where it's like
Mhm.
the only version we see is the fucked up version, and so
Yeah.
it's hard to know what if Sarah Palmer had answered the
Well, I was
door,
just gonna
like.
say, what if we're thinking about this the wrong way? What if what if the end of the show is not Cooper failing exactly, but a sort of um accidental triumph? What if the best outcome is 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 Laura not coming home and Judy's slash Sarah's there? Uh, and not that Cooper planned this, but what if that's actually the victory? And just like, I guess what's in my head right now is just like when Bob is in the opera house and he's about to go, there's two doors. Door number one, is the Palmer House, and door number two is the sheriff's station, and the giant just like presses a button or whatever he does,
Swipes
and
left or something,
swipes
yeah.
left. I forgot it has gestures. It's got iOS 10, and and uh and then he goes to the other place. What if something like that happened with Cooper behind the scenes that we didn't see, that like somebody saved Cooper from himself? What if there's a deleted scene where, however Cooper got to that reality, like the giant just swiped and put him in a different year, which prevented him from bringing Laura to Judy because that
Hmm.
was the ultimate goal. Although it
Hmm.
seems like the ultimate goal was for them to reunite so Judy's extinct.
Right.
But for that, for this new theory I have that doesn't work. But then I'm trying to think about it from a completely different way, and I'm like, well, what if that was actually good? And what if that's what was needed to like break the trance or the cycle or what reality that they're stuck in? And so when Laura screams, like I know this is completely not how everyone takes it, including myself. But like, what if that was a good thing? Like reality comes crashing down at the end of the show. Like maybe that was them breaking free of something and
Hmm.
not sort of being trapped in something.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. It definitely seems like it wasn't Cooper's plan.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Um,
Yeah, but that was the whole thing,
but
right? Is his plans aren't always right.
oh yeah, yeah, definitely.
And
Yeah,
and it would tie into this idea of why he got the year wrong because it was something that was outside of his control,
right.
right? But anyway, I just kind of like that idea of somebody like, ah, look at Cooper. He's about to screw this up. He's about to send Sarah, and he's about to put Laura right into Judy's hands. Ah, swipe left. Put him
Hmm.
in another year,
Yeah,
or something.
yeah.
Uh, yeah, But it's a weird ending. It's such a strange ending.
It is. Yeah, it is. It is. There's a different world where, like, I think the ending is frustrating, but really the uncertainty about the ending is like it kind of saves season three for me. I think like if we had had Dougie for like 13 episodes and then like just episode 17 where
mm-hmm.
like Freddy punches the Borb and like he's like,
Yeah.
"Hey, I'm back, everybody," and like
Mm-hmm.
they all celebrate. Like, I definitely wouldn't have, um, I wouldn't have liked it that much.
Mm-hmm.
That would have seemed a bit underwhelming to me. I like the fact that they took it in a crazy new direction, but on the other hand, yeah, it's I like there definitely could have been story clues that could have made it clearer if like something like what you're saying happened, like especially like something more with the giant, you know.
Mm-hmm.
That
Well, I
scene
mean, but that's
with the
all that
giant and
stuff.
Cooper is like one of the most frustrating things to me. The first scene, of season three, where we're never even given a context for it. You know, they never
What's the
even
scene?
what
What's the scene?
the first scene of the season three. It's like Cooper and the giant in the little room, and he's like, listen to the sounds.
Oh, okay.
It's
Yeah,
in our
yeah, yeah.
house now.
Oh,
Um,
listen to the sounds.
listen to the
Wow,
sounds.
we're talking about the sounds right now in the
Yeah, yeah,
in
yeah.
this scene.
And that
And
sound that he plays.
being in the house.
Yeah, yeah. The sound that he plays is the same sound that you hear right before Laura gets whisked away
Mm-hmm.
in the woods. He's apparently taking Laura to
Yeah,
Jackrabbit's palace, but yeah, Laura gets taken away, and then it becomes this whole ordeal
yeah.
um, involving Odessa and all that stuff.
Well, that's the thing. Time
Um,
played a big role in the show, particularly in season three, and they played a lot with time. So it's
yeah.
ending on what year in it is definitely on theme, if not confounding. But again, like this that montage of images that the giant showed Andy, seemed
Ugh.
to suggest he knew about Carrie Page, right?
Yes,
So this
right. That was
idea
in
that
there. Yeah.
yeah, so this idea that he's
Yeah.
manipulating or controlling or involved in that last part of the story makes sense. And that could be the clue to be like, oh yeah, the giant's gonna put them in this world that's the wrong year, like to make sure that like the good outcome happens or something,
Right. Right.
or maybe it's not the final outcome, but it's the best scenario for now. Like, maybe Laura isn't ready to meet Judy,
Mm-hmm.
because she's not the real Laura yet. She's in this Carrie Page world and she's got to shatter that.
Right.
Maybe that's what's happening at the end. She's sharing the Carrie Page Odessa world, and then she'll come back to being the Laura we know, and then she could be ready to face Judy, maybe.
Yeah.
Um, because I think Laura as a character needs to, um, like basically almost like season 6 of Lost. After they wake up and the flash sideways, where like think about their own past, right? Like what actually
Mm-hmm.
happened to me, and now
Yeah.
what do I do next?
Right.
Like we don't ever get a Laura that is in the place to do that.
Yeah.
And Carrie Page is the only one that's like post, all the stuff that happened, but she's not actually that really Laura.
Right.
So like if the end of the show is uh you know Laura dropping the Carrie Page persona and going back to Laura, then she could be in the present, understanding her past, and then deciding what to do next. And I feel like that should be important for her overall story if it has something to do with Judy or something to do with her greater purpose, right? In terms of being connected to or the creation of this orb the giant created.
Yeah.
Um, Otherwise, she's just a prop, right? And I don't really understand what she is.
Right.
But to create an entity that seems to have no self awareness of its magnitude seems problematic. That's like it, you know what I mean. Like, shouldn't the orb at some point realize it's an orb
Right.
and not like some broken little girl? You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
if you're gonna make that thing a character, like, your main character.
Right.
uh
Yeah. 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 No, I agree. I mean, there is the Laura stuff in the Black Lodge. She
mhm
has the scene. There's the whispering. Um,
mhm
there's the being taken away the first time.
mhm
Um, and I don't know that that really helps much, but it's kind of the closest we get to, a glimpse of Laura as Laura,
yeah
um, in season three, you know.
mhm
Um, but I think the other thing I was gonna say is that in the solution of the murder, um, here, and more severely, I guess, in Fire Walk with Me, which it kind of they tie together, but you already have like uh, time skipping or
yeah
time transcending or whatever, like turning, as a
mhm
part of the story. So I think it's valid to say like time messing around with like time, like different time periods interacting with each other, like was already a part of the story. Um, Laura seemingly like tells Cooper the answer after her death, I guess, or
mhm
or was it before? It's a little confusing. Um, is the future, is the past? I don't know, but yeah, but somehow across time,
mhm
that happened. Um, from the past to the future, maybe, I'm not sure, but uh yeah, I think those are, the fact that Cooper doesn't talk and the fact that Laura is this other person definitely makes it like kind of impenetrable, like what's going on with either one of them at the end.
mhm yeah
Like, I don't know what either one of them's thinking or why.
Yeah, and
It's
then
like,
don't forget Carrie just killed somebody that
yeah,
no one's gonna talk about.
yeah, it's a
And I
dead
feel
guy
like
in the
that's
living
the
room.
that's the person we're not talking about this time. Like, we're not gonna talk about the dead person.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that was weird. That was so weird. Like, I'm not gonna comment on that. I mean, he doesn't even say that. It's like, all right, let's go. Uh,
Yeah, it's like it doesn't matter.
I see no problem here. Like, okay,
Mhm.
aren't you an FBI agent? Didn't you say I am the FBI? Are we beyond that? I don't know. I guess like that goes back to the Bookhouse Boys and the fact that Cooper cares more about morality than he does about the law, and so
Mm-hmm.
maybe like ultimately he cares more about this mission than about like this dead guy and like whatever happened.
Well, it's not. It's it. You know, this is after we live inside a dream, so I think your priorities kind of change when you have that realization.
Yeah, and that is, yeah, that's yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's a tough one. It's a weird one.
Yeah, it's like of all the crazy things that happened on the show, particularly in season three, that went it to a whole new level, and it was like, oh, like you don't even know what's going on.
Yeah. Ugh. Oh boy. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that part. Mm.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna say, you know, you mentioned a different version of season three where they cut out so that last part of the craziness with the Carrie Page world and all that,
Yeah.
and it ends
Which would
with like,
include We Live Inside a Dream.
yeah. So what is it, Freddy? Right? That's the glove
Yeah.
guy. So
Yeah.
he destroys Bob with his green gardening glove of destiny,
Yep.
and um, and then like where's real Cooper? Real Cooper shows up.
He's already
Well, he's
there.
already there. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. He's already there. And he's like, well, gang, that was certainly an adventure. Lucy, why don't you lay them all out? And, you know, she lays out all the donuts and they have some donuts and coffee and then like what happens? Like they just, um, he just wraps it up. Like he's called back to Philadelphia, case closed. Um like what's the traditional ending? I mean, that's all I can think of.
Yeah,
Like,
like he retires there or something. I don't know. Yeah. Or he goes off on a new case.
mhm. Yeah, I feel like yeah, the last line of the show in a really bad traditional version would be um you know, they're like, "So, Cooper, what are you gonna do now? Back to the FBI? Get out back to HQ?" You know, and this would be the new Sheriff Truman. Oh, did he get killed? Did
What?
Bob kill Sheriff Truman?
Nah, he just like knocked his head off.
Oh, that's right.
Knocked his hat
The
off.
opposite of getting killed. His hat flew up.
Yeah, his head flew.
Um, the good old anti-murder.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
no,
this is
he's
him saying,
fine.
you know, so what are you gonna do now, Cooper? You know, and he goes, well, you know, I got some unfinished business down in South America. You know, and because to me, it's like this idea that like Cooper, there's some loose ends, you know, to this story,
Mm-hmm.
and he's gonna go investigate some loose ends, and maybe we'll see that in season four
Right.
in this TV show that never gets picked up again.
Right. Right. Right.
Um, but yeah, I find this ending. It just it just keeps on giving. You know, it just kind of the ante just kind of up, you know, winds itself up by the end instead of down like most. You know, most stories climax. You know, and then there's the denouement,
Right.
and what's and and to quote a phrase, and you know, but it's like, you know, the drama is going down and then it ends, right? But
Yeah.
this like keeps going up. Like
Yeah.
it just after the we live inside a dream, Bob's dead, like it keeps going up. And it ends on this crazy high drama of
Right.
what year is it? I'm wrong about something. We hear Sarah scream Laura's name and then like Laura screams and the world shatters. So
Yeah.
that's a, you know, that's a big moment.
Definitely. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just it's very interesting, totally unexpected, and it just kind of I don't know, reframes the whole series. Definitely season three. Um, and yeah, I feel like a lot of the problems that I have with season three, like that I go over in my mind, like boil down to trying to understand that ending. Like
Mm-hmm.
that's just a huge part of it. Because like most plots that are mysterious connect to that in some way,
Yeah.
you know. I don't think there's really much like aside from some of that weird shit that went nowhere, um, like literally, that you can't kind of tie back to stuff that's either like directly or indirectly related to
Mm-hmm.
that final thing. So, yeah, I think it was it's really interesting ending, and definitely like I think I said this back when we podcasted about it. It's sort of a way to it was a way to it was a way to maintain that level of interest that I always felt like season two at the end has. Cooper in the mirror. It
Mm-hmm.
was always such a great like idea of like that's the end. That's all you get.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're welcome. But more on their own terms, I guess. Like
Yeah.
that was more of a compromise thing, sort of inherently, and yeah, it seems like, and with Laura whispering too, like it was a way to like reclaim all the good stuff about the original series, like but entirely on their own terms.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's how it seems to me. Like it brought us back to that place, but yeah, in a kind of 2017 way.
Yeah. Yeah, something just dawned on me that doesn't quite work, but it almost works. Is this idea that the end of season two, Cooper basically comes out of the Black Lodge the correct year, but the wrong Cooper,
Mm-hmm.
and the end of season three, it's the correct Cooper we're
Right,
left
Cooper,
with, but
wrong
the
year.
wrong year. And I don't know if that means anything. He had come out of the Black Lodge a couple times by that point, but just
Right,
kind of that idea of I was just trying to draw a line directly from the end of season three back to the end of season two. Just that idea of like this idea of Cooper coming out of the lodge, but it's the wrong year, wrong Cooper.
right. That was another question I had actually, which was like at the curtain call, when Diane's waiting there, like
Oh, not the curtain
we
call.
sorry. We never see Twin Peaks there, they just like leave, um and
Mm-hmm.
there's also like another time shift that happens, so
Yeah.
so it's like I don't even know what to think about, but I always wonder like what was Twin Peaks like then, when they came
Mm-hmm.
out. Was it just like more or less back to the present,
Yeah.
or did they go to some other period, or
That whole
what
part,
happened?
that whole ending of the time shift and the Diane driving through the other dimension, and then the turning into Richard and all that stuff, and it reminds me so much of Lost Highway. It's like the
Yeah.
story of Twin Peaks took a detour into the world of Lost Highway, and like Cooper became a Lost Highway character. You know, this whole we live inside a dream thing is so Lost Highway, and yeah, that just and then the aesthetic too. That whole like that desert motel
Mhm.
thing,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
the driving, and the like
Yeah.
listlessness of like the scenery and the town and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, just it's like he just the whole style just moved to Lost Highway at the end.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that there's that back to Lost Highway, the the opening spoiler if you haven't seen Lost Highway, the opening closing, Dick Laurent is dead. You know, somebody being on a doorstep and that being an important moment. The same way the end of Twin Peaks,
That's
being on a
true.
doorstep, you know, talking to someone in the house,
Yep.
and it
There's
being this
also a
important.
time thing happening in
Yeah, there's a
there.
time thing happening there. Yeah, so there's something that's happening that's similar.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Yeah, yeah. I mean, he has his things he likes to do.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say too.
Um,
You know, this idea of Bob creeping around the house. You know, you've got the mystery man creeping around the house.
oh yeah, yeah, definitely.
You know, and all that kind of stuff. So
Yeah.
no, he's definitely got his thing, but I think it's interesting to see that he in closing out Twin Peaks, he made connections to Lost Highway.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that was the thing I had a hard time with the first time, which is like seeing Cooper as a Fred Madison type character,
Mm-hmm.
um because like Fred Madison is so like yeah, conflicted and insecure and like
Mm-hmm.
um I don't know, like uh dissatisfied with his life, like it's homicidal. I don't know. It's weird to me. It was jarring to me to have like Cooper suddenly in that role,
Mm-hmm.
you know. Um it's one thing when it was Mr. C, um who's like inherently a dark character, uh but yeah, it's weird that even Cooper at the end is like pretty like a brooding type character. It's strange.
Yeah, and it's again, it goes back to that journey he went through in the Black Lodge and all that stuff. It's tough to know. Was that just a sobering experience? You know?
Yeah, yeah, I guess so. I would like to know. Uh I mean, that goes back to like what he thought about that 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's never really commented on. Like you spent 25 years in there. Like, whoa.
What are you gonna do now?
And he
I am
aged,
not going to Disneyland.
So there's no like it's not like,
Yeah,
oh, it
it's
was like nothing for him, like and maybe it was, but it doesn't look that way. I don't know.
it seems like he spent 25 years basically not talking to anyone.
Yeah. Wouldn't that like fuck you up? Like, I don't
Yeah,
know. Like that's
as a human
weird.
being.
Yeah. Yeah, and like the only interactions you have are like with those people, like
Mm-hmm.
Jesus. I'd lose my shit. I guess he was relatively well adjusted from that point of view. But but yeah, I think it was, yeah, this it wasn't as acknowledged or important as I expected it to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I know there's some like obvious stuff like technology or whatever where it's like, okay, I get that they're not gonna address that. It's fine. Cooper is just a master of technology, so he just instantly understands it or something. But whatever, that's cool.
What are you referring to?
Just the fact that like in 25 years, like I would think like various elements of technology would surprise him more, I guess. There's just really no mention at all of like him being surprised or interested by new technologies that,
Yeah, it didn't. I mean, David Lynch isn't.
yeah, yeah, exactly.
I would imagine, unless it's a digital camera back in
Oh
2007,
god, oh god.
or when was that? 2004,
Yeah, it's 7. I think you're
seven.
right. You're right.
Yeah, I think. There's no none of that, and I think that's the other Cooper. The other Cooper who's jovial and upbeat would have been fascinated by
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
that
guess that's the
technology
thing.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, you're like, ooh, look at
Yeah, this guy
this.
didn't have
Like,
time for it. You know, he woke up from a coma and he had to get to business. And
yeah,
you know, there's yeah, they were cordoned off from new technology pretty well. Luckily, airplanes, don't change that much. Um,
Right.
so when he flew, he didn't have to be surprised by anything,
Right. Right.
except of course having to take his shoes off at the airport. And
Right.
don't anyone tell him about 9/11.
Oh God.
I think we just spent an hour talking about the first scene here. I
Uh-huh.
think that was an hour off of now that I hear the sounds, I can tell it's not her.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right.
Yep. Yep. So this is going to be a really short podcast.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is that, if you'll pardon the expression, we are kind of at ground zero here in the Palmer
Yikes.
house.
Too
So,
soon.
too soon. All right, sorry. It's just like, it evokes like all sorts of things from later in the show. So I
Yeah.
feel like that made it hard not to dwell a bit here. Especially, Sarah. Sarah also is like not really a major figure in the original series.
Hmm.
She's not there for several episodes. Um, and I don't even know if she's even ever part of the main cast. Like, it's kind of weird, given her importance for the overall story. It's
Hmm.
uh because, like, really, she didn't know anything, or did she? No, I don't know. It's But regardless, like, she doesn't really play a big role in the investigation. um
Hmm.
and certainly we see more of her when the story is like more focused on that that part of the lore investigation, and, like, we're seeing like her and Leland interacting with other people and stuff like that. But yeah, I think it stands out because there's like more of Sarah in the pilot than we necessarily get, you know in
Later on.
a lot of other episodes. I mean, some of them
Yeah.
there's more, but yeah, I think that's one of the things that kind of stands out about it.
Have we talked about the idea that um Bob that basically how do I want to say this, that Laura got onto Judy's radar. Well, I guess that doesn't work if Judy was in Sarah. Well, I was trying to make a connection between this idea from Fire Walk with Me that Bob wants to inhabit Laura,
Mm-hmm.
and that because he's denied that, like, that, kind of retroactively saying this is why, if Judy's in Sarah, this is why Sarah is so distraught, because now she and or Bob can't have Laura.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not like, oh, she's just a grieving mother. It's like, no, she's like a grieving deity or something, or whatever she is.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to connect that to the Sarah of season 3, who seems to be waiting as if she has a second chance at it, but then is denied, at getting Laura,
Yeah. Yeah.
but is somehow denied that when Cooper changes the past, even though that already had happened.
And he's trying to bring her to the
And it's
Palmer
complicated
house.
because he's actually trying to bring her there.
Yeah. Yeah,
Because
something
he,
weird's going on there.
yeah, yeah, well,
It's like, fuck you, Cooper. Bring her here. It's like, that's what I'm trying to do. Like, get off my
yeah,
back.
well, and I guess that's the thing is it's not Cooper who removed her from the timeline.
True. It
And again,
was,
and
who
that
was
actually
it
goes,
again? Remind me.
well, I'll tell you off podcast when I make something up. Uh, when
I
but
agree
I was
second
gonna
with that.
say it goes back to my new theory that someone saved Cooper from himself by preventing them from being in the correct time year or whatever at the end of the series, and it's the same person who took Laura out of the timeline when Cooper tries to bring her home from the past
Yeah,
because that's bad. So
right.
now there's two instances at least of a person intervening so that Cooper doesn't bring Laura and Sarah face to face.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. You're right. Maybe it's that guy on the phone.
He needs a reason to exist in the story.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
I'd like to tie him into something that's meaningful. Yeah, maybe it is him. He'll be with Mr. C again. Uh no, what did he say? I'll be with Bob
I
again.
wonder if he ever
Sorry.
got to be with Bob again.
Oh
What about
man.
that guy?
Well, Bob got destroyed, so I'd say
Did
no.
he? Yeah, he did. You're right.
Well, that's not
So
destroyed.
yeah, was that guy disappointed? Was that is that what made the vendetta?
Where did the glove come from again?
The giant, more or less. I mean, it came from a hardware store, but yeah, the giant told Freddy to go buy this glove.
God, why didn't the giant give Cooper the glove?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, it's weird. Like it's what this like weird
Yeah.
British guy. Like, it's go over to Twin Peaks. Like, what?
Hmm.
It just it makes no sense at all. I don't get it. I really don't get it.
It's like, uh, yeah. There's got to be some reason why a whole character is introduced just to be British and have a green gardening glove.
Yeah, yeah. Like, I don't. I. It's that's totally baffling to me.
Because it seems like it should have been somebody in Twin Peaks.
You would think
If it
so.
was going to be somebody else,
Yeah.
why wasn't it Andy?
Yeah.
Andy got a message, whatever
Yeah.
from the fireman.
For all the good it did, but yeah.
Why didn't he say, "Hey, go down to the local hardware store and get that green glove"?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
there's bringing a whole character from the other side of the world is crazy to.
For no apparent reason. Like, why
Yeah,
did it even matter? If it was just the glove, like, you would think
are there any
anybody
British
could do
characters on the show?
it. Dick Tremaine always seems British to me, but I think technically he's not supposed to be British.
He's just proper.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's played by a British actor and he uses British slang like repeatedly.
Hmm.
So I'm just like, how is he not British? But then, like, Doc
Yeah,
Hayward's like, don't make me, whatever, drop you on your head, or like I should have, whatever. He basically says like he was there
yeah.
when Dick Tremaine was
Maybe
born.
he went to
So
British boarding school.
okay, there you go. You just solved it.
Yeah, yeah.
He's like a reverse Daniel Faraday, where it's just like he's British for no apparent reason.
Hmm. Um, yeah, I was just trying to think if Freddie had some lineage that
Oh,
would
and
make
Andrew's like
sense.
that too. But again, it's a British actor, so
Yeah.
that's just a byproduct, I guess.
Oh,
But
that's
yeah,
just because he's
actual
rich.
like for real British character,
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think
Yeah, I
so.
was just trying to like it would make sense if he was somebody's kid, right? Like if he tied into something.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. Yeah, Eckhart is. I think he's supposed to be South African. I mean, that's not really British.
Hmm.
But again, British actor. Um, too many British actors. It's just like, uh, yeah.
Yeah, Freddie's
Yeah, no, I don't think
Freddie's a
there's
weird
any way for that to be.
character.
You'd have to say like someone moved to England
Hmm.
and there's
But
like,
but So again, and again, here's a back to the fireman intervening, which he did a lot. He's like
A
Jacob,
lot. So much like Jacob.
except he did stuff.
He did stuff. That's true.
But he didn't explain himself.
That's like Jacob. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like this like I don't want to interfere too much, but like
but I'm meddling
I'm
everywhere.
meddling a lot. Yeah, like I'm not going to tell you the answer, but I'm
Mm-hmm.
also not going to tell you enough information.
Yeah.
I'm just going to like mess around and like see how it all plays out.
Characters like that are really strange. Especially
Yeah.
when they seem like they could solve the problem themselves,
Yeah,
but they
yeah, that's
seem
something. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, I was gonna say that seems to be a thing where you get to this point where they're so powerful. It's like, well, why do you even need the humans? Why do you even need the little people? And
Right.
it's like, well, because
Yeah. I was gonna say that's another thing he says in that opening scene is it can't be said aloud now or something like that.
hmm,
Uh, and I think when he visits in the first episode of season two, i.e., episode eight, um, he says something like, "This is all I'm permitted to say." Um, and so there's like this implication there of like rules or something about like
mm-hmm,
what he's allowed to do by
hmm,
I don't know what forces, other entities.
hmm.
I don't know what we're supposed to think, but like this idea like I can't say more than this. I don't know. Maybe it's a self-imposed limit, but that's the closest I can get to like why doesn't he say more? Why isn't he more helpful?
Yeah, I'd have to go look at that transcript, but I just had this idea of what if this "we live inside a dream" thing has rules to it, and if he says the wrong thing or too much or whatever, it could like shatter the reality or break the rules or something. Maybe the
Mhm.
rules have something to do with that.
Mhm. That's interesting. Listen to the sounds. Can't be said aloud. It's in our house now. Yeah, I still can't quite do it, but yeah,
What
that's
did he say? Can't be said aloud.
oh boy. Let's go to the tape here. Uh, and by the tape I mean like the transcript. Cuz I didn't tape anything. Um who tapes things? Um Oh right. Oh, I love it. I love it when you go to the transcript. Like it doesn't have those parts
Oh,
because it's like backwards speak or whatever.
yeah, I'm seeing that now.
It's very irritating. Okay. I have found it before though, so I'm just
The
gonna
Glastonbury Grove one, maybe.
yeah, do you what? Okay, here we go. All right, I found something. It might be in here. Okay. Is this it? Yeah, this must be it. Yeah. Agent Cooper, listen to the sounds. It is in our house now. It all cannot be said aloud now. Remember Richard and Linda, two birds with one stone. And then he says, I understand. And then the giant says, you are far away.
Two Birds, One Stone now makes me think of Bob and Judy, and they both are. Laura's the one.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. I
Remember
remember
Richard and
talking a lot
Linda.
about the birds. There's another line later in season three about two birds with one stone. I think it had to do with, yeah, I think it was from Gordon's big like exposition dump.
Yep, I remember that. Yeah.
Which implies it's connected to Judy in some way.
Mm-hmm.
Though I think, it isn't clear from what he says, like exactly what it means. But um, I don't know why this thing like says that that's Dougie. It doesn't make any sense at all. But okay, whatever. Like I don't know who wrote this fucking thing, but um, it's not Dougie. Why do you think that's Dougie? All right. So anyway, yeah, that was the line. It's in our house now. It all cannot be said aloud now.
What did Cooper say something before that?
Oh, he said it is. Yeah, it is in our house now. And then Cooper says it is. And
Okay.
then maybe that's a question. I don't know.
Yeah.
um, and then yeah, then the giant says it all cannot be said aloud now.
Huh.
Oh, and
And
remember
you
4:30. I forgot that part.
and you also wonder if that's just a time constraint. Like I can't tell you everything right now because there's not enough time.
It could be. Yeah,
You know.
because he does disappear.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I can't. I can't prove that's not what happened.
All right. You want to go to the next scene? Scene.
Ultimate rabbit hole. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go to the next scene. Oh
Instead of
man.
solving season 3, how about we go to the next scene?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We got plenty of time to do that, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, so this is like upstairs, downstairs, basically. We're in the Palmer house, so Sarah just heard the footsteps upstairs, so now we go upstairs and we see Hawk finding Laura's diary in her room,
Mm-hmm.
and he asks Leland about a key, and Leland asks if they have to take it, and Hawk says they'll return it as soon as possible, and then he picks up a video camera that may or may not matter.
All right.
And then downstairs, I'll just finish this bit here. Sarah says that Laura said good night, and she said good night, sweetheart. And then the phone rings, and Harry asks if Laura received any phone calls, and Sarah says the phone rang once. She doesn't know who it was. And then Andy says the current call, was Lucy. And apparently, Ronette Pulaski didn't come home either.
Dun dun dun.
Lost.
Whoever that
Yeah, I
is.
don't. Who the fuck is that? But okay,
Yeah. Not Ronette.
I'm sure. Yeah, Ronette. Yeah, it's
Everyone's
like
favorite Pulaski.
this is a good example of like it's hard to watch it once. It's hard to watch it like the first time again because like
Yeah.
it's like immediately like okay, here we go. But
Mm-hmm.
otherwise, it's like, ooh, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Who's that? What's going on? You would think maybe there are two murders. Like
Mm-hmm.
who knows? Um, so I don't know. What do you think about this scene? I think it's kind of just continuing from where we left off. But one thing I thought about it was I thought, you know, Leland's thing about like, do you have to take the diary? Like,
Mm-hmm.
it's right on the line there because it could just be sentimental. You could read it that way, but there's part of me that's thinking like, yeah, I don't know. There's a little bit of
Mm-hmm.
the thing with Bob and the diary is like a huge plot point.
Yeah.
Um, it's basically like the major plot point of Fire Walk with Me that kind of escalates the conflict. That's sort of what leads to Laura finding out who Bob
Mm-hmm.
is, which like instigates the final showdown. Um, so anyway, like when he's like, "Hey, you have to take that diary," like
Yeah.
I don't know. It reads to me as a little bit suspicious. It's
Mm-hmm.
like,
Yeah, that's how it came up to me too this time around. It came off
yeah,
like he knew there'd be some evidence in there. Well, and that's their whole idea of he was trying to find it. But
right,
in season 3, isn't it Hawk who finds Laura's missing page?
yes,
So I thought it was
yes.
interesting that he's the one who has the diary in this scene. That
Oh
was kind of a
yeah,
thing.
that's a good point. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you're right about that. Oh yeah, we got to talk about that missing page because like supposedly Leland planted that at some point during this series we're about to watch. So um,
The 25-year con.
yeah, yeah, exactly. I have an episode where I think it happened, and I'll try to
Okay.
mention that when we get there. There was a moment where I was like, oh shit, he could have done it like right there. Um,
Nice.
so yeah, we'll see that later. That's of course from the Secret Diary. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but I think yeah, nonetheless, I don't know if did Bob ever read the non-secret diary? It is locked, unlike the secret diary, which had no lock on it.
The
Which seems
lock was
like
the secret.
a little bit, yeah. I don't know, like maybe put a lock on it. I
Mm-hmm.
mean,
Well,
I don't
clearly
know.
the lock does nothing.
True.
The lock
It's
just tells you if someone broke into it or not.
yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah, which hey, it's useful.
Hey, it's not
Um,
nothing.
like if he hadn't torn those pages out, she wouldn't
Mm-hmm.
necessarily have known as
Mm-hmm.
quickly. That's kind of the giveaway.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. So, anything else about this little bit
Yeah,
here?
that's that question about did he read did Bob Swiss Leland ever read the non-secret diary? Um do, do they know she had two diaries? The
Right
cops?
now?
And no, by the end of it all.
Yeah, yeah.
They
They
found that
find they
out.
find another diary. That's like a crucial plot point because the a missing page from the diary. Harold Smith like sends uh to Donna. No, I forget. I forget what the mechanics were, but the point is, a missing page from the diary describes the dream from episode two, um, and that is what leads Cooper to eventually like have the revelation about who the killer is.
But I mean, what's the turn of events where they realize there's two diaries?
It's well, I think Donna or James or both like tell them. Uh that's how they find out, I think. But ultimately they go to Harold Smith's house and they find the other diary
Oh, and it's like the police know they
when
have
he
one in their
kills himself.
custody and then
Yeah,
they find a second one.
they
Gotcha.
find the other one, yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, in this moment, in this scene where Layla's like, "Do you have to take the diary?" Maybe he hasn't read that one, and he wants to know if there's evidence in there or
Right.
anything. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
But otherwise, I love the little details of the mystery of Laura's last night. So oh, she got a phone call,
Oh yeah,
huh?
mysterious.
And then later, oh, she's gonna meet Jay. Who's
Ooh.
Jay? So just that like piecing together the timeline is fun.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. It's going to get hard. They're going to really throw in a lot of stuff happened that day. Um so we'll try to envision how all that worked, but yeah, it is hey, it's a mystery show. It's definitely it's fun to get those details and try to put together the clues.
Mm-hmm.
Um yeah, so
All right, next scene.
ready to continue? All right, so we go over to the mill where Pete is, I don't know, t- taking note of two befores, four baits. And Catherine yells at Josie that she isn't going to do anything. And Josie says she's the owner of the sawmill and she's taking the authority to shut it down because of what's happened. Uh, she tells Pete to shut the mill down, and Catherine says, "Don't do it." And Pete does it. And then Catherine leaves. Josie makes an announcement about Laura and Rynette. Catherine passes a mill worker and fires him for looking at her, I guess. Um, and then we see the mill shut down as Josie finishes her announcement.
Um, I like this little sequence here. One of the things that struck me in your recap is that a different version of this scene would have actually set up what they were arguing about by having the Mr. Pulaski shot first, so that you know that Ronette Pulaski's dad works here.
Right.
Because without that context, I always used to think until you get to that scene that this is about Laura's death, and that
Right.
Laura has affected everyone so much that we think we should go ahead and close the mill down for that. But it's really specifically that um, Ronette Pulaski's dad
A worker
is
there. Yeah.
affected,
Yeah.
and but you don't get that until the end of all of this. So yeah, I was just thinking a different version would have had that scene first, so we go, oh, Mr. Pulaski works there, and then
Right.
they're arguing, and we don't need the context of why because we just got the context of why.
Right.
But and I do want to clarify, I don't think the Catherine fires the guy because he looked at her. She fired the guy because she could.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay,
Because
yeah,
yeah,
fair enough.
she's
I'm
just
just saying there's no like great
she
specific
yeah.
reason
It's
anything the guy did.
he was there. It's
Yeah.
because she's mad at Josie
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
and she
yeah.
could do it, and she's a soap opera villain, so that's what
Oh
they do.
man, such a soap opera villain.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and that's the other thing is like this conflict is it's not even really about Ronette or
Hmm.
anybody working there. Is really about it's really about like Andrew and the family and
Are
like
you saying they're
Josie's
being
status as an
selfish?
outsider and
Are they being selfish?
I mean I think Josie is being reasonable here, um
Hmm.
yeah. Yeah, I think
Or does she just want to prove she has control over Catherine?
maybe maybe it seems like a decent thing to do, but you could take it that way. And certainly we learned that Josie has got a secret or two.
Oh, she's got a secret or two, indeed.
So it's and we did open on her. So
Hmm.
I don't want to she comes off as a very innocent, kind of
Yep.
helpless good character early in the show, and
Hmm.
it's very misleading.
It's almost like she's seducing the audience.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is.
No one suspects little old Josie.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Who, me? Well, I couldn't
Um,
harm a fly.
she does say something like, you know, I've never taken this authority before, but maybe I should have.
Hmm.
So there is this sense maybe of like engaging in a power struggle,
Yeah.
apart from the specific circumstance.
Hmm.
So however much you want to give Josie the BOD, um, it seems benefit of
BOD.
the doubt. Sorry,
Okay. Are we abbreviating
I
that
guess not
now?
everyone says
Is
that.
that a is that a common change in
That's
our
something I always
linguistic
say. I don't know if I've ever heard anyone else say
the
it, but
BOD?
yeah, BOD. It's you know it's handy.
Okay.
Uh, but yeah, I you know I think I don't know. We can litigate Josie as we go through. I think there is supposed to be some redeemable aspects of Josie's character, and I'm tempted to read this as fairly altruistic, you know, to a degree. I mean, you know, wanting to wrest power away from Catherine, you know, Catherine is kind of horrible. I don't know. Like I'm inclined to give her the BOD here, but you know, that is up to the viewer to decide
Mm-hmm.
what you want to say. I do feel like at a first glance, Josie seems like the good guy here,
I
you
agree.
know,
Yeah.
without
Mm-hmm.
any other knowledge.
Yeah.
That's how it comes off. Um, but you know, Catherine's hiding things too. Like she wants to burn the mill, so I don't think she actually gives a fuck if they close it down or not. Like it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
So it is sort of like, yeah, I don't know. It's great. Everybody's hiding things except for Pete.
Except for Pete.
Oh, Catherine. Like, what was he doing? Like, do they make anything but 2x4s and 4x8s?
He was counting inventory.
Like he was just. But I just don't. Okay, all right. I'm just trying to imagine like how that works. Like, like.
Or maybe he was writing a sales order or something, and maybe he was like, I forgot the exact line what he says, but
I think all he says is 2x4s, 4x8s.
yeah, and maybe he was writing out a sales order. They bought 15 2x4s and 14 2x8s.
Okay, fair enough. That's a good theory. I like
Something. I mean,
that.
I can keep going. I'm just gonna throw out general business ideas
Yeah, yeah,
in the
yeah, yeah.
context of sawmilling.
That's logical. I'll buy it. I'll buy
Yeah.
it.
How many how many pieces of wood would it take to kill Catherine? 2x4s and 4x8s. I mean, maybe that's one.
Sure, I like it. Uh, all right. So, are you? Shall we
Yep.
move on? Okay. So now we cut to a bridge where Ronette. Do we know this is Ronette? Maybe it's clear. I don't know. I'm gonna say it's Ronette because it is.
Uh huh.
Anyway, this is a tricky thing with this recap. Is like sometimes I'm like, what am I supposed to say here? Like technically, we
We
don't
should recap
know.
it as we know,
Okay,
because
that's
we
what I
know.
did. But it's like if
Yeah.
you're kind of narrating the episode, it's like that's
Yeah.
not you don't know who this is. Like some
Gotcha.
young ladies walking across a bridge. Okay, anyway, so we cut to a bridge and we see Ronette walking in a daze, wounded, dirty, torn clothes, and rope on her wrists, or twine, I guess. Anyway, and then there's someone there at the bridge. I don't know what he's doing, but anyway, he says, "What the hell?" And that's the end of that.
All right.
So this is a game changer right here.
This is a game changer.
Like basically, like because I was thinking about this like last time I went back to Twin Peaks, which was like 2017, like before season 3, and I was thinking like, why Ronette? Why did they do Ronette? Like it just seems
Mm-hmm.
like such a I don't know, like unnecessary element. Like the story doesn't focus on her very much.
Mm-hmm.
She's like kind of a bystander in the whole thing. Like once you learn what the truth is, like she just was there. Like it didn't
Yeah.
really have anything to do with her in particular.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and here's the reason. It's like the the whole sort of contrivance, if you like, for like why the FBI get involved, which is that she crossed the state line,
Mm-hmm.
and so that makes it the FBI's responsibility to investigate. So this is the moment where like the necessity of Cooper is created.
Yeah. There's other ways they could have done that.
Oh yeah, 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 certainly.
But yeah, I do find it the whole Ronette thing is interesting because a different version would have had and when they find the Flesh World magazine, it would have been Laura's picture in there, not Ronette's picture.
Right,
Um, I always find that strange because it's Laura's safety deposit box,
right,
and you expect to find her secret in there, but it's Ronette's thing.
right,
Um, and it's so it gives them this buffer to continue to explore things that Laura might have been dealing with, but not saying she had directly. Yeah, if that makes sense. They kind
right,
of get to slow play some of those details, which just leaves Ronette to be kind of this, middle person that they go through to get to what Laura was really up to that night.
right,
And also gives some like contrast, I think, to how far gone Laura was versus just like another sort of bad girl in town or something.
right, right, right. Yeah,
Um, yeah, but yeah, the specific logistical thing about she walked across state lines. Now it's a federal case, and they can bring in the big guns. But what's interesting is like it didn't even it wasn't like Harry even had time to really start investigating yet. It's not like, you know, oh, we've been at this case for a while or we're not making any headway. Up, time for the feds to come in and
Yeah,
lend us
yeah, it's
some
that same
help.
day.
Yeah, it was like the same. Yeah, they barely have dealt with the realizing she's dead. You
They've
know.
notified the parents.
Mm-hmm.
They've done one interview and they've gone to the house to collect evidence. I think that's
Mm-hmm.
it.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, it's not like it's not like it arrives at a pivotal moment. It's really just like a reason why Cooper enters the story.
Mm-hmm.
Um cuz yeah, I think otherwise it's like it's a weird little thing that hangs around and, they again don't really address in season 3 with the exception of American Girl, whatever
The
that was.
the other thing they could have done is, and this would have taken away from Cooper's character, but if they would have somehow found the letter in Laura's finger that connects it to the Teresa Banks case. Basically, I'm saying there could have been some clue that was publicized that connects it to the case, and then now it becomes a
Right.
federal case because it's tying to an ongoing crime or an
Right.
ongoing case, blah blah blah. So
Yeah.
they kind of have that, but all right, I'm ready for the next scene.
All right. So James arrives at Big Ed's gas farm. He tells Ed that Laura's dead and she was the one. Ed offers to buy James a coffee. James refuses. He gives Ed a note for Donna, and then Nadine calls out for Ed. She wants the drapes up by nightfall. And then Ed drives away.
All right,
Boom.
whoa,
Simple little scene there.
mm-hmm,
Basic information exchange and sort of setup for these drapes, which are like the Nadine special.
yep.
Like, to the extent that even in season 3, it's still about drapes.
Drapes are so loud. I'm telling you,
I
like
know.
you need silent drapes.
Impossibly loud.
Yeah. So some interesting characters here. I do. I guess it's in the next part when they come back to Ed, where he's talking to Donna about being sort of stuck with people that I really like.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this idea of a relationship between Ed and James here is interesting. Uh, and again, we got this mystery of this note because he could have said, "Hey, when you see Donna, tell her to meet me at the roadhouse at 9 or
Right,
whatever."
right,
But
right,
it's like, no, I'm gonna write it in a note so the audience doesn't get to know what it is right now.
right, right. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and I guess there's like a bit of a mystery about James here
Hmm.
in this episode. Like they don't let it last too long. They pretty much tell us what the deal is, but before the end. But yeah, I think this kind of plays into that. I think it's interesting. Like this happens a few times in the show of like leaving notes for someone in a place where like it's not necessarily obvious that they're gonna go at any particular moment.
Hmm.
Um, always strikes me as weird, but I guess they don't have cell phones, so that's just what you do.
Yeah. Uh,
Could have brought it to her house. I don't know. Anyway,
well, they're trying to keep it secret.
yeah, fair enough.
So
Fair enough.
I guess I mean I don't think I ever thought James killed her. But I'm curious how, for someone watching this for the first time, how powerful that idea is from what they kind of show.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I feel like there's at least like a moment with the necklace where you at least he should at least be like considered for a moment as a suspect.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's that kind of thing where it's like even when they say, "Well, whoever has the other half of this is the killer,"
Mhm.
it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, but no.
Yeah.
I just don't buy that this guy did that. Now, if it was
Yeah.
Bobby,
Right.
you could go, "Oh,
Different
okay, I could see
story.
how Bobby could kill someone,
Yeah.
in a fit of rage or jealousy or something."
Yeah.
I was also remembering James in season 3, how sad he is.
Oh yeah,
And when
yeah.
Shelly's like, what did she say? Like,
James has always been
James,
cool.
he doesn't talk a lot, but he's always been
He's just
cool.
quiet
He's
now.
quiet now. Yeah, it's like, oh my god, what happened to James? He's not riding a bicycle helmet, a motorcycle helmet, so I don't know. Did he get
Uh-oh.
accident? Um, but yeah,
I think
that was
they
just
did
such a
say he had
weird.
an accident.
Did they say that explicitly?
I feel like they did. I could be wrong. I think
That
I
sounds
remember
about right.
that, but maybe maybe you just said that and now I think I remember it. I don't know. I
That's
think
how
so.
memory works.
I know, it's great.
Yep.
Perfectly.
Thanks, evolution.
You're welcome.
Always giving us the best you can. Um, and then Nadine and her drapes. Yikes.
Yeah. Get up those drapes.
Mm-hmm. Drape it up. All right, I have nothing else.
Okay. So, here we go. Enter Special Agent Dale Cooper. We see him in the
Ta-da!
car talking to Diane on the tape recorder, of course. Don't expect to see Diane in case you've only seen season 3. Uh, as he is entering Twin Peaks, he comments on the trees, the weather, predicting the weather. He needs gas. He recites his bill for lunch. He's going to meet Harry S. Truman. He will take a look at Ronette, and he wants a clean hotel reasonably priced. And he wants to know what kind of trees are out there. That's my attempt to summarize that scene.
All right.
That monologue, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is
Uh,
our first Cooper scene.
yeah.
This is like 40 minutes in or something. It's pretty late in the episode. I'm always surprised by how long it takes before we
Mm-hmm.
actually get to Cooper.
It's basically, it's a little. I mean, if this is an hour and a half episode, then it's basically the beginning of Act Two. So it kind of makes sense. This is where he would show up because
Right.
they finished all the setup.
Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But yeah, it is for him to be the main character. Yeah, he does sort of show up a little late, Cope.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I mean, there's a logic to how the story develops. It's just that, yeah, like, I don't know. They could have shown him earlier, like,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Yep.
um, doing stuff or
Mm-hmm.
whatever. Uh, he gets there fast, same day.
He
Like,
gets there very
how
fast.
the fuck did he get there that fast? I'm just realizing.
Was he was he investigating Teresa Banks
Must have
nearby?
been. I don't know. I don't see any other way. Like, cause that shit was fast.
Yeah.
It's the same day, and like, they don't even find Ronette like right away. So it's like, I don't know. I mean, maybe you're supposed to believe like like they find Ronette in the morning, like they find Laura early in the morning, and then they find Ronette later
Yeah.
in the morning,
I
and
definitely
then
think
like,
Laura's early in the morning.
yeah, and then like he gets
Uh
there like mid afternoon. Like, I don't know. Does he say what time it is? I didn't write that down. Anyway, it's just like until just now, it never bothered me. Like, wait, how does that actually work? Like, they have to get called in. He's in like Philadelphia theoretically, unless like you're saying he's actually there, like
mhm.
investigating Teresa Banks, like a year later. Like going back to take
Oh, it
another
has been a
look, and
year.
he just had a feeling or something. What?
I forgot it had been a year. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um. So
Hmm.
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this is a great intro to the character.
It's like quintessential Cooper already. I feel
Mhm,
like, you know, some of the characters we talked about earlier, some of the Shelly, Bobby stuff, Norma even like was a bit weird. But with Cooper, it's like right on track. And if anything, it's like the other episodes later on that kind of lose track of who the character is,
mhm,
and like he gets a bit muted. Which I mean, I don't necessarily need him to be like at 11 all the time, but it's the kind of scene where like in just one little monologue you get a really good sense of who the character is.
mhm.
So I think it's really well done in that way. Like, and Kyle McLaughlin is dialed in to what the character is supposed to be like right
Yep,
away.
yep.
Um, that's just not always true in TV shows.
Mhm.
So yeah, so I really like that. It's always like satisfying when the story gets to this point because it really starts like taking off.
I feel like David Lynch told Kyle MacLachlan, "You're a Boy Scout with a badge," and like that's all he needed.
Yeah, yeah,
Because yeah, he's Cooper right away.
definitely. Definitely. So we're about to get some more Cooper. Do you want to just
Let's do it.
segue here? So he goes to the hospital. We see Cooper arrive and he meets Harry. The FBI is there because right across the state line, this is where they reveal that.
Mhm.
Um, Cooper makes sure that Harry's okay with him running the investigation. See Fire Walk with me. Harry agrees, and Cooper asks about the trees. Harry says they're Douglas firs. Harry will take Cooper to Laura's body because the autopsy hasn't been done yet. After they go visit Ronette. So then a doctor takes them over to Ronette. She's in shock, suffering from exposure. What is it? Do you know what that means, by the way?
Yeah, it means she was exposed to the elements, so she's got
Exposure to the elements.
yeah. So
I
she
said exposure. I'm just like exposure to what? Okay,
yeah,
good. Thank you.
yeah, because she didn't
Um,
have any proper
uh,
protection from the elements.
yeah, yeah, clothing and shelter and so on.
Hmm.
Yeah, sure. Okay, that makes sense. So the let's see, the doctor confirmed she was raped several times. The tests have not confirmed how many perpetrators. Cooper asks Harry about her connection to Laura. Besides the same high school, Harry doesn't know of any connection. Cooper wants to question her, but the doctor says Ronette may have neurological damage. Cooper wants to look at her fingers. Cooper checks her fingernails, finds nothing. And Ronette says, "Don't go there."
Thanks, Renette.
I
That was helpful.
know. It's like vague, unhelpful thing
Hmm.
that could mean like anything, really.
Yeah.
Don't go there. Like I don't even know what that means, and I know exactly what happened.
Hmm.
Who don't go where? Like what? Anyway, I feel like it's unrelated. Like she's talking about
Yeah.
like some other thing that happened.
Yeah. She's like the Double R Diner. Don't go
Yeah,
there.
don't go there.
Yeah. Uh, let me see what I had for this scene. Oh, I wrote down Cooper looking at her fingers was the first sign of something strange about this murder.
Yeah,
He
it's
was
not a like obvious routine thing to do.
exactly. Yep.
So
Yep.
yeah, it's a clue that they kind of layer in
Mm-hmm.
through the episode that like this case is not just one thing. It's a
Mm-hmm.
larger thing.
Yeah, and that's actually something they kind of hide, right? That he doesn't
Yeah,
say, "I'm here because this relates to another case."
right,
He's like, "No, I'm here because she crossed state lines."
right, right, right.
And then later they say
Yeah,
the other case
yeah,
there.
it's not revealed until pretty late in
Yeah.
the episode, which
Mm-hmm.
is a bit weird. I'm surprised they don't just tell us that right away as a hook. It's more of a
I
reveal.
don't think we need any hooks.
I guess we don't need hooks.
Yeah, I think they layer out and meter out these the little pieces of the mystery very well. And that's another example of that where he could say yeah, she crossed state lines and they called me in, and then I'm also investigating another series of murders or whatever.
Right,
And as I say it, it's a mouthful, so you just streamline it. He just says the first thing.
right, right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Plus he doesn't know for sure yet
Yeah,
if it's
yeah,
connected.
that's true. Yeah, he's looking.
Mm-hmm.
Um, uh, yeah, I think it's also interesting that they don't know about the connection between Laura and Ronette,
Mm-hmm.
um, which I think is an indication that their connection involves Laura's secret life.
Yeah.
Like in retrospect, that's how it seems to me. Like, okay, I get
Mm-hmm.
that they don't know because their only connection was in this world of Laura's that a lot of people weren't aware of.
Yeah,
People
exactly.
like the sheriff.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's just weird because like they worked at the same place, and they actually spent a fair amount of time together. They both knew Teresa Banks. Like there's a lot
Mm-hmm.
there, but yeah, it's fine. It makes sense. Um, yeah. So anything else about this bit here?
Nope.
Good to go. Okay. So next we see Mike. Sorry, I'm just gonna he'll call him Mike. It's also
Mm-hmm.
Philip Gerard if you prefer. Uh
I do not.
Season 3 called him Philip Gerard. I don't know why. And we also have another character named Mike, so it's a little bit irritating. This is Mike, the one-armed man, not Mike Nelson, the high school student that we talked about earlier. I know most of you should know that, but I just feel the need to say it because, there's another Mike. Anyway, so we see Mike in the hospital elevator with Cooper and Harry. He's just like right there. It's crazy. Anyway, as Mike gets out, we see Dr. Jacoby, who misses the elevator but races up the stairs to meet them. Jacoby reveals that Laura was his patient, and he also wants to go to the morgue to see the body, but Cooper doesn't want him to go. Jacoby says that Laura's parents didn't know that she was seeing him, and then Cooper and Harry walk away.
Yeah, I was blown away that Mike is just on an elevator,
Just like right there.
like just looking for Bob.
Yeah,
Um, it's just crazy that they actually have that shot, like Cooper and Mike in an elevator.
yeah,
It's crazy.
yeah. Pilot. Yeah, it's very crazy.
Yeah. Um.
Which ties in with the international pilot, but
Hmm.
we'll get there as we mentioned earlier. Anyway,
Yeah. The idea that Laura was secretly seeing Dr. Jacoby, another little mystery kernel.
definitely. I think Dr. Jacoby comes off as like weird and potentially suspicious here.
Hmm.
I think they definitely want to float Dr. Jacoby as a suspect, like past the
Yeah.
pilot. Um, like I think he continues to be a suspect up until late in season 1. I think
Mm-hmm.
there's a moment where they basically clear him, but I think his behavior here is very strange.
Yeah.
He's like the way he's like giggling and like I don't know. It's like, oh, let me go to the morgue with you. Like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, and I don't know if he's just supposed to be hippie and he's high on something, or if
Yeah,
that's supposed
maybe.
to be the idea.
Why does he have like earplugs in? Like, what's that about?
He's got earplugs.
Yeah. I mean, what are those things? If they're not earplugs, he's got things in his ears.
I don't remember off the top of my head. Let me check it out.
He takes one of them out, like when Harry introduces Cooper. He's like, "This is Agent Cooper," and he's like, "Gary Cooper." And he takes the
Mm-hmm.
thing out of one of his ears.
I see that now. I oh maybe he was next to some loud machinery. Um and MRIs could be loud, but it's more like if
What's
you're
he even
in
doing
it.
there, by the way?
Well, that's the operative question. Yeah, he's just, and I think that's what's weird, right? Is yeah, why is he there? Oh, was he there to talk to maybe consult for Ronette?
Oh, maybe.
But I mean, we're really reaching here.
Maybe. Yeah, they don't say that, but yeah. Yeah. I was trying to think of like any valid reason he would be there. And I
Yeah.
guess like yeah, he could be meeting with some unrelated patient or whatever.
So what's weird about the earplugs is he's talking to the nurses with them in.
Yeah. Yeah. Indeed.
Mike looks uh like a spy or something in that shot.
Mhm.
Um
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with Dr. Jacoby and the earplugs.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
it's
he's
weird.
talking, yeah, he's talking to Harry and those guys for a while with them in, and then he takes one out.
Yeah.
Huh, no clue.
Fair enough.
That's right.
It might just be a weird detail. It doesn't really matter. Spoiler alert, like why he's there, but it never, again, never bothered me before
Mm-hmm.
now. Because I'm
Well,
just trying to put
because
together, like in my head, how the day went,
it's like he's a doctor at a hospital, it makes sense. But when you realize he's a psychiatrist
and
and
he's got his own office,
he
not
has
in
his
the
own office,
hospital.
yeah. But
So
maybe doctors have both. Maybe he's got hospital hours and he's got personal hours.
he's a double doctor. He's like,
Hey, and maybe he only did the private stuff for Laura. Like maybe he's mainly does this hospital thing,
okay, yeah,
and maybe the
could be,
Laura was a secret thing.
sure, could be, could be.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Um, uh, yeah. So Doctor Jacoby is like, yeah, it's another character that I think um seems more significant than he is ultimately, and I think they kind of like run out of things to do. But I think early on, he's got a pretty big role to play.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess like because Laura was seeing him secretly, it's almost like Jacoby is part one or iteration one of Laura's secret diary. It's like he
Mm.
knows stuff about like secrets about Laura that
Yeah.
you know most people don't know, and that puts him in kind of a privileged position compared
He's
to
yeah.
the rest.
He's like Harold too.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was
Yeah.
saying like it's like he's sort of like a less concrete version of the diary, which is
Mm-hmm.
what Harold was holding.
Yeah. All right.
All right, so we go to the morgue. The fluorescent lights are blinking as they do. Cooper looks at Laura's nails and he finds something and asks Jim to leave. He uses some tweezers to go under Laura's ring fingernail. Uh oh.
Uh oh.
Um,
On her spiritual hand.
spiritual finger. Look out. Uh, he finds the letter R and he suggests to Diane to give it to Albert. Um, Harry asks what's going on, and Cooper says, Sheriff, got a lot to talk
Oh no.
about. So yeah, they're still dragging it out here. What it all means. Um,
Yep.
so yeah, classic trivia. This like weird little gym interchange was like totally improvised. Because like the actor like didn't understand what Kyle MacLachlan said, and he thought he said, "What's your name?" And so he goes, "Jim," and it like snapped him out of the scene for a second, and then Cooper repeats the question, and then he gets back in and says what he's supposed to say, which is like, okay, sure,
Ah.
whatever.
Oh, I gotta watch that. That's
Yeah, yeah,
hilarious.
yeah. But yeah, Lynch decided to just keep it in like that. Um,
That's really funny.
yeah, yeah. It's like it's a good example uh of Lynch like just going with a thing that happened that wasn't
Hmm.
necessarily planned and making it a part of the episode. And it adds an extra a little extra beat to the overall scene
Hmm.
that makes it a bit less it makes it a bit less routine, I guess.
Hmm.
You know?
Yeah, and he always has these interesting uh side characters in scenes like this.
Yeah,
The character who just is supposed to be there by the location,
right,
and but they're weird too.
right.
And that exchange, yeah, could you leave us, Jim? Yeah, it's great.
Exactly. Yeah,
Yeah, it makes him part of this wacky world.
exactly. Yeah, yeah, it fits. I mean, it makes sense. I think that he would keep it, uh, but yeah, I think it's definitely something that you know maybe a different kind of director would just say like, okay, cut, let's like do it again. Say your line the right way this time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's a simple scene. It shouldn't take long. Um, but it's like no. I think even the fluorescent lights weren't supposed to be blinking.
Oh
Um,
wow, that's pretty funny.
and yeah, and he just went with that as well, which is like adds like a great atmosphere to the
Yeah,
scene.
it seems completely purposeful
Yeah,
because of flashing lights, and you got to wonder, right? And this is why art is interesting, and the only reason. No, I'm kidding. Um, there's one reason, and this is it.
here it is.
The
Strap in.
idea that um, Lynch is really known for using flashing lights in his works.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And you have to wonder if a scene like this, if the lights worked normally and he didn't have this impact of flashing lights on his mind,
Mm-hmm.
would he, have been less inclined to do flashing light stuff in the future?
Oh yeah.
But because this moment happened and it stuck out to him as however, the strength, however it was, but like it was a moment for him where something happened that was unexpected and he went with it and it became a thing. He had to deal with the aesthetic of it or whatever, and it made an impression, right? So it's interesting to
Right.
think about that put his mind on a different path about how to interact with certain scenes and what to do in certain situations because Cooper doing an autopsy on Laura, I think the first time we've seen her body since we first saw it in the opening,
Yeah.
uh and it connecting to the Teresa Banks case, it makes sense that the lights are flickering. Like,
Yeah.
so it's interesting that if that was an accident or not planned, how that could have solidified some idea of the importance of that whole scene.
Yeah. That's a good point. I didn't think about it. Yeah. I guess I would be curious about any flashing lights that appear in anything he made before this.
Mm-hmm.
I can't actually think of a specific example. There's certainly other stylistic elements that kind of run through everything, but yeah, flashing lights after this, lots of them.
Yeah.
Before this, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not as much.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah. It's interesting.
yeah, that's a good one. So I'll just throw out about this like letter here under the fingernail.
Yeah.
It's always seemed to me that this is not. I don't know. I've never really bought this. there's some stuff they do um with Bob that I just don't really buy.
Mm-hmm.
And the letters under the fingernails, like, I don't know, it makes it seem like they're going for a different story than the one they originally uh were thinking of, or at least like the one they were hinting towards here with the I know they're like, okay, he's spelling Robert and a signature on a demon self portrait. Like, yes, I understand, but I I just the idea that Bob would like spell out his name and letters under the it's just like, I don't know. It
Yeah.
just seems totally arbitrary to me. It just seems like generic serial killer kind of
It seems
stuff.
like something Wyndham Earl would do.
Yeah, Wyndham Earl, definitely. Wyndham Earl, who's like, yeah, sort of a maybe generic serial killer isn't the right word, but you know,
Mm-hmm.
he's sort of like a Moriarty
Yeah.
character, like a criminal mastermind.
Mm-hmm.
You know, yeah,
Yeah,
like leaving
he
clues
wants
to
to
fuck
leave
with
clues.
you.
It's, exactly. He wants to leave clues to for you to try to trap your own self in, and
Yeah.
yeah, I agree. It doesn't work with the final version of Bob. That Bob would spend the time. What works with Bob is the mound of dirt with the necklace. Fire walk with me.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That fits.
Definitely.
But the
Definitely.
guy who makes that crude, all offering in the train car is not the guy who has a meticulous typeset printed out
Mm-hmm.
or shoved specifically under a specific finger or specific nail. Like that's a different mindset to me.
Yeah, I agree.
And says yeah, it's two different people. Well,
Yeah.
uh, with those qualities.
Yeah. 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 So I just think like it's they have it here. It provides a concrete connection between the two cases that
Hmm.
otherwise they would have to have something else. So I get it, but yeah, yeah, I think
And from Fire Walk with Me, Leland killed Teresa
yeah.
because she was gonna blackmail him.
Hmm.
Uh,
But she still got the letter under the fingernail. So was it Leland? Is Leland the
and
fingernail guy?
yeah,
I don't
maybe
know.
is that what it
Is that your
is? And
point?
Leland's trying to, well, maybe it is now. Leland's
Oh, okay.
trying to have fun and point out that Bob is the killer. Is this
Right.
some subconscious thing
Right.
that he's doing?
I always thought you knew it's me because I wrote his name in the
Yeah,
nails.
yeah, doesn't quite work.
Yeah, yeah, no, I don't know. He claims he didn't remember any of the stuff that happened, so it's just like, yeah, like it can't from the TV version, the original series version of Leland. I think there's no way it could have been, but Fire
Hmm.
Walk with Me, Leland, maybe.
Yeah.
And who's the true Leland? I mean, who are we to say?
Um. Yeah. Yeah, but I agree in general that it's a weird detail that doesn't quite fit.
And yeah, I didn't even think about how incongruous it is with the train car uh, thing
Hmm.
um, that they find. So yeah, it's a good
They
point.
they needed something weird and they needed something to tie it into another case, and they needed it to be something only Cooper could find,
Right,
or to know to look for. Um,
right.
so you get this kind of idea here, but yeah, I don't think it quite really works. There should have been some other clue or something.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And of course, I mean, they don't necessarily know exactly what the answer is. So
Hmm.
this is the pilot. They can't help it. They put it
Yeah,
in the pilot. They have to deal with it
exactly.
later.
Yeah.
So it's fine. It's just it's one of those things that I think anytime you have a mystery, anyone who's listened to the Lost Lowdown or you know stuff from season 3, you could say this as well. I think anytime you have a mystery, you get to your answer, you go back and you're like, some of the stuff it works perfectly, and sometimes it's like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know if that really fits. Um, so yeah, it's a bit unfortunate because it's kind of pivotal, but whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Just had to say that. Okay, so you ready
Mm-hmm.
to continue? Okay, so we go back to Big Ed's gas farm, and Donna's waiting there. I'm not sure
What?
why she's waiting there, but anyway, she gets out of the car to go talk to Ed, who has just arrived. Ed
Yeah,
says he's
she's waiting on Ed.
why though?
So she could talk to him about James.
Why though? Okay.
What do you mean
I
why?
just like was there a prearranged thing? Like we'll go meet like go talk to Ed and I'll send him a
Oh,
message
they
and
I think they what's the question?
why is she waiting there for like a message from James?
I
Like
think if anyone has seen James, she knows that Ed has seen
he's the
James.
one to go to? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I guess that's it. Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. All right. So okay, so Donna gets out of the car to go talk to Ed. He's just arrived. Ed says he's sorry about Laura, I believe. Um, Donna asks about James. Ed says he doesn't know where he is, but he gives her the note from James. We see that it says, "Meet me at the Roadhouse after 9:30." And then Mike drives up. Mike Nelson, not the one-armed man, two-armed Mike. Mike drives up. He was. Wait, hold on. he, hold on. I'm confused about what I wrote here. Hold on. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Anyway, Bobby's in trouble, and he wants to. He's been looking for Donna because he wants him to go to the sheriff's station.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Donna refuses. Mike's angry and drives away. Nadine asks Ed about the drapes. We get our little moment you talked about earlier, where they commiserate, I guess, about their partners. Donna leaves. Boom.
All right. One of the things I don't think we ever really get from the show or Fire Walk with Me is the like how did all these love triangles come to be?
Mm-hmm.
Donna and Mike with Donna and James, and then Laura and Bobby, but then Laura and James.
Right. It's always
And
James.
it's always James. But then
Shelly and
Shelly and
Bobby.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it's weird. So the James and Donna thing, is that brand new? Is that is that something that happens after Laura's death?
Yeah, that just happens in this episode.
Okay, but their feelings for each other were percolating previously,
That's what
right?
they say. That's what they say.
Okay. So okay, that makes sense.
That's what they say. But I don't think they've ever acted on them before. That's what
Hmm.
we're supposed to believe.
Oh,
I
now
think
that Laura's out of the way,
exactly.
now it begs the
Woo.
question.
Yeah.
Um, okay, but James knew that Laura was with Bobby.
Yes.
Everybody knew that.
Everybody knew that. Yeah.
So why was Laura with James?
Because he was different from Bobby, I guess. I think James was like sort of a the boyfriend embodiment of Laura's good side.
The bad boy.
Yeah, but he's like the most earnest, like
Mm-hmm.
straightforward, like honest, decent
He's the good
version of a
bad
bad
boy.
boy. Yeah, it's weird. Cause like, yeah, I don't know. And Bobby's not exactly like the manifestation of Laura's dark side either. He's like a middle neutral sort of character, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Like halfway between the two or something. Um, like the real dark side for Laura is like, like Jacques and Leo and like that
Mm-hmm.
crew.
Yeah.
Not really Bobby. But and the darkest side is Bob, I guess. Um but yeah, I feel like it was because like yeah it was because he was providing uh some kind of companionship that she wasn't really getting from any of those other people.
Yeah. I do remember some of the Fire Walk with Me stuff her last night with Bobby and uh, her. Yeah, she was going crazy by the end.
Oh yeah.
You
Oh
know.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I think James was this like connection to this lighter side, I guess, that um yeah, that eventually she had to, you know,
Mm-hmm.
sever. But yeah, why maintain I feel like the relationship was with Bobby was almost like formal or something, like public. Like because he's
Yeah.
the captain of the football team, like she should be with him, and that's
Mm-hmm.
like the official relationship. And but it really seems like they didn't actually necessarily spend that much time together.
Yeah.
That's the impression I have, at least.
Yeah. That I mean, Bobby's trying to get with Shelly.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like he's got his own thing going on. I know he becomes obsessed with James, which is weird, but we'll get there.
Oh, James. He's always been cool.
I do think Donna with Mike is pretty questionable. Although maybe that's kind of a public thing as well.
I was gonna say that seems like a wow, you're Laura and Don are best friends. Mike and Bobby are best
Right,
friends.
right.
They run in the same
Go
circles.
along, go with the
So
flow. Like,
how bad can Mike be? Come
yeah,
on, he's blonde. What do you want from him?
exactly.
He's got a Letterman's jacket. I mean, and
Yeah,
a car.
a
It's a
car.
trifecta.
Yeah, come on, you can't beat that.
All right, he's an asshole though. But what are you gonna
A
do?
big asshole, but yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
Just how it goes.
All right.
All right. So, shall we? All right. So we go to the sheriff's station. We have Harry and Cooper. Uh, they have the videotape from Laura's bedroom. Cooper opens the diary with a little whatever FBI magic trick or whatever that is. And he skips straight to the ending, which is the entry from February 23rd.
Mm-hmm.
And she says, I hate asparagus. And more famously, nervous about meeting Jay tonight.
Mm-hmm.
The letter J, for the record.
Yep.
Um, there's no character named Jay. Um, he flips to day one and beginning and the end, and finds an envelope, a safety deposit box key, and what he believes is cocaine residue. Harry is very dubious about this, but Cooper wants to open the safety deposit box, and also he finds a box of chocolate bunnies.
Ooh, chocolate bunnies.
Yeah, so in
I
terms of
hope.
season three, that's probably the most important thing from this scene.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I hope 2 seasons from now they come back to these chocolate bunnies.
Of all the things to go back to,
Mm-hmm.
but it's like it's from the pilot, and I was like, okay, it's in the pilot. Like I kind of get why
Mm-hmm.
they would go back to
Well,
that.
I mean, I love this idea of Cooper having this treasure trove of information at his fingertips, and he goes to the two most important, probably, pages: the beginning and the
Mm-hmm.
end.
Yeah.
I think that's very in line with David Lynch, right? Like the idea of, like you just said, going back to the pilot after doing season three, so picking up
Right.
back from the beginning and then the end.
Oh
I think
yeah,
that's
you're right.
yeah. There's a thing about that.
Parallels.
Parallels. Hello,
Nice.
parallels.
Hello.
Why are you British?
Parallels are always British.
Of course.
It is known.
That's why there's two L's.
Exactly.
Um,
Yeah, so in terms of Fire Walk with Me, like
yeah.
this entry from like the day she died, like I just don't buy. I don't see any moment in that movie where she sits down and writes, I hate asparagus and nervous about meeting Jay today. It's just like, I don't know. It just seems to me like things are like way beyond sitting down to do some bullshit like that.
So do we know from the date that this is the day she died? Oh,
Yeah.
oh, that makes sense because it's the
Yeah.
last entry. Um, yeah, Laura was in such a strange place that night she died, like leading up to meeting Jay,
Yeah.
that she definitely wouldn't have written "I hate asparagus." Uh, and I don't remember, was she nervous about meeting Jay? I
I know.
remember,
I don't even buy that.
yeah,
That seems like the wrong word to me. It feels like they, there's a whole thing about Jay, like they go on
they're trying
about
to
it.
implicate Jay's being the killer,
Yeah.
so that's why she's nervous.
Exactly, exactly. But of
There's your
course,
trigger.
it's so innocuous. But
Yeah.
even though we learn basically who Jay is like immediately in this very episode,
Mm-hmm.
they still don't quite exonerate Jay, and they're still like in episode 2, which is to say, oh boy, season 1, episode 3. Thank you. They do the bottle throwing thing, and it's all about J's. Like they write a bunch of names on the chalkboard of
Mm-hmm.
people with a J in their name, first or last. So they're still like trying to figure out who Jay is, and it's like it's a simple answer, and it doesn't even really pertain to much that as far as the case. It's
Why
like,
are they still on Jay?
yeah,
I
it's
guess
weird.
they want more evidence. They are. Yeah, it is. Yeah, you're right. It is weird that that whole bottle throwing thing is all about him trying to find the killer.
Yeah,
And
because seemingly like they solve it, like, and later on when there's an episode, I think it's about 10 or 11. Okay, sorry. Season 2, episode 3 or 4, where Cooper gives like a summary
uh
of
huh.
what he thinks happened that night, what
Yeah.
we've learned so far. It's helpful for the viewer, and it's also helpful for, the other characters, like just to like get all the
Mm-hmm.
information that they know so they can like start like trying to put it together. And he at that time, by that time, like they're not talking about nervous about meeting Jay tonight anymore, but
Mm-hmm.
he's just like, Laura writes nervous about meeting Jay tonight. I believe that means James Hurley,
Mm-hmm.
right? The end.
Yeah.
Like there's no more to it than that, and it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's like it's supposed to be a mystery, but
Well, I guess it's piecing
it
together her
isn't.
last night, which is the mystery. Piecing together all the different, where was she, who was she with, what happened, and that's kind of the main thing that unfolds is all these little elements of her night, but definitely not relevant to who the killer is.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, the thing with James is like part of the night, but
Mm-hmm.
it's probably the least connected to the murder of all the things she did that night.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it really doesn't help at all. And but yeah, it always strikes me as weird that they're still like stuck on Jay even after they know that, or they should know that she met with James, and like he was the one with the necklace. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird.
Yeah. All right. The key with the cocaine is interesting.
Yes, I believe it is cocaine. I'm just going to go out on a limb here.
Yeah, it's probably cocaine.
They're also shocked. That's impossible.
Not the Laura I know.
Oh, Harry, you don't know about white privilege.
Well, it's the early 90s. It hasn't been invented yet.
She can't have done any crimes. Look at her.
Yeah, people are always who they appear to be on the surface.
Oh man. Yeah, we will go back to the safety deposit box later in this very episode, so no
Hmm.
need to speculate on that one. Um, uh, let's see.
You know
Yeah.
what? I just had this weird thought. It has nothing to do with this scene, but I was thinking about white privilege, and I was thinking about Leland and how he through his class and status in the town wasn't really a suspect early on.
Oh, it gets so deep later when he is charged
Yeah.
with Jacques' murder. You
Oh
know what
yeah.
she did. The shit they do for him
Yeah.
is ridiculous.
Wow. I
Anyway,
forgot about
sorry.
some of
Go
that.
ahead.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, we're just thinking about how he was able to cash in on that.
Oh
And
yeah,
they usually they say the killer is the someone close to the victim, obviously, and so it's likely it makes sense they look at the boyfriends first,
yep.
but then like the father is the next obvious person,
Hmm.
and I was gonna say that made me think about Sarah, n- on some level, knowing that Leland was raping her all these years, uh, she, in another story, she would have suggested to the police maybe my husband did it because
Yeah,
he's been violent towards her all these years. But then it made me think, oh, he was drugging her when he did it.
right.
So she was sort of asleep. And then it made me think, is that why she's weird? Because Leland's been drugging her for like 10 years or something.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Like,
yeah.
has is that like messed with her mind? Is that why she's always on edge and weird and like strange? Is because he's like made her go crazy?
Could be.
Yeah, I don't know. It just hit me like, oh, maybe that's why she's weird.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't rule it out. I
Because it gives
mean,
some explanation. I mean, besides Judy's inside of her or whatever, I don't know.
yeah, 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 yeah. That's yeah.
Yeah,
That's a later thing. But
yeah,
yeah, just to say, I don't think Leland is remotely on their radar as a suspect
no.
ever
Mm-hmm.
until like way later,
Yeah.
like so much later. It's like ridiculous how much later it is
Mm-hmm.
before they even think about that idea, even start to have any suspicions.
Yeah.
Like even checking him off, even checking a fucking alibi, even questioning him.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like I don't know. It's weird. It
Yeah.
seems like they question Sarah more than they do Leland.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, like it's right there, and they just totally don't fucking
Mm-hmm.
do anything about it. It's crazy. But yeah, he definitely got away with it for many many years. So,
It also makes me think of Ben Horn, like
mm-hmm.
that he should have been more concerned about Laura's death. Um, because he slept with her at Jack's or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so that seems like it would be alarming if this underage girl came up dead.
Yeah.
I'd be worried about what she might know or who she would have told or anything like that. But
Yep.
those kind of things, I guess, come late in the plot, so they're not really playing them at the start
Exactly.
here.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they haven't really established. I mean, they haven't even told us about One Eye Jacks yet, and
Hmm.
then like the implication. It takes a while to get there.
Yeah.
Um, there is. Do you see the Laura picture in this episode, or is that later?
Which
trying to
picture?
remember. Like, I guess he has more than one, but Ben has a picture of Laura like on his desk. I
I
guess
don't
that's
think that's in
later.
this one. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say that was like when they
Yeah.
showed
Why
that,
would
it was
you?
like some weird shit's going on here.
Yeah, you don't usually have your colleagues' daughter's picture on your work desk.
Yeah, yeah.
Not, but it
It's
was. Yeah, it'd be different if it was like a picture of her and Audrey
right. There
together.
is one of those, but there's also
Yeah.
one of her alone.
Yeah. Yikes.
Yeah, it's weird. It's real weird. Yeah, it's actually yeah, it almost seems like a conspiracy between the two of them, even though as far as I know, they actually never talked about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Leland probably. Did Leland know Laura was going to One Eye Jacks?
I don't think so. That's what I'm saying. Like, I
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
each one was doing things with her that then the other one never knew about it
Yeah.
until, later.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know if I guess Leland finds out because, he basically tries to frame Ben
Mm-hmm.
for Maddie and by implication Laura as
Mm-hmm.
well because it's supposed to be the same killer.
Forget about Maddie.
Yeah, don't forget about Maddie.
Wow. Wow. I feel like I haven't thought about her in a long time.
Yeah. The show felt that
Uh
way too.
she yeah, I'm surprised because I'm surprised we didn't talk about her in relation to Carrie Page.
I think we
Uh
did some,
did
didn't we?
we? I don't know.
I thought we did. I remember you had this like thing about Maddie being a tulpa.
Oh, that sounds like me.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember you saying something about that based on this
That
like weird
I
line that she
she has to
has.
be a tulpa. Yeah, you're right. You're right that I was right. Um because yeah, she I remember that thing where she's like, all I know is I'm Laura's cousin
Yeah.
and I love her. It's like she was just incubated and incepted with this like very broad backstory, but like, and it's just like, yeah, you can't be a real person. Like, you're not a real person, and it's just the weird thing is like that like Sarah and Leland pretend to have known her all these years,
Yeah.
and it just seems like that's a false memory or something. uh yeah, what a
Right.
weird thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
She also said something
Uh
about dreams.
I think dreams.
Yeah, she had a, I don't remember what it was, but I think she said something about living in a dream.
Oh, yeah. That sounds true. That
Yeah.
sounds true. That's yeah. A few people say that kind of
Hmm.
thing. But yeah. Yeah, I think probably one of the frustrating things about this era of the plot, which is to say the Laura Palmer investigation era,
Hmm.
which goes up through like 16 sorry, one more time. Season 2 episode 9 um is that they don't properly explain the Maddie murder. It's like it never really matters
The Maddie murder doesn't matter.
that Maddie was murdered. Yeah.
Lots of alliteration there.
It's super alliterative. Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
that's why it doesn't matter. I don't know. But yeah, it's like so like they have Cooper throw out like a couple of theories,
Hmm.
but he doesn't ever really know. And when Leland is making his big confession, he says some shit about, Laura, oh no, I murdered my daughter, blah, blah, blah. Okay.
Hmm.
And he's like, and they made me murder that girl, Teresa. And it's like, okay. Teresa Banks gets a mention, but
Yeah.
Maddie doesn't rate. He doesn't even
Yeah.
talk about it.
Wow.
And it's like, you murdered her 2 days ago, asshole. Like, could you at least give a word or two, like, about
Hmm.
why? Because really, there's no explanation. Like, she's gonna leave. She's supposedly gonna go home to Missoula, and it's
Which sounds
like,
like a made up place that tulpas come from.
I believe David Lynch was from there, if I remember right.
Like he exists.
Exactly my point. Yeah, so she's gonna go back, and it's like, I don't know, like, she reminds Bob of Laura. He wants to relive the
Hmm.
experience. He doesn't want to let her go home. I don't know. It's like, it's some combination of those things, but they never explain it really. It just kind of seems like, I don't know, did Bob want to be caught at that point and it was an opportunity? I don't know. But I do think,
Yeah,
like,
maybe he thought this Leland ship has run its course and he's gonna leave anyway, so might as well get a murder in.
yeah. Yeah. And that, that very well could be it. But I do feel like the show doesn't really remember her character very well, including, season 3.
Yeah.
Because I don't think she's referenced even once. Actually, Annie gets more mention than she
And
does.
she does a whole duet with James and Donna.
I know. They even brought a fake Maddie and Donna for that when they redid that song, but
Hmm.
never mentioned either one of them. James never brings either one of them up. And it's like, what the fuck, James?
James, he's always been cool.
Oh god.
He's just quiet these days.
Yeah, it's like, there's things like the chocolate bunnies where it's like, oh shit, like, that's a really specific reference that I
Hmm.
forgot was even there. And then there's other times where it feels like they just wrote it off their vague memory of what was in the original show.
Hmm.
And it's like, it's riffing on, like, what they think about the show in their mind, but
Yeah.
not necessarily what was actually there,
Hmm.
you know
Yeah, maybe it's just a matter of when the details matter. I could see wanting to get, if you're talking about all the evidence from Laura's murder and like in season 3, I could see wanting to get that right, but it's such a specific thing, to call out. Um, yeah, and they had a whole thing. Wasn't Lucy looking at the chocolate bunnies? Was that the
yeah,
scene?
yeah,
Right? Yeah. And it's interesting because it doesn't. The chocolate bunnies aren't a thing people talk about in the pilot. So like,
right, which is why I
oh, that
forgot about them
chocolate bunny
completely.
scene.
Yeah,
Like it's not the coffee or the cherry pie, right?
right.
So it's interesting that it gets that kind of call. They didn't even. I don't think in season 3 they laid out the donuts. Or did they do it once?
No, I don't.
I think they didn't do it, and I
I
was
think they
mad.
had, like, some. I think donuts appeared,
They
but
did get a box of donuts, but they never laid them out. I think
yeah,
is what
yeah,
happened.
they didn't lay them out. Yeah,
Yeah, and it's weird in this show, in this pilot, when they lay them out, it's like midnight.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
why? Huh? What's
It's
the?
midnight and there's 80 donuts on the
There's
table.
80 donuts
And
laid
Harry
out
says Lucy puts this out
every
every
night.
night. Are you
Every night at
fucking kidding?
midnight. It's so weird.
How
It's so
many
weird.
people work here? Like,
It's so
how?
weird. Well, we know from season
How?
3 there's a whole other room with people in it that do
Who makes the
911.
donuts? Like, where do they even
Yeah.
come from?
Well, in season 3 they came from the double R.
I
And I,
know.
th- I think they're supposed to be from the double R.
Does the double R make that many? I'm like, how many donuts? Like, didn't they have to, like, go back and make more batches? Did they just have a lot left over? How many do they sell in a
I
day?
mean,
I
it's a
mean,
it's a diner. They
holy
probably make
shit.
hundreds of donuts in the morning.
Hundreds? Okay, that's at least 100. Okay. That's
Yeah.
that's gonna be a
Yeah.
portion. It's gonna be a portion.
It's a
I feel
portion,
like
Jerry.
I feel like 30% of their donut income is coming from the sheriff's office. That's all I'm
Yeah.
saying.
No, donuts, donut, please, people, Places that make donuts. What did it say? People that make donuts. Places that make donuts. Yeah, they make a ton. Yeah, it was a lot.
But it's
More
not
than
a
the
double R
number of
specialty, at
donuts.
least not obviously. So
mm,
that's why it seems
No.
weird to me, I think. Because they don't
Yeah.
even
I.
have like a donut case, you know? It's like, where do they even keep them? Like they got
Oh, they
like
have
a
a
bin in the
donut
back
case.
room.
There's a donut case.
Is there?
We'll find out. I'll keep my eagle eye on every shot of the double
All
R.
right. All right. I want to see it. I want to see it.
Well, I'm glad everyone's tuning in to find out the real important parts of Twin Peaks, whether or not there's a donut case to support the sale of nigh 80 donuts per night, 7 nights a week.
I just don't
Um,
know how they do it, you know.
I'm more upset that they're going to get stale like that, and that
Oh,
you're
so
only going to
stale.
get, maybe 10 of those will get eaten, in any reasonable amount of time. And then the
Yeah.
rest just get stale. And I don't understand. Is this like a ritual for Lucy? Like, okay, she's done with her shift and she's going to go home, but she wants to make sure they have some donuts to keep them going overnight. And so she does this, but like, is that the idea? Like, because she works in the morning, so she's not here. She's not working 24 hours a day.
Right.
So clear, but yeah, it's such a quirky, interesting thing. But like, it's also like, why? If it was like 6 in the morning or 4 in the morning or something, I could get it.
Mhm.
Like when you start your day and get, whatever. But like at night,
Yeah.
hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, and like Cooper walks in there and he's like, "I'm going to the hotel now." And he
Yeah,
doesn't have a single
I'm about to
donut.
I'm about to go to bed, so I don't want any of this sugar.
Yeah, yeah. It's just like, okay, so
Yeah,
even Cooper's not going to eat any. Like
yeah.
who
Any other scene, it would have been like he comes the next morning
Yeah.
and there's donuts laid out. Lucy does
Yeah.
this every morning.
That would make sense.
Do you hear? Even hearing those words, it just felt right. She
It
does this
sounds way
every
better.
morning.
Yeah, yeah. I buy it now.
Yeah, yeah.
Because then they have the
So
whole day.
whenever a situation like this happens where there's a beat like this that's completely counterintuitive, I go, is it better that it's completely weird? Because at least it's different.
It is
Like
different.
in Twin Peaks, you get your donuts at midnight, bitch. Like that's just what
Sure.
happens here.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess that's fine. I mean, you know, I don't want to judge.
Oh, you're
It's
judging.
cool. Am I judging? I mean, I wouldn't do it myself, but
Yeah.
you know,
No, I love it. It's very
freedom.
specific and weird, and that's
Yeah.
why we like the show, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I do feel like there is this fetishizing of the donut and the
Yeah.
coffee and the pie that takes it to another level. There's a
Mm-hmm.
scene like later in season 2 where they go into their double R and they sit down with Gordon and
Yep.
he's
I was
like,
just
"I
thinking about
ordered you
that.
all 3 slices." It's like, "Oh
Mm-hmm.
my god. What's
Mm-hmm.
wrong with you people?" Calm down. 3 slices of pie for everyone at the table. So there's 12 slices of pie at the table. It's just like, calm down.
Well, two's not enough.
Well, I can't argue with that.
Yeah, four's too many. Yeah, there's something interesting about that. The whole food thing is back to the Garmonbozia, So
Yeah, yeah,
there's something there.
yeah, yeah. Consumption,
Mm-hmm.
um, food, nourishment. Um,
Yeah, like the sort of uh take the thing that keeps you going and makes you feel a certain way. Um yeah.
right. Yeah, yeah. Um, Okay, so I mean, we've kind of strayed here a bit.
Have we?
Do you want to? We kind of have like a little. We have like 2 more police scenes. Um, and then we go on to another thing.
All right, let's go on to the police scenes.
Okay, so we are out at the train car. I guess like they just found the train car. Is that right? Or did we
Yep.
talk about? I'm kind of losing my place here. Did they already find the heart necklace? That already happened.
I think this is the first train car scene.
Okay, okay.
There is two.
Yeah, I
So
thought so.
no, yeah, the one where it's just Andy is
Okay,
the
this is
first one.
before that. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay, okay. Good, good. Just making sure. Okay, so they just found the train car, and I guess like they've realized that, um, uh, the murder occurred there,
Yep.
basically. And so Andy's talking to Lucy on the police radio, and he says to tell Harry I didn't cry. And
Mm-hmm.
then Lucy tries to console him. Okay, actually, I was going to go on, but I can't now. I have to pause here.
All
So,
right.
uh, those of you who saw season three will remember that there's a huge subplot. Well, huge is taking it too far, but there's a subplot that involves Lucy and cell phones, right? So,
Yep.
so what happens is like someone calls her on a cell phone, and then they walk in front of her, and she's like, "Oh my god, how
Yep.
is that possible? Oh,
Yeah.
whoa, what?" And then her arc is that Cooper calls her on a cell phone while Eva Cooper or Mr. C is there.
Uh-huh.
And so she shoots him because she realizes it's not the real Cooper because she understands cell phones. Okay.
Ah.
So, right? So that's the arc basically. Okay,
Yep.
but here's the thing I don't get. And I tweeted Mark Frost and David Lynch about this. They did not respond. um which is police radios are not that different in terms of the concept that she seemed to be hung up on, which is to
Mm-hmm.
say you could talk to her on that police radio and then walk through the door, and I assume
Mm-hmm.
that's not going to blow her mind. It's not that different.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand why can she understand a police radio, like a portable device that you walk around with and you can talk to someone on, but cell phones are
Because
baffling.
because I think well, obviously the answer is there's no good reason. But I'm going to give you a reason
Okay, okay,
for
good,
the
good.
show.
Okay,
Is that the whole idea is that she understands walkie talkies or radio police radios because she understands that already, right? The same way she understands landline phones. She understands that. It's that this thing had changed and became something she wasn't used to, right? So cell phones became a thing, so it's almost like the landline evolved into a cell phone and she didn't understand that transition. How
right,
could this thing that was one way be this other way? Whereas
right,
the radios were always that way, right?
right.
I think that's the only explanation is that
Okay,
it's not about the actual functionality. It's about this, in terms of how you talk to someone in a different location, but but it's about not keeping up with the sort of technological change of something. The analogy would be if from the 90s to 2017 three came out or whatever, like police radios got some other functionality, right? It would be like that where she'd
right,
be like, I don't understand,
right, right,
like say for instance like police radios had like video or something,
right,
right?
right,
So like she's video police radioing someone. I
right.
love this analogy, it's horrible. And then they walk in the door and she's like, whoa, because back in my day it didn't have video. This is a horrible analogy, but I think I proved my point.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
But no, I like that that you discern that the two things are not that different, and that no one responded to you. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah.
just the lone voice shouting into the void.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Mm-hmm.
fine. That's,
Yeah.
that's just how Twitter goes sometimes. No big
Yeah.
deal. Uh yeah, I guess like because it seemed to revolve around the fact that like I'm talking to you and now you're standing in front of me. How is that
Mm-hmm.
possible? Like
That's
I
like
think
somebody saying, "Well, what if they just don't go to Jurassic Park?"
is it like that?
Well, you know what I mean. Like it's like the person who's like making a valid point, but like they're ruining the spirit of the whole thing.
Right,
You
right,
know,
right,
like
right.
it's like yeah. What if Darth Vader like was nice? I get it. Like I don't know. You know, it's just like what if he was a great father? Yeah, you're right. He should
Yeah,
have been,
yeah.
but
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, I think I get the concept of what they were
yeah,
going for, and it's fine.
yeah. I
I
mean,
just,
listen, it doesn't make sense and it doesn't really work. So it's really hard to even understand why they even went that way with that whole idea.
yeah,
Because it seems like she would have had a long time to get this right.
yeah,
If season 3 had premiered in like the late 90s, early 2000s, cell phones, being more ubiquitous, then I could be like, oh, okay, she's in that transition period to where this is kind of weird for her, especially in a small town or something, right?
right,
It still doesn't get rid of your problem with the radio thing, but at least it's like, oh, cell phones, yeah, okay. But yeah,
right,
it's super weird that it's like been 25 years and a good 15 years of everyone having a cell phone. So
right. Yeah, and they would have them there. Like, it's not
yeah.
like Twin Peaks is so isolated that no one would have a cell phone there.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that's not
Mm-hmm.
really believable. Especially all those like millennials that hang out the roadhouse. You know they have cell phones
Mm-hmm.
and they're like
Yeah, and it
texting
seemed
each
like
other.
there's something about someone. It kind of makes me want to go back to Lost Highway with the Mystery Man scene. There's something there about somebody you're talking to being in two places.
Yeah, you're right. That is
Yeah,
similar.
and I feel like that's
Yeah.
the only reason to even make this a thing is that it taps into this idea of being weird or confused or scared about someone's location that you're talking to being changeable or like um or there's something existentially scary about the disembodiment of your voice from your physical location that telephones give you,
Right.
that's kind of unnatural.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's so it made it, so the Mystery Man scene plays like he's sort of capitalizing on that,
Right.
uh
It's
uh
even a cell phone in that scene.
yeah,
That was
yeah,
like
exactly.
97.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so I kind of feel like it's something to do with that because it's not that the thing with the cell phone was her was about you were somewhere else and now you're here in front of me,
Yeah.
and that's the thing that threw her off. Not that, oh, I'm talking to you and you're somewhere else. It's the
Right.
now you're in front of me when I thought this whole time you were somewhere else.
Right.
So there's something there that connects to what Lynch likes to do. There's
Yeah, no, you're
something
right.
there.
You're right. I agree. I hadn't really made that connection. But yeah, yeah. He does use phones a lot. It's definitely like a
I
prominent
love
feature.
phones.
Yeah. And even the text messaging and even the
Yep. Yep.
smartphone sort of aspect
Yep.
came into play in season 3.
Yeah. Yeah. The tech thing. He's got a little thing about that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it does seem like a lot of times it's associated with evil or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a mechanism for negative forces. I guess the electricity thing is also along those
Electricity.
lines.
Electricity.
And the hydrogen bomb, if you want to take it there.
Yep. Well,
So
The last time we had, nuclear power, we opened a gateway to the other side where woodsmen came in, and I don't know what else happened, but some whole bunch of stuff.
Sit still for the frog bug.
Not the frog bug.
Got a light?
It's like, huh? Yeah, maybe the woodsmen are like the monolith in 2001, and it's trying to ask human beings, like, do they have what it takes, to get to the next level. That's because the light is like the fire, which is electricity, which is
Mm-hmm.
technology.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
gotta light means, are you enlightened enough? Like, are you advanced enough?
Right.
Um,
Oh yeah, he uses a radio station in that as well.
oh, there you
It's
go.
a different example of using
Broadcast.
technology for nefarious
Yep,
purposes.
yep. Broadcasting out the sleepy sleep.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's interesting. You know, it's a good point.
Hey, look at that, making points.
All right, so I just had to say that because when I watched this and she was talking to Andy at the crime scene, I'm like, "What? You're cool with that? Like, where's the landline? Why aren't you freaked out?"
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's it took me a second to realize the police radio. At first, I actually thought it was a cell phone, and if it was a cell phone, I was gonna be like, "Okay, fuck this." She's talking on a cell phone in the pilot, like
Yeah,
bullshit. But I do think it was actually a radio, so
yeah.
whatever. It's technically different,
But
but
it's fine unless Andy shows up in her face. Like,
right,
that's the problem.
right. But I guess like what I had in mind is like that could have happened and
Yeah,
maybe would have at some point that like someone would be talking to her in a car or something and then like come in the door, you know. I would think that should be like there's no reason that's not possible.
yeah.
And I would think if she has the concept of that, it's like a short leap to a different device that transmits signals. It just patches into the phone instead of the radio system.
I don't know. Let's talk about it some more.
Okay, so we can go on to the next scene if you're ready.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. So we go back to the sheriff's station. We have Cooper and Harry questioning Bobby with a rando lawyer. Don't expect this character to come back. Um, Bobby says he didn't kill Laura. Okay, sure. She was there studying, then left to go home at his house. Uh, Cooper asks about a fight they had the previous week, and Bobby gets all upset. And then Cooper turns on the videotape and we see Laura and Don at the picnic, and clearly Bobby didn't shoot the video, right? So who was it?
Uh
And
oh.
Cooper asked if Bobby knew she was seeing someone else. Cooper asked Bobby about cocaine, and he denies using it with Laura. And then Cooper types something on his fancy BlackBerry or whatever that's supposed to be, and shows only Harry, and it says he did not do it. Correct. Um, Cooper asks Bobby what the other boyfriend might, no, sorry, who the other boyfriend might have been, and suggests the initial J. Bobby says she wouldn't do that. And Cooper says, "You didn't love her anyway."
Ooh.
Boom.
All right.
End
Season
of scene.
finale. Oh.
Yeah. Lost.
You didn't love her anyway. That's right. Oh, wait. He's supposed to be mad. Yeah, it's so weird and unfortunate that, the actors can't play what was filmed in uh Fire Walk with Me. Because her whole last night with Bobby's super interesting. Um, but that hasn't happened yet.
Right.
So,
Right. Wait, what do you have in mind?
like when she goes over to Bobby's house and
Okay.
they
Yeah,
have that whole thing where she basically like pushes him away or whatever, like,
yeah. Yeah.
Um, but it's like one of the times Bobby's like really sympathetic, you know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
But it's a
yeah.
prequel that came after all this.
True, true, true. Although she is supposed to have been there, so I think it's possible that you know that he's just lying about what happened, since it did involve drugs.
What?
What do you mean?
He's
What?
lying. He's lying about. What did you say? He's
That
lying about.
he's denying having any involvement with the cocaine.
Yes.
But if I remember that scene right, it ends with him giving her cocaine.
Yeah. I hear you. Yeah. No, I just meant this whole thing about like not loving her. I felt
Oh
like
yeah,
that scene was one of the few where like it showed that he did care about her because she was like
you
going
know,
crazy.
I think there is actually something very confusing there about that. I feel like we get like mixed signals. I feel like there are times where it's like, you know, he doesn't really want to be around Laura, or
Mm-hmm.
she's like kind of repulsive to him in this weird way, but and you know, he's like actively, you know, cheating with Shelley.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so you know that also suggests like, you know, and I guess like for the pilot, because we already know that. I feel like that's the insinuation that I mean, I think Cooper is just, I mean, he doesn't know about that, but the intuition or whatever, or the connection we're supposed to make is like that that's true. So, yeah, I guess what you're saying, I think the counterpoint to that is how obsessed he gets with this James thing. Like, he gets real mad at James. And that vendetta like goes through the whole first season.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
it's always struck me as like totally illogical, which is fine, but it's like you were doing the same thing. Like, where do you get off like
I get. I yeah.
losing your mind? Like, I don't
I
know, like clearly the relationship wasn't in a good place and you should know that, but on the other hand it does suggest that there was some kind of feeling there.
yeah. I always took um Bobby's anger towards James as a couple things, but one being that he sort of blamed James for like he how do I want to say it like he knows Laura has problems, but I guess it came off to me like he wasn't so much mad that James uh, was cheating with Laura, but that like he was mad at James for sort of precipitating her death somehow. You know, if that makes sense. Like like Laura's dead and it's all your fault because you were cheating with her. And you know what I mean? But it's like
Hmm.
it doesn't really it's not logical.
Right.
That's how it kind of came off to me. But I haven't seen this season in a while.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We'll have to see as we go through if that seems to work. I think I'll have to look at it again from that point of view, because I never thought that. It really seemed to me like it was a sense of betrayal, um, uh, you know, just on a basic level. And like I also feel like maybe a status thing or something. Like the relationship represented something to him about who he is, and having that betrayed as sort of a blow to that. That's how it
Mm-hmm.
seemed to me.
Mm-hmm.
But it's crazy because he'll sit there and talk to Shelly about how he's gonna get James back, and it's just like it's like I wish he had
Yeah,
specified that at some
I
point.
I kind of want to I kind of want to go back to that idea of it there being a little confusion about James or Jay being the murderer, right?
Yeah.
Like it makes it seem like that I wanted to put that with Bobby's motivation too, that he believes that somehow he got James is the one who killed Laura, got her killed, and that's why he's so mad.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
it's yeah, so it's like, yeah, you were cheating and you got her killed. It's sort of a both thing.
Right, right.
Um,
Yeah,
but it is awkward in that we talked about that earlier. But like, it is the whole everybody's dating two people is sort of weird because
yeah.
you drop you dropped into the story. You don't really kind of know how long people have been or what their origin story was with each other and that kind of thing. So it's hard to know who do you like the most. Like,
Right,
and then as soon as Laura's out of the picture, James falls for Donna, and it's
right.
like, wait,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
did
yeah.
you always want Donna? Like, what's the like? Is like
Yeah,
no one who that no one is with who they want to be with except for Shelly, I guess maybe.
right.
Um,
Well, I mean, yeah, she's certainly not with. She's not married to the one she wants to be with, but
yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, like, yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, her relationship with Bobby
yeah, yeah,
being
yeah.
the thing she wants.
Sure, sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not
yeah, yeah.
Leo.
Right, right. No, I figured you didn't mean that. It's just like she's also got double relationship going on.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's just like, yeah, over the top. And I guess, yeah, Donna is involved with Mike. So even her and James is
Hmm.
also not just a violation of Laura,
Yeah,
but
but
also,
Mike doesn't give a shit about Donna.
oh, Mike's a piece of shit. But you know what I'm saying? Like,
But that's my
technically,
point. Like these people are in these relationships with people they don't actually want to be in relationships
yeah,
with.
yeah. It really seems like a public thing. I mean, the sense I get from like Laura about Bobby is that it represented the image relationship that she thought she
Hmm.
should have, and the rest of them were the private ones that like served some function for her that she cared about on some level, but that one was really just for public consumption.
Hmm.
But
Yeah,
Bobby's
that makes
side of
sense.
the story, I don't know. I mean, it's definitely weird. We do learn like a bit more about it as the series goes on,
Hmm.
and there was Fire Walk with Me as well. So I think, yeah, I think on Bobby's side it's a little bit more complicated than it was on Laura's side. That's the sense I get.
You mean in terms of complicated? How you mean?
Just in the sense that like I think for him it wasn't just functional relationship. He did have some kind of investment in it,
Mm,
even if it was just down to his own status.
mm-hmm. Gotcha.
But there was an emotional attachment there.
Yeah, there was something. It was Laura. She's the one.
Well, there you go. I mean, you can't deny that. Okay, so are you ready for the next scene?
I made a note here
Oh,
that Cooper became a mobster for a second in this scene. I can't
oh
remember
yeah,
exactly what he said, but what does
the
he
the thing
do?
where he's like, "Here's how this works.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I ask you the questions,
yeah.
and you answer them
It's like, hey,
succinctly and
you
to
want
the
to know what's
point."
going on over here? I'll tell you what's going on over here. All right, I ask you the questions, you tell me the answers right away. Get over here. Um,
Hey,
Hey, what do we got? A wise guy lawyer over here, Bobby. I gotta ask you some questions, Bobby.
who shot the tape, Bobby?
Bobby is a tape, okay? And tapes don't shoot themselves unless I'm crazy. All right, Bobby. Uh, yeah, that's what I meant. Yep.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He gets like a little bit sarcastic or something. It's
Yeah, something
yeah,
weird happened. He
it's a
just.
little bit more aggressive or something, or passive aggressive, I guess, than he normally is.
Mm-hmm.
It still seems like he's smiling and he doesn't really take it all the way to what you're saying, like the mobster version, but it's yeah, it's a good
Yeah,
point.
it's like one step towards the mobster. More
Yeah,
mobster than
yeah.
he normally is.
Yeah, no, definitely. Definitely. Yeah. Yeah, it's not
Hey,
usually
Bobby,
his
here's how this
mode.
works. See? We ask you the questions. You answer the questions that we ask. Briefly and to the point, and nobody's kneecaps go missing.
Right, that was the next line where it's full lobster.
It's like I just found my Archie Bunker impression.
I love those kneecaps,
What do
buddy.
you eating?
I bet you
What are you
need him being the
doing?
quarterback and all. Be ashamed if something would have happened to
What a great accent. What's fun?
him. It is, yeah. There's not nearly enough. Like, I don't know what that is. What? Who did you say it was? Like Jersey? Is that Jersey?
Yeah, I guess. I
Archie
don't
Bunker
know.
seems
Archie's.
Jersey. Isn't it Jersey?
I don't think he's in
Don't
Jersey.
they live in Jersey? Come on, come on.
No, Archie's Long Island.
Long Island. That's like Jersey. Is it really Long Island?
I assume, but I don't know. Now I have to look it up.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking it up because I'm like,
Where does Archie Bunker live?
oh,
Not a question I actually ever cared about.
let's see. It's Queens.
Oh, Queens! That's what I meant by Long
Yeah,
Island. Long
yeah.
Island,
No, that counts.
Queens.
That counts. I think that's part of Long Island.
Oh, great.
Am I wrong?
As long as I'm
I'm
right.
not good at New York. Let me see. Yeah, it's on Long Island. There we go. You win.
Hey!
Hey! Bada bing!
Bada boom! Did you hear that did you see they did a like anniversary special of the Jeffersons and All in the Family, and they did a live version with like actors from today, and
No,
they did a live version of the pilot.
no.
It was and Norman Lear still alive, by the way, the creator of all those shows, and so he was there. It was actually really interesting. If you remember those shows growing up,
Oh
it
yeah.
was actually really interesting. Woody Harrelson played Archie Bunker. Marissa
Okay.
Tomei was Edith. Uh,
Okay.
it was really interesting. Jamie Foxx played George Jefferson. Wanda Sykes played
Okay.
Wheezy. It was just like just the
Okay.
casting alone was like I have to see this just to see these actors play these characters. And they did the original pilot scripts with no changes, So
Wow.
and it was completely relevant as today, like because it's all about social classes and who's down and who's up and all that stuff and the racial stuff, and it was like completely contemporary, even though it was
Wow.
the exact same words from the 70s. So
Wow.
it's worth checking out. Yeah, it was like a ABC thing, so Jimmy Kimmel was like hosting it, but they did, yeah, it was a whole live thing.
Okay.
Check it out.
Cool. Yeah, I should see that. I had no idea that they did
Yeah,
that.
it was a novelty. It was cool to just watch,
Yeah.
to see how they kind of made that work.
Yeah, I like that idea. It's very it reminds me of the Psycho remake from the 90s.
Oh.
Just like taking new actors and just like literally recreating an old thing,
Mm-hmm.
you
Mm-hmm.
know. It's kind of interesting cuz usually like you don't do that. What you do is you write a new thing, you know?
Yep.
Like let's reboot it. What does All in the Family look like now, Like
Yep.
that's sort of the way I would expect them to go with that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's I like that. I like that a lot. I don't know if I've ever seen the pilot. I've definitely seen the show. Either
Mm-hmm.
one, either pilot. Because like pilots are hard to see when you watch shows in syndication. Like,
Yeah.
who knows if you're ever going to catch the pilot? You never know
Mm-hmm.
what season you're in. It's just like
Yeah.
you're just adrift in the vague sort of sense of like the characters, but the
Mm-hmm.
characters don't change, so that kind of helps.
That's why it works.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. That whole syndication that's just the thing lost at the ages, that whole idea of before things are on demand, right? Like
Yeah.
if you want to watch a show, you better be ready when it airs, because once it airs you might not ever see it again.
Right. Yeah.
And that's it was a very interesting thing to live with, and it made gave you this importance to certain things, and then it's like, oh, then when it comes to syndication it's cool, but then it's like, yeah, it might be the same 30 episodes over and over and over, and
Right.
you don't necessarily get all of them from the show and all that stuff, and they'll be in whatever order. And
Yeah. Yeah, and I think I didn't really think about that,
mm-hmm,
as being a problem or as being like something lacking in the experience of watching the show.
mm-hmm,
It was just like whatever, whatever time it comes on, you just watch that show if you like it. And maybe it's one you've seen before and so you skip it or whatever, but
mm-hmm.
it's just like reliable, you go see the thing and it's a thing and you just watch the thing that they give you
Yep.
and it's cool.
Yeah, you had less decisions to make because the choices were handed to you.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, now it's like I don't even know what to watch anymore. Like I think Netflix alone is producing more than I can watch in like a,
Lifetime.
realistic time frame. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I saw this thing on Roku or whatever, and it was like access to 100,000 channels, and I was
Oh my
like,
god.
huh? And I remember thinking way back in the day, 50 channels is a lot,
Yeah.
100 channels is a lot.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
remember, back when cable and it was like 300 channels, and it's like that's
Ooh.
too much.
We'll never go higher than that. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, that's insane. I can't even. Yeah. I mean, I just even channel like is it? I know there are people out there who just still watch like regular TV, but I do kind of wonder how much longer that's going to go on
Hmm.
because it feels like the industry is moving away from that very
I haven't
strongly.
seen antenna airwave television since they stopped broadcasting analog. Like I've never
Oh yeah,
had,
yeah.
like, in terms of like watching it that way. I've obviously seen network TV
Right.
since, but I never bought an HD TV antenna. So I've never, once
Yeah, me either.
they went to digital, I've never literally picked up digital frequencies. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, I went straight to the internet thing,
Mm-hmm.
um, and that was sort of the gateway, um, and yeah, it just seems like the direction is like niche, like give each one the thing they want, like more like a larger quantity of more specific things,
Yep.
and um and then you can pull in more people because they'll get to see like exactly the thing that they want.
Mm-hmm.
um
But they'll never find the thing that they want because there's so much shit to sift
I
through.
know, that's the problem. That is
Mm-hmm.
totally the problem. It's like, yeah, it used to be a nightmare. The opposite of a nightmare. It used to be good and now it's a nightmare. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah, no, I was just thinking about like going to Blockbuster or something. Like,
Uh-huh.
oh, I see a movie, whatever they have, that's what you can get. In the store, maybe you can walk around the whole store. That's all you get.
What do
You
I
can't
get? You get what they have.
yeah, you can't you want to see something they don't have? Too bad. You don't
Use
get
your
that.
imagination because that's all you got.
You could try to go to another store, but
Yep.
like I mean, you can only get things that you can get. You can't like make things appear that you don't have access to. It's
That's
like,
very close to quoting God, what's that band? The Raconteurs have a song about that.
oh no.
Oh man, what's it? Uh it'll come to me. It's something like that. But yeah, there was a thing, and it was bad, right? It's like, oh, I want this other thing. Oh well,
Yeah.
tough shit. You have to
I just have to
buy.
get what they have, like Pumpkinhead 3, whatever. Like, fine.
That's usually what happened. Oh, here's a horror movie I never wanted to watch. I guess I'm getting this horror movie I never want to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the box looks like vaguely interesting. I don't
Hmm.
know.
It's a box.
Who knows? it's a yeah, it's like a rectangular prism,
Yep.
roughly, proportional to the size of the
Hmm.
tape,
It reminds me
usually.
of other boxes I've seen.
It does. There are many like it,
Those
but
are
this
all
one
good.
it says the running time,
Yep.
maybe you get a synopsis.
Yep.
You think you get reviews or ratings or any bullshit like that? Like hell no. Maybe you get like two thumbs up on the box or something if you care about that, back in the
Mm-hmm.
day. But yeah, it's I don't know. And then I remember in the earlier days of the internet, there wasn't as much available. So
Yep.
there was still this sense of like you could look through what they had and browse and find something, like cool. But yeah, it's just like way beyond that. It's like you better fucking know what you want, because if you don't know, how are they supposed to tell you? You gotta know.
You gotta
Like,
know. First step, no. Second step, you get what you get.
and it's like, yeah, I kind of hate that because
Yeah.
basically it makes me dependent on other people telling me like what I might want to see or listen to or whatever,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
like but what if there's a thing out there and I'll never know because I don't see anyone talking about it and I don't know that it even exists.
Yep.
It's not going to get put in my face.
No.
In Blockbuster, it might just get put in my face, like,
Mm-hmm.
here, rent this stupid thing. It's sometimes, not usually, but sometimes they were good. And it was like,
Yeah.
oh, wow, what a
Yeah.
surprise. Like, I thought that was going to be mediocre, but it was actually pretty enjoyable.
Mm-hmm.
You get you get lucky, and
Yeah.
there's no room for luck in our
But see,
modern world.
now you don't have to get lucky because now you get what you want.
Do I?
Yeah. It's on demand.
But I don't know what I demand.
You demand all of it because it's all on demand.
But I can't. But I don't want it all. It's too much. I can't watch it all.
Yeah, I have this theory that just the sheer nature of how many books have been written and are available, that you'll never read your favorite book ever.
Yeah.
Uh, Same with music, you'll never hear your
Yeah.
favorite song.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
you know, there's some tune, some person in some place at some other time in the far corner of the universe, made on a box in a tin can, and
Mm-hmm.
if you heard it, it would be your favorite thing ever, but you'll never hear it.
You'll never hear it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I think it's the same way with it's really that way with like, you know, movies and TV now, where um the things that yeah, there's a filtering system where people have to have seen it to talk about it to tell you if you should watch it,
Right.
and you can explore on your own and maybe find some things, but it's tough to do that.
Yeah. I mean, it's just such a shot in the dark because there's no um like narrowing down
Hmm.
system. It's just like, what do I do? Just like close my eyes and click. I don't know where to start. It's
Well,
crazy.
that sounds like a great website, clickflix.com, where you just put in like movies that you like, and then like styles and types, right? And
Yeah.
then you just click a play button and it randomly picks, you tell it how much time you have,
Mm-hmm.
you know, 30 minutes for a
Right.
sitcom,
Right.
you got an hour for a drama, you got
Right.
2 hours, 2.5 for a movie, right?
Right. Right.
And then you click play and it just plays you something, and that's it. And you get what you
Yeah.
get.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't have to like it, but at least you don't
No,
have to like find it.
but you didn't choose it.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. No, I like that. I like that. Can we do that?
Let's do it. We're doing it now.
I want to do
This episode has been brought to you by clickflix.com.
that. Oh my god, is it taken? Shh. Don't tell anybody. Anybody listening, don't tell anyone. It's
Yeah.
we want to reserve this.
Can we get it? Domain.com. Check it
Let me
out.
see. Let me see. Oh, that's where you got to go.
Yeah.
Domain. Are you serious? That feels like
Yeah.
a lie. Domain.com. Oh, it's really a thing. Okay. Um,
I bet ClickFlix is the thing someone's already taken.
it does seem like it would be. Let's see. Let's see. Let's
Clickflix.eu.
see. No, thank you.
We don't
Yeah, it's
want that one.
unavailable. So annoying.
What if
Yeah,
we? What if
someone's
it's?
holding it, like expecting an offer.
How much do they want for it?
It doesn't
Because
say.
we've got $1 billion idea on our hands.
Any price. Yeah, we can have like ClickFlix dot other stuff.
How about clicks flicks?
Clicks flicks. Okay, let me
It's a
try.
horrible name.
Let me try. Okay, let's see. Let's see. It's available.
Is it? How did you
Yeah,
spell it? Oh, I see. Yeah, it is
the
available.
normal way.
Yeah. Wow, we can get clicks flicks.
Clicks flicks. That makes it seem like Click is a person, and this is like Clicks flicks. Like,
Clicks flicks. Come on. Every clicks needs a flicks. Get your fix at clicks flicks. The marketing writes itself.
it does. It does. That's what's so great about it. You don't need a
Yeah.
marketing department because it
Nope.
literally is done
It's done.
like automatically. Yeah, I like it.
Yep.
Sign me up.
All
Donate
right.
purchase. Click, click.
Flicks
Done.
flicks. All
Yeah,
right.
start
Well,
that.
I'm glad we solved that.
Yeah,
Should we
yeah,
talk about Twin
that's
Peaks?
it's definitely relevant for Twin Peaks. Which yeah.
So as we were saying, Cooper seemed like a mobster for a second.
Oh yeah, monster. Yeah, we were talking about the Cooper, who was a little
Yeah, we
bit.
went from the mobster to Archie Bunker to Norman
Yep,
Lear
that was
to
it.
so whatever happened in those good old days.
Syndication. Those were the days.
Those were the days when the show you wanted only came on once.
Ow, Archie. Who played Edith? Who did you say?
Marissa Tomei.
Marissa Tomei. Did she do a voice like that?
Yeah, she was great.
Oh my god.
She's a
Oh my
great
god.
Edith.
I have to see that. I have to see
Yeah,
that.
no, it was great. She did it.
Nice.
It was fun.
Okay, so are you done with Mob Cooper? You want
Yeah, we
more
can
on
move
that?
on.
Good. Okay. So we go back to the Great Northern, and Bob comes over, and okay, sorry,
I was
this
gonna
is
say,
not the Bob.
yikes.
This is a Bob, anonymous Bob. Some guy named Bob comes over and tells Julie to make sure that the Norwegians don't find out about Laura Palmer's death. And then Audrey's sitting there. She puts a pencil in a coffee cup that's sitting there, and she asks Julie what would happen if she pulled it out. And Julie says, "You wouldn't." So she does, and coffee goes everywhere. And Audrey uses the opportunity to go into the room with the Norwegians. They're reviewing paperwork, I guess. I don't know. I don't
Hmm.
speak their language, which I guess is called Norwegian. Anyway, um, gradually they notice that Audrey's standing there, and the leader, I guess, asks if something is wrong. And Audrey says that they found Laura murdered.
All right. So yeah,
Boom.
this is that thing where Audrey is like, I like to ruin things for
Yeah.
attention.
Yeah. 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 Tell me not to do a thing, I'll do the thing.
Hmm. That's all I got.
Boom. Yeah, I think this is I think this is actually the biggest scene we get with Audrey in this whole episode, if
Hmm.
I'm right. Um yeah, yeah.
What more do we need?
Yeah, I don't think we get much more. So I think this is sort of like the pilot's way of telling us like who the character is, at least who the character is at this point. I think she
Hmm.
does like change a lot over the course of the series. When you get to the end of season 2, it's a completely different character.
Hmm.
It really doesn't feel like this at all. But I do think the shoes and the smoking and the weird reaction to Laura's death were sort of hinting in this direction, but this makes it more explicit that not only is she just like gonna do something petty like spill coffee on the desk, but she's also going to like sabotage her father's business plans.
Yeah.
Like she's totally cool with that. Which, hey, whatever, I'm not here to judge. I'm just saying it's a character trait.
She hasn't learned that there's consequences to her actions.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I think yeah, there's a number of weird things that go on as we progress in the story, and I feel like
Mhm.
there's definitely some, let's say, daddy issues going on in this story. And I feel like in a way like that's almost still playing out in the season 3, with this
Mm,
whoever that guy, what was that guy's name?
mm,
Clark?
mm,
Was it
mm.
Clark?
That sounds right.
Anyway, there was a similar dynamic there.
Yeah.
Like still, like God, you're like, it's 25 years, like Jesus Christ. But
Well, she was trapped in a void of her own making.
that doesn't help.
Yeah.
I can't blame her for that. That's you know, things happened.
Mm-hmm.
It's a long journey. All right. So, shall we move on?
We shall.
Okay, so we go to the back to the station, the sheriff's station. We have Bobby and Mike. They're going to leave, but Donna is still in there. So I guess they're gonna wait or something. Um, Bobby has clearly realized that James means James because he says some biker, and James is the only biker on the show. That's not true, but James is
Mm-hmm.
the only biker main character on the show. There we go. That's true. Okay. And so he's mad, and Mike asks his name, and then we see that Lucy is listening. So they
Oh,
go
Lucy.
outside. Yeah, sneaky typing.
Mm-hmm.
Just typing over here. It's fine. Keep on talking, gentlemen. I won't mind at all.
Blanche Stupa, everyone.
So they go outside to talk, and Major Briggs is there, and he offers Bobby a sympathetic ear, which Bobby does not appreciate.
How dare you care about me, father?
Screw you, Garland.
All right. I
So
always
yeah,
loved this little thing here where Lucy was transcribing what they were saying because it's a great sneaky trick. Because that's her job to
yeah,
type,
yeah.
and they're just talking and she's just typing, and it's like, wait a minute. And then when they stop talking and she stops
Mm-hmm.
typing, it's like,
Wait.
what's happening? Yeah, I love that. That's a great moment.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. It gives Lucy the chance to sort of contribute to the investigation, even though it turns out that Cooper already knows the answer from the video.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Um.
But that just serves to illustrate how good Cooper is.
Yeah,
All right, so shall we?
we shall.
All right. So then, as mentioned before, we have Cooper questioning Donna about the picnic and how the video was made without a third party. I think we talked about this earlier. So Donna says it was a hiker, a woman hiker, a
Oh, a female hiker.
lady
Uh,
female woman
a
hiker.
non-human female hiker, stranger person.
Cooper wants to know who she's protecting, and Donna cries but doesn't give in. And then Lucy breaks in. Cooper lets Donna go at that point, and so Lucy comes in and relays what Mike and Bobby said. But Cooper already knows that it was a biker. Harry and Lucy are very surprised that he already knows, but it turns out you can see the reflection of a motorcycle in Laura's eye in the video.
Gotta love that zoom.
Boom. This is actually a perfect example, for me at least, of the Blu-ray, or this was true in the DVD too, but that quality versus the old VHS days, and even
Mm.
worse, the old EP VHS days.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Because like I remember when I first saw that, I'm like, I don't see it. I have no idea what he's seeing. I really couldn't tell. I'm just like, it just looks like a blob of color. Like I just couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, okay, I get what the point of the reveal is. He can tell it's a biker, but I couldn't even make out what they were
It's
seeing
like a
at
magic
all.
eye.
Yeah, exactly. It was just
Mm-hmm.
like they're all reacting, so I guess it's there. But yeah, so with the Blu-ray set, it's like I could easily see the
Mm-hmm.
headlighted motorcycle, which they cut to immediately.
They
And we
do.
see James holding, wait for it, the half heart necklace.
Oh no, he's the
Lost.
killer. That's how
I
it
do
is.
feel like that is the most suspicious James moment
Mm-hmm.
right there. And I guess they kind of go back to this later, but this whole like cutting to him just sitting there holding the necklace is the it's the only time where I feel like they they seem to be suggesting suspicion as far as
Mm-hmm.
James goes.
Mm-hmm. Jay, you mean?
Jay,
The
yeah, I know,
Jay she
right?
was nervous about?
It's like clearly it's James, right? No, 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 no. Let's not get too hasty here. It
Mm-hmm.
might have been Norma Jennings.
Oh,
There's a lot of J names walking
yeah.
around. It's kind of
Oh.
crazy.
Or it could have been her father, Jay Leland. Leland for short.
The J is silent.
The J is silent on Sundays.
All right. So yeah, any comments about this bit here?
Um, no, I don't think so.
Good to go. Good to go.
Oh,
All
so
right.
this is yeah, you covered the train car part, right?
Yeah. Well, the first train car part. There's another
Oh,
one coming. I just covered the part where Andy calls Lucy, but we haven't done
yeah. I
another
thought we
part
see
yet.
James with the other half of the necklace after the second
We
train
do, but
car.
there's two shots of him with the necklace. This is the first one,
Oh,
and that one
gotcha.
comes. It's about to come. You ready
Gotcha.
for it?
I'm ready for it.
So actually, it's not quite next, but we're close. So at the Great Northern, the Norwegians are leaving.
Oh
Ding, ding,
no.
ding! Ring the bell.
It's like
So
the
we
Battle
see.
of 1817 when Norwegians famously left that battlefield
It
in
is
the woods.
exactly like that.
I made that up.
Um, so yeah, we see the Norwegians leaving, and Audrey is pleased, and Ben tries to stop them from throwing away the opportunity of a lifetime. But you know what? It's better than throwing a lifetime away
Of an opportunity.
of an opportunity. Yeah, yeah. You know, if he was an anglophone, he would have said that. I think it's that Norwegian thing. You know, it sounded better in the original.
Gotcha.
Anyway, the Norwegians leave. Okay, so following up from the earlier scene, um, you know, Laura Palmer was murdered. I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Uh-huh.
I don't really understand that, but okay. Um,
Um, sorry, I'm looking at the scene with James, and you can't actually tell he's got the half heart necklace.
you can't?
Really? No, there's no close up of it. You can't tell it's a half heart.
Oh,
You
I
can
guess
tell
I
he's
just
got,
knew that that's what it was,
yeah,
so I
you can
wrote
tell he's
it in the
got.
notes.
So that scene is about connecting Laura's the tape with the bike
The motorcycle,
to the
yeah.
motorcycle. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then
Yeah, I
later they
think I
do the
just wrote
same
it because I knew
thing.
he was doing it,
Yeah,
but
gotcha.
because and they show the same thing, the same shot later,
Yeah,
basically, where you see the necklace. So yeah, good point.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't know why the Norwegians are leaving, except like this, like, oh, you promised me there's no murders in this town. Like, I don't,
Yeah.
or is it that it's Leland's daughter and he's part of the deal making? I can't quite tell why
Right.
exactly
Right.
it was a big deal. Are
Yeah,
they?
it's
They're
just
so.
like I don't know. Like, when's the last time you had a murder in Norway? Like, I don't. I mean, it happens, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's like it's fine to be upset about it, but I just don't get why the deal's off. Like I want to understand like how does this death like impact whether this is a good or bad deal or not? Because like in the long run, you know,
Mm-hmm.
there's no reason why this should affect that.
Aren't they just turning Ghostwood into a country club or something?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
yeah, why is the deal off? Yeah, they didn't really set up some idea that like they're already on the fence, or they're spooked, or like they're a superstitious group, and they want things to be auspicious. They want it to feel right, and if anything is off, then they'll walk. They didn't really set that up, so um, they could have done a little something like that to make it make sense, to where they're just kind of weird Norwegians, but things kind of have to feel right more than is it a logical business decision. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
Uh,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
but I don't think they really set that up, so it doesn't really play well.
Yeah. Yeah. It just seems sort of. I don't know. Um, I guess like basically they wanted Audrey to sabotage a deal, and
Mm-hmm.
like that's like a current event thing to use, but yeah, it does seem like they could have maybe come up with another way for her to
It what it
sabotage the deal.
what it should have been was the Norwegians can't hear about Laura Palmer. They certainly can't find out she's Leland's daughter. Like that should have been the
Right,
line.
right,
You know what I mean? And because then it makes sense that like the guy who's doing our business deal, his daughter just died. Like you could make some connections there to like, he's either the worst case scenario is gonna be implicated by the police, or just he won't be focused on the job because his daughter just died, and,
right.
and we need someone focused, or whatever.
Yeah, 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 yeah. That would have made sense,
Yeah.
but yeah, I don't think they even know that.
No.
It's not clear to me that they do.
No.
Because I don't think Audrey mentions it, and um, yeah, like obviously they don't know anything about the area.
Mm-hmm.
Um, uh, okay, so good to go. Oh, I
Good
have
to
another.
go.
Yeah,
G to
sorry.
G.
So here's the thing. So finally, we go back to the train car. We got Harry and Cooper just arriving there, and they go to look inside, and they find the I say the other. I'm really convinced you see the necklace clearly. All right. Anyway, they find the half of the heart, half of the half heart necklace, or one
Is
of the
that
necklaces
is
with
that
half
one
of the
quarter of
heart.
a heart?
It really should be. Um, yeah, they find the half heart necklace, one of them, on a mound of dirt, and they find a piece of newsprint with "Fire Walk with Me" written in blood on it. And then the question is, who has the other half? Cooper wants to know. And then we go
Whoever
back to
has it
James,
is the
finally holding the
killer.
necklace. Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. Who's this Jay and who has the necklace?
Yep. 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 Uh,
Yup. Yup.
I just turned into one of those aliens from Sesame Street.
Yeah, you did.
Um.
You're right.
Uh. So why fire walk with me? Why is this here? Why the mound of dirt? Why the necklace on top?
Good question. So
That was three questions.
we will see if I'm right about this, but I don't think they reference either one of those things in Fire Walk with Me, the movie.
Oh, come on now.
Do they? Do they
Yeah, I
even
think they
show
do.
him like making a mound of dirt and putting the? I don't
Yeah.
remember that. That actually
Yeah.
happens.
Bob's Mounds.
What?
You don't remember that?
It sounds like an artisanal like store or something where you can like buy mounds of dirt to take
Hmm.
home and decorate your home and garden with.
You've been there. We only sell the finest bespoke artisanal dirt.
Bespoke. I love it.
Uh,
Yes. Yeah, and the Fire Walk with Me, I don't think they show that either.
I'm
Um
pretty sure they do.
really?
I'm pretty sure they do. Pretty sure.
Really?
So you think Bob just says "Firewalk with me"? You know, isn't actually right.
Does he even say it? I don't remember
He
him
does
saying
say.
that.
Now he says that.
You sure?
Yeah, yeah, because that's the whole thing. He's like he doesn't he have the doesn't he say the whole phrase fire the whole whatever the whole phrase
Does he
is?
really?
Have you seen this show?
Now I'm having my doubts here. All right, hold on. I know this isn't like reliable at all, but I'm just gonna check here. Because I feel crazy because I don't remember any of that shit.
Pretty
Okay.
sure.
All right, let's see. So I'm going to the script, which you know might be wrong, but it's a script. So
I'm actually looking at a YouTube video of Laura's death.
oh, fine.
I win. Let's see. Let's see. I guess I should put the captions on so I can tell what they're saying. It won't let me.
Okay.
Okay, so
Yeah, there's a mirror.
this scene is scary.
Yeah, it is. It is.
So Bob says he's whispering. I can't tell
No
what he's
subtitles.
saying. Mm-mm.
Come on, subtitles.
Ronette saying I'm sorry. We see Angel Laura.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Leland's there. Oh yeah, of course. He said you said you knew it was me.
Oh, that classic line.
Yeah, Bob's lines are hard to hear. The music's crazy in this scene.
Yeah.
Okay, the mic's banging on the train car. She opens it a little. He pummels her and throws her out. The ring, let's see. Someone throws the ring on the train, probably Mike.
Yeah. Oh, I just cut to the end. They do show the necklace. They show him picking up the necklace. I didn't see the mound of dirt, and I didn't see Fire Walk with Me, but they do show him picking up the necklace.
Gotcha.
Like at the very end of that clip.
Oh, and he's got the plastic. Where did he get the plastic from?
Yeah, he's got the plastic. I don't. Yeah, good question. Do you already have it set up? I have no idea.
Hmm. Hmm.
It's a yeah. It's a valid point.
So I guess no mound of dirt. What happened here?
Yeah, yeah. There's no mound of dirt in the script either.
I guess there's no reason to show it since they already showed it.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. They do show the necklace, so I feel like the implication is that that
You
happens.
know what I'm
But
remembering is the mound of dirt under the trailer park.
oh, where the ring was.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mounds of dirt are significant.
Bob's Mounds.
Exactly. Exactly. But yeah, it's like it makes it seem like ritualistic or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think there is something ritualistic about the Fire Walk with Me like chant
Yeah.
Um, uh, and they do have Leland like have he had a weird thing about the necklace. But I do feel like I do feel like the necklace is overemphasized at this point in the story in terms of how much it really should matter.
Mm-hmm.
Like to Bob or Leland or whatever. Um, it just seems yeah, it's like the fingernail letters. It just seems a bit off from what was happening and how much like what that character really should have cared about.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that he would like make a mound, make a sort of altar with this necklace, like the Fire Walk with Me, I can believe like a little bit more because it at least fits in with that world.
This makes me think. I'm trying to understand what this whole idea would be, and maybe this is some sort of burial slash offering towards like Laura's soul or something.
Mm-hmm.
So her soul goes to the Black Lodge basically,
Yeah.
and so a mound of dirt. Did I make a point? I feel like there's some connection there to where Laura's body doesn't get buried. Like Leland just throws it somewhere in the water. I don't know what happens.
Yeah,
Somehow it washes
in the
up.
river or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but the idea of this being the sort of uh symbolic representation of her soul being gone, and therefore the Firewalk with Me, which is the whole channel connection to the Black Lodge, and
Mm-hmm.
then this sort of mound of dirt, what you would bury, and then the necklace being, I don't know, some personal artifact of hers,
Right.
but something symbolizing her spirit. You
Right.
know, that's the best I could come up with for what this thing is.
Yeah. I think that makes sense more or less. It's just yeah, it seems like yeah. I mean that kind of minimizes how important it is that it's the necklace per se. It's just like
Yeah, I don't think it's about the
an
necklace.
artifact. But the way
Exactly.
it's presented here makes it look like the necklace is important. I mean, they
Yeah.
want us to believe that at
Because
least
they don't know.
because they don't know. Yeah,
They don't know no better.
exactly.
Yeah, and I think, he didn't do this for Teresa Banks, uh,
Yeah,
mounded dirt with things
right.
like that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, and that's pretty curious,
Mhm.
isn't it?
Because, well, I don't think Teresa Banks went to the Black Lodge. I think she just died normally. And because
Are
this
you
whole
sure she
thing.
had the ring?
Yeah, but she had the ring, but she didn't immediately go. Like, oh, yeah, I don't know now. I guess Leland did kill her. Did she have the ring on when he killed her?
Well, I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's the difference.
She may or may not have. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
She had it on shortly before he killed her, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how the ring got passed around really. But if she did have it on, I would think that would mean she did go to the Black Lodge and then they got the ring back and then that's how Mike got it. That would be my best guess.
Mm-hmm.
And we got to talk
Well,
about Mike, by the way, but we'll get there later
we
because
gotta talk
that's
about
not even
Mike.
in this episode.
Yeah, Mike's a
That's like
weird
season
character.
2 stuff. Yeah, Mike is a fucking mess, no matter which Mike you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Season 1 Mike, season 2 Mike, Fire Walk with Me Mike,
Fire
or
Mike with
season
me. Yeah.
Fire Mike with Me. There you go. I knew there was a thing there. Yeah, or season 3 Mike. Like, I think they're all like
Mm-hmm.
fucked up in weird ways.
Yeah.
And they don't really mesh. It's like it's 5 different characters.
Mm-hmm. At least
One of
five.
them is like friends with a veterinarian and sells shoes.
Yeah, one of them just a regular guy.
Yeah, how the fuck is that? I just yeah, I don't know. Something weird. Something there's something fucked up there, but whatever. It's not really relevant to the pilot per se,
So
but
let's talk about it.
the fire walk with me thing and what, yeah, exactly. It's just like because Mike is in this whole world,
Yeah.
it feels like, you know, anyway, the ring, that was the connection.
Maybe Mike's a tulpa.
I hope so, because like there needs to be an explanation, because like
Mhm.
something's wrong with him.
He's a tulpa.
He can't decide how he wants to behave. Is he crazy? Is he a host or is he a thing?
Mm-hmm.
Does he want the Garmin Bozier or doesn't he? Does he, um uh does he need to take like drugs to suppress his personality or not?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like, what's your deal, man? And also the fact that season 3 credits him as Philip Gerard is like really weird to me.
Yeah.
Like, it's almost like Philip Gerard is the Black Lodge spirit now.
Uh, because he got his Garmonbosia back at the end of season 2.
Is that why?
It made it seem really plausible, but I can't really say if that's true. It doesn't make any sense. But it felt normal. I was like, yeah, that's why. Come on. Maybe that's why. Yeah, he got
Okay.
he got his Garmonbosia back, and does that answer the question?
No.
Oh damn! I was
I mean,
so
the main
close.
problem is he gets it back in Fire Walk with Me, which is before the series.
Wait, no, I thought he got it back at the end of season 2 when
Nah,
Bob goes to
that's
the
Fire
Black
Walk with
Lodge
Me.
at the end of season 2.
That's Fire Walk with Me.
Season 2.
I mean, they do show Bob in the Black Lodge in season 2, but they don't talk about no Garmin Bosia.
Wow, that's Fire Walk with Me, huh? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you stole the corn. The thread will be torn, Mr. Palmer. And then, like, Bob, I want my Garmin Bosia. It's right after he kills Laura. That's when he gets the
Gotcha.
the Garmin Bosia back.
Into season 2? No. Okay. Thought I'd try once more.
We had to solve a murder that won't happen until the end of the show. That almost
Yeah.
seems like something Twin Peaks would do.
Yeah. I'm here to stop a murder that happened already.
That actually happens.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
yeah,
All right.
yeah. So, shall we continue?
We shall.
Okay. So we go to the Great Northern, and we have Sylvia and Audrey sitting down to tea. I wasn't really sure.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they're so high class they have tea. I don't know. Johnny rams his head into a dollhouse repeatedly, and a nurse, I guess, asks Sylvia to talk to Johnny, but she refuses because Laura isn't coming, and so the nurse leaves.
She's
This is
like,
our
I'm
big
out of
Sylvia
here.
scene right here.
Yeah. I mean,
Sylvia is, along with Donna's sisters, one of the more scarce characters in the show.
mm-hmm.
And Heidi, like, there's these characters that, like, in
Yep.
David Lynch episodes, they show up a lot, but in every other episode, it's like they don't exist.
Yeah. No one else wants to use them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. But yeah, so Sylvia, Johnny, Laura, T.
That's your scene.
What do you got?
Let's see. Yeah, I
Comments,
didn't really have a
concerns?
lot here. It's interesting that they do come back to this in season 3. We come back to Johnny needing someone to take care of him and that whole thing,
Yep.
and then that weird scene with the bear and
Oh
talking
God.
bear, and
What was the thing he was saying?
Johnny
Like
wants to
Johnny likes
play.
Johnny likes TV or what was
Yeah,
it?
something like that.
Yeah, it was British too.
Yeah.
Which
Um.
they're having tea here, so connection.
Hey,
I'm just
thematic.
saying.
Yep. Only British people drink tea. We know that. Uh.
Just the idea of having tea time, you know,
Yeah.
it
Afternoon
just
tea.
feels like it just feels very British.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
I
somebody's
find it
British.
strange that Laura was helping Johnny. Do you think that was some sort of cover for like her to just come to Ben's house or something?
Ooh,
I just feel that. I
ooh.
mean, I know she was doing Meals on Wheels and stuff, and she had this facade of being the good girl, but it seems weird to me that she would spend time working with Johnny for like no apparent reason.
Yeah, they don't show it in Fire Walk with Me either. And also, like, what was she doing? Is that like, was she
Hmm.
trained to like? I don't
Exactly.
think I really get it. It seems vague. I
Yeah.
do feel like we're supposed to believe that she was doing it, but
Yeah. Yeah. I
I don't think
agree.
it really makes sense.
Yeah, and it also makes
So
it feels like another reason why Audrey would not like her, but it just seems like a weird like what was she doing that Audrey couldn't do? You know?
yeah, I think Audrey later actually says like it's one of the things she liked about Laura, like the only thing.
Oh, that's right, because she was nice to her brother or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha. No.
So yeah, that makes me think they really work together.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I feel like if she was sneaking off and doing stuff with Ben or whatever, like Audrey would have noticed.
Well, maybe it's both though. Maybe like
It is possible.
she does really do it, but
Also,
also she really does
extracurricular.
it. All right.
Sure, sure. All right. So moving right along
Moving along.
to the bank. We're going to the bank.
All
At
right.
the bank worker leads in Harry and Cooper to look at the safety deposit box. Laura has had the box around 6 months. That's a guess. We never find out the official record. I don't think it
Mm-hmm.
matters anyway. So she leaves, and Cooper opens the box. They find the Flesh World magazine and a giant wad of cash. It's more than $10,000. And there's a marked page in the magazine, and on that page is none other than Ronette Pulaski and Leo's truck.
For a good time, call Leo's truck.
Leo's truck.
Leo's truck is nasty. Yeah, that truck will do anything. No moral floor for that truck. Those mud flaps get dirty.
Ooh.
Yeah, mud flap is a
Yowza.
gross word.
It
Um,
is horrible.
yeah, it's the worst. Yeah. So what a scene! What a scene! What are we supposed to do with this? So
Classic
Laura's got
scene.
money. Yeah, Laura's
Yeah.
got
We
money.
find out what the money is for later, I think, in this episode.
Okay.
I think is it this episode? God, I'm confused. This is gonna be bad because I've rewatched up through episode 26, which
Mm-hmm.
is hold on for it, season 2, episode 19.
Gotcha.
So I have later stuff in my head, and yeah, sometimes anyway, I think they tell us. Isn't there a scene later with Bobby and Mike in the jail? Um,
Yes.
Yeah, don't they talk about it in the jail?
I don't think so.
Oh, they get locked up later. Oops. It's because of what happens in this episode. All right, sorry. That's clearly not in this
Yeah.
episode. All right, got
No.
it. Got it. We're all good. We're all good. We don't know. We don't know what that money's for.
All right. Yeah, I always assumed the money was like the money she made doing prostitution, but I
Hmm.
guess it's for the drugs.
Yeah, it's for the drugs. Drug deal stash
Why
money
is she involved
place.
in drugs? Is she
Uh
selling drugs at the school?
I I don't know if she's literally selling them, but she's definitely like facilitating the sale. That's how it looks to me. I don't think they ever confirmed that she was actually selling the drugs, but I do think she was, yeah, helping with the drug trade. We see her go on a failed deal with Bobby and Fire Walk with Me,
Mm-hmm.
and this was supposed to be a deal with Leo, um, and Jacques, I guess. So
Hmm.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be out of the question that she would sell it. I don't think she's like above that necessarily. I just think
But
they didn't
yeah, I think
tell us.
that ruins the image of her if people know that she's directly selling drugs.
Yeah, so that's why I think people didn't know. I
Yeah.
think she was just working behind the scenes.
It makes it seem like, but what does that mean? Like, I don't understand. What was she doing?
She was like going along on the deals, and she was holding money in a safety deposit box for a drug deal. I think that's all I mean. She was just sort of like, you know, there while the things happened, and in this case, like helping to facilitate them by hiding money.
Okay, so it's like Bobby's gonna get a bunch of drugs, and then what? What's step two? How does
And
Laura get
then
involved?
and then and then Bobby's gonna give the drugs to Leo, and then
The drugs
Leo.
to Leo or money to Leo?
Oh wait. Oh, now I'm confused. Hold on. Which way did it go? Okay, sorry. No, right. He has the money. Okay, so Bobby's gonna sell the drugs. Bobby was selling the drugs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And he
that's
needs
it.
more drugs, therefore he's gonna give the money to Leo for more drugs,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
But why is Laura involved?
yeah. Uh, I don't know. I mean, maybe just because she had a safety deposit box. Like, I need a place to stash this money. Do you have some place where I can do that? Maybe she got the safety deposit box to do that. I think part of it was she wanted some herself,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
but you know, I don't know. Maybe she got money for it,
Money for what?
for holding the money.
He got money for holding the money. What is she, a
Yeah,
bank?
it's a holding fee. Yeah, exactly. Basically,
First National Laura Palmer.
yeah.
Uh,
Entrepreneur,
yeah,
yeah.
she knows capitalism when she sees it.
Why
Hey,
not?
Bobby,
Why
you want me to hold that money? I need a fee for that.
not? No, I don't know. Yeah, I think probably it was just for the drugs, but
I still don't get it, but I won't harp on it.
I think I guess my way of explaining would be just to say that I think she was just involved with people who were involved with the drug trade, so she was just sort of like, an accessory. You
Okay.
know what I'm saying? Like, if you're hanging around people who are doing drug deals, maybe you go along with them on a drug deal.
Okay, so she's not doing anything useful. She's just around.
I think mostly she's not doing anything useful. In this case, she was holding the money.
Okay,
That's my sense.
gotcha. No, that makes sense.
Because, like, that's what we see her doing with the Bobby thing in Fire Walk with Me. Like, it seems like she's just along for the ride. I think she wants the drugs.
Hmm.
So it's like, if you go on a drug deal, you get a giant pile of drugs afterwards. You know,
That's the best time to get some drugs when there's a
exactly.
giant pile.
Yeah. So I think that's probably the motivation.
Gotcha. Yeah, so why does Leo's truck have an ad in the paper?
Yeah, didn't we? Did we? I thought we
We talked
resolved that
about that.
earlier.
Mm,
Yeah, just rewind. I think we had the answer.
we had the perfect answer earlier. Okay, I believe it.
Yeah, no, it's weird. It's weird. And I even think, if I remember right, there's like a second issue of Flesh World that also has this truck in there. Am I crazy, or is it the same one? I think they find another
I
one
think
later.
it is another one later. My thing with the truck is I can't think of a reason. I can think of reasons why information about Leo or his truck might be in there. I just can't think of a reason why there should be a picture. You know what I mean? Because I can imagine like, oh, Leo is gonna facilitate, you know, uh, meeting up with Ronette or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so he's like, I don't know, this is a horrible idea, but like, you can rent my truck with this girl, and but it's
Mm-hmm.
like, here's a picture of the truck where you can have sex with her. Like, I don't like, huh? Like, or like, look for this truck and then you'll find the guy who can get you what you need. Like, I don't know. Like, what are we? I don't know what we're supposed to think. Like,
Right.
unless it's a separate ad for like hauling or something, like
Mm-hmm.
freight services. But like again, why would you need a picture of the truck for an
Yeah.
ad for freight services? So
Right.
yeah, I don't know. It's the biggest question on the show.
Yeah, yeah. No, I agree. I don't think it makes any sense. But it does throw suspicion on Leo, so, you know, I think Leo is like the prime fake suspect for a while,
Mm-hmm.
and I feel like this is the first step in that direction.
Yeah.
That's the only, I mean, that's just the contrivance reason, but that's all I got.
All right.
Because yeah, it is weird. I also wonder about the Ronette thing. Like, so Ronette's picture's in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's circled. So like, what exactly happened there? Like walk me through it. I'm trying to picture it in my head. Okay, so Ronette is someone that Laura went to high school with. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so they could have like passed in the hallway. Okay, not only that, but they worked at the same place in Horn's department store, and they were together at One Eye Jacks. They specifically reference that later. This was, sometime before, so I don't know how long that thing's been sitting in there, but I'm just wondering, like, so what happened? Like, they got Flesh World, who circled it, why, and then why did they put it in a safety deposit box? Like, I don't get any of that.
Uh. Uh.
Okay. Sorry,
So
it's a lot.
It's Laura's copy of Flesh World.
Okay,
She circled it
she circled it. Okay, cool,
because
cool.
she's like, Ronette,
Run it! Boom! I
circle
circled
you.
you.
Got you circled in my circling.
Okay.
Uh,
Why did she circle it?
yeah.
I love it when it's a yes or no all of a sudden. Yeah. It's like, what? How? I feel like it's my problem if I don't get that answer. It's clear.
Yeah. It's too enthusiastic to be wrong.
And then why is
Uh,
it in the safety deposit box?
well, because it's a secret. You don't want,
Because it's a secret.
yeah, you don't want anyone else
Okay.
finding that. And
Okay.
see,
Okay.
that's why I always made the connection between the money and the flesh world as to be like, this is the money that they made from doing the flesh world and stuff.
Right.
That's why I always
It's
thought that it went
logical.
together.
And to be fair, I don't know that they ever told us where they got the money from.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Mike and Bobby, like, I think, what does Cooper say? Like, that's a lot of Girl Scout cookies or whatever. Like, I don't know if Mike or Bobby really have a way of coming up with 10,000, you know. eh, So, in any normal way. So, it's possible that that is where the money came from.
So I'm actually I have the Blu-ray here paused on the flesh roll ad. So now I'm gonna read some of the ads here.
Okay.
First of all, I don't actually see the text that correlates to Ronette. The one above her is about an attractive couple. The ones on the left of her, couple. The one underneath her picture is the only one that it says attractive, excitable, professional gal seeks very discreet meetings. Am eager to learn from gentle teachers and new things interest me. The weird thing is she says am 35.
Okay.
So it's weird that she would claim to be 35 when it seems like younger would be better. And then it says 35, 5'5", 120 pounds, then her measurements, and then photo with the self addressed stamped envelope are musts. So anyway, I find that little detail interesting that you would respond to this ad with some sort of self addressed stamped envelope with your photo before the next step or something.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think it's like so you don't have like you write the magazine and then they forward it so that you can have sort of uh
is that
anonymous
how it
contact.
goes?
Yeah. I think that's what they say later.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Now what I don't get, so the circle, what you circle something where you're like, ah, that's the one I want.
You would think so, yeah.
Now, who said that? Who's like, ah, that's the one I want?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
Uh,
exactly. Exactly. That's what I was
yeah.
confused about.
Oh, is that why uh uh Leo's truck is in there? Like, is this supposed to be Leo's copy and he circled Ronette? Huh.
Oh,
Huh.
maybe.
Maybe that's why his picture's in the thing somehow. I don't quite get it, but now it's getting closer to making sense. Because he and Jock have a thing with Ronette, right? Doesn't he?
Yeah.
Right? The whole night of Laura's. So
Yeah.
maybe that's what this
Yeah.
is about. This is about getting her for that night or something?
Could be.
Or whenever they
Maybe.
started these affairs.
Maybe. Yeah, yeah,
Affairs
yeah.
probably not the right word to use.
Yeah. Yeah. I
But
mean, it's probably it could be retconning, so I'll just throw in that Ronette is there at I forget what that place is called in Fire Walk with Me. That like crazy back room. But Jacques is there. Leo isn't there. Um uh with with her. So that would have been like I don't know. I guess that was only like a couple days before.
mm-hmm.
So whatever. It is possible that it's Leo's though. I can kind of see that because I feel like Leo's the one most likely, maybe not to have known her before. I don't know, but
Mm-hmm.
then he would have to go like, "Hey Laura, how about Ronette? Circle, circle. Oh, I know her already. Okay, I'll bring her to the cabin." I don't know. Like, is that the idea? Is that what you have in mind?
Yeah. So if Leo, uh, if does Leo know that Laura works for Flesh World?
Uh,
She doesn't
uh,
work for Flesh World. It's not an enterprise.
yeah,
But
yeah.
like,
Like, is has involvement with them or put ads in there or whatever.
yeah.
No.
So
Or
because I
sorry,
can
sorry,
imagine.
sorry. I said no. I have no idea. Is the answer.
No, comma idea I have. Uh, yeah, maybe the idea this was Leo's thing, and he's like, okay, Laura, I want to spice things up. I want a girl, and I circled the girl I want. And it's just a coincidence that Laura, and maybe Laura doesn't even like they went to high school together, but it's like Laura was popular, whatever. Maybe they didn't really ever hang out. I don't know what the detail is. So maybe it was maybe you know maybe Laura didn't even know she was in this thing too. I don't know.
Here, okay. Here's another thing. Here's something that's actually weird. I got it. I got it. I just ruined it. Okay. Now
I'll fix it. Don't worry.
this is retcon. So like what you're saying might be correct regardless of what I'm about to say, but I'm
Okay.
just gonna throw it in. So this is another thing from Fire Walk with Me, and this is from the Teresa Banks stuff,
Okay.
which is there's a scene um where Leland goes out to see Teresa Banks, and it's like, oh, I brought some other girls to party with, woo "Oh, great."
Oh, I
And he
know
goes
what
in
this
there, and you
is.
know who's in there is fucking Laura and Ronette.
Yeah,
And who facilitated that? Jacques.
yeah.
And Jacques definitely knows Leo, and this is a year before. So, anyway, I'm just throwing that out there.
So what does that mean? That means what?
It should mean, at least in my mind, it should mean that the Laura, Ronette, Jacques, and potentially Leo connection goes back at least a year.
It could be an old copy of Flesh World.
It could be. That's true. I
I
can't
mean,
prove
how
it's
many
not.
issues did they make?
A lot.
Um,
I mean,
okay.
12 per year. I'm
Is it
assuming.
monthly?
Fleshword monthly.
Flesh World monthly? I thought it
No,
was.
I have no idea. What do you think? It's quarterly? What are you looking for?
Yeah, it's a quarterly,
Yearly?
once a decade.
Semi-annually?
I like the Jacques thing because I forgot about that. Jacques is the one who facilitates young girls from high school to go
Yeah.
into prostitution. So
Yeah.
he should know about Laura and Ronette
Definitely.
with the Flesh World stuff. So maybe it was Leo's Flesh World, and he's like, "Hey, Jacques, this is the one I want."
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, could be. Could be. Could be. I don't quite know why it ends up in Laura's safety deposit box, but that does make sense.
And then Jacques gives it, and he says, "Hey, Laura, this is the girl."
This is a girl. Oh no.
This is the girl. Um, yeah, and then she's like, "Oh, I already know her."
Yeah, yeah, we go way back. Okay.
Kind of works.
Yeah,
Kind of works.
it does.
Yeah, the Leo's truck being in the picture is even weird. In Flash World's even weirder because he's in the shot himself. I guess that's supposed to be him, but
Oh,
there's a
really?
there's a guy standing in front of the truck facing the camera,
Oh,
which
okay. Yeah,
makes it
yeah.
creepy and weird. And it's like, what is this?
Yeah.
Is it a personal ad? Is it like, hi, I'm Leo. I'm a Leo. Coincidentally, I'm just looking for love in the back of a magazine. If you like spousal abuse and 18 wheelers and ponytails, give me a call. Is that what it was? Maybe
And whether
Leo's
you
a
like bangs or
swinger.
not, I'm your man. I could do
I
both.
just I just figured it out. Leo's a swinger. They just never ever really mention it ever. But
Leo's a swinger.
yeah, so that's why his picture's in Flesh World because you can call him for a good time.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just thought it was weird that it was the truck, the truck was so prominent in the
Well,
picture.
that's why it's making sense to me because it's the truck is prominent because of the match cut they do to Leo's truck, and that makes it seem like
Hmm.
but Leo's picture is the one. That's why it was always weird. It's like, why would Leo emphasize his truck? He's not emphasizing his truck. It's just a picture of him. It just happens to have his truck in there,
Right.
but he's in there. So I don't know. That's my new theory. Is Leo's a swinger?
Leo's like, okay, putting
Yeah,
himself out there.
put himself out there.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a vulnerable thing for Leo to do.
Well, the picture's pretty grainy.
Fair enough.
But I mean, he's
Fair
looking
enough.
for hookups in these magazines, right? So I think
Yeah.
it might. I think that's it.
Yeah. 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 Uh yeah. Yeah, so maybe Laura like introduced him to Jacques or something.
Hmm.
Because I'm just thinking like it's just weird. Yeah, I don't know. Because there's a connection there, and Jacques already knows about all this stuff, and this like Leo's like separately, but he could totally like go all in with Flesh World. I'm gonna like put out you know an ad for myself, do whatever he
Mm-hmm.
wants, and then also do whatever else. Um, with Jacques and his cohort. Um, it's definitely possible, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's just weird. I never thought that much about Leo's like extracurricular activities because they just seem so like well accounted for.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
But
the ones that
now,
matter. But now it's like, oh man, he had this whole life that, I feel like I hardly knew ye.
mm-hmm. That's why he's always so mad with Shelly.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, speaking of Leo, the next scene is Leo.
Hey, let's Leo to the next scene.
Shall we, Leo, to the next scene? Okay. So we go to Shelly and Leo's, and Leo asks Shelly to turn off the TV, and he questions Shelly about the cigarette butts. There's a brand in there in a pile of cigarette butts that is not her usual brand. Shelly says, "Oh, I just smoke whatever. I just get these random things at the diner. I just get it with I get anything." And Leo gets upset and threatens her. She doesn't switch to one brand, so she agrees.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Leo's like, say there's a man driving a buggy. How many kinds of cigarettes does he smoke? Yeah, I love that. It's like from now on, you smoke one because if I see another type of cigarette here, and it's like she could just cheat on guys who smoke her same brand.
I was just thinking, like, have Bobby smoke her brand when he's there.
Yeah,
It's
well, that's
really
it.
easy.
Yep, yep. Everyone wins.
Everybody happy.
Yep.
Yeah, no, it's not really like, yeah, it's not foolproof.
No,
But Leo, what are you gonna do?
what are you gonna do? It's Leo.
It's Leo. This is our first glimpse and only glimpse, actually, of Leo in this whole episode. It's like the only scene with Leo.
Wow.
It definitely establishes the character's like basic traits, I think.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I think if you're paying attention to the previous scene, you would put him on your list of potential suspects.
Yeah.
Even though I feel like for a savvy viewer, the obvious thing you say to yourself, and it's easy to say this when you know the answer, but I feel like the obvious thing you say to yourself is, well, that's too obvious. It can't be him. He's just like an asshole.
It's got
Like,
to be Jay.
there's no way. It's gotta be Jay. Exactly. It's gotta be Jay.
Yikes. Was that God?
Yep.
Who's that guy?
that
Who's
was
that guy?
that was in sync. That was
In sync?
yeah, yeah, Justin Timberlake.
That is not who I
Isn't
thought you
that
were
in sync?
quoting.
Am I wrong?
I was talking about the affectation you had was I
I thought
gotta
that's what
look.
it was. In sync, no? Well, what was I doing?
What did you say?
It's gonna be Jay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. God, I can't think of the guy. Um, he was like on Hollywood Squares. He was like the flamboyantly gay guy on like on some old 70s, and he would always talk like that.
Let's
I
see.
it's I looked up Jim J. Bullock, but that's not who I'm thinking of. Harvey something maybe?
Harvey something?
Uh
Is it Bruce Valanche?
no, not Bruce Valanche. Oh man, what was this guy's name? I'm getting so close to finding out. How about Hollywood Squares gay guy? See if that helps. Ah, Paul Lind.
Oh, is it Paul Lind?
Yeah, that guy. That's who I was
Oh, I
thinking
don't know
of.
this guy. Paul
Yeah,
Lind.
Paul Lind with an E at the end.
Wow.
Yeah, he was like super quippy and he had that affectation.
Wow. Wow. 707 times on that show.
That's how many times he's on the show.
Yeah.
Jesus, how many episodes they make?
Well, at least that many, apparently.
And one.
Plus one. Yeah. Wow. Well, the show did run for a long time. Looks like it started in the 60s. And ran through 2004. So
Yikes.
it's a lot of episodes.
Lots of episodes. All right. Anyway,
Yeah, no, I didn't mean to be. I don't even know who that is until just now.
so who? What was in sync about what you said?
It was, yeah, so in sync. It's gonna be May.
Is that a line from a song?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's the chorus. You know,
What song is that?
it's called "It's Gonna Be Me."
I feel like I'm like in on the joke, but like I'm not.
Don't you remember the late '90s? It
Well,
was
parts of it.
huge.
It's gonna be May.
It's gonna be May.
May.
Well, he's saying me, but he pronounces it May because
Oh,
it's
okay.
like a singer affectation thing because the that vowel sounds better when you sing it than e does, you know, because you it's a
It's
different.
gonna buy my.
There you go.
Okay, I kind of know what this song is.
Yeah, you've heard it. I can only assume
So
it
can
was
I.
ubiquitous.
It was everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what ubiquitous means.
I know. Okay, fine, 2000, but you know that era.
All right. Okay, so Leo is the prime suspect.
Indeed. Well, I feel like if you're trying to looking at this episode, I'm just trying to think like who would I see as suspects? I would probably think Leo and probably like Ben.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then other people would be like they're trying to trick you, like Ed or something, some crazy like, oh, it shouldn't
Mm-hmm.
be that person.
I mean, if it was me and I was watching the show for the first time, I probably would think it was Cooper.
Oh God, he just arrived. It can't be Cooper.
Exactly. It's very suspicious. He just quote unquote arrived right after the
Mm,
murder. Yeah, where were
okay.
you last night? You see how easy it is?
I do.
Yep.
I do.
Yep.
Fair point. Fair point. Cooper. That's a very uh bold theory.
Thank you.
Definitely. It's very the three or Fight Club or uh High Tension. Spoiler alert.
Uh oh.
Anyway, just to say that whole idea of like a character being more than one person, sort of,
Mm-hmm.
some kind of split
You mean
personality thing.
very Twin Peaks?
Uh-oh. Yeah, no, it's true. They basically do that. It's just not Cooper.
Until the end.
Well, yeah. I mean, who killed Laura? You know, he did other things.
Yeah, well, we did a lot of things. All right, you ready? Next scene.
Okay, so in the next scene, we go to Big Ed's gas farm, and Norma calls, and Ed proposes that they meet at the Roadhouse at 9:30, which is the place and time to be there. And Nadine pulls her drapes back and forth.
And they're completely silent, and she has no problem with drapes ever again.
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking they were like loud AF, and that's kind of a problem for me.
Oh, I hope she doesn't start a small business where she makes silent drapes.
It's definitely one of those things where it's like, oh, in the pilot, like they do this thing, so let's just um
Mm-hmm.
make that her whole character.
Yep. Yep. Well, again, it goes back to that bookend thing, where season three really is bookending the pilot and this early stuff quite directly.
Yeah, yeah, definitely, definitely, especially that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Ed and Norma, all that business. They wrapped that up. I don't know why, but they did. Um, all
You
the
don't know
things.
why they wrapped it up, or you don't know why they focused on it.
I just don't know either. Both. I mean, just like they did. Like, there's just so much that I mean, I could go down the list, but there's just so much stuff that they either so many characters they didn't bother with at all.
Mm-hmm.
So many characters that got very little to do
Yeah.
even if they were in it, in terms of movement for their character. Like a Jerry, like wandering in the woods. Like, what was the point of that? Like,
We
Ben
figured it
hears a
out at
noise
one
in the
point.
hotel. Like,
There was some idea we had that was like, I remember, really genius about that.
oh, there was
Something
a
about
theory for
his
that.
foot. Yeah, something about his foot not being his foot. And I couldn't quite
Oh,
remember what that theory was, but it was like, oh, that's why it's not his foot. And that's what this means.
I see.
But that's all I
Yeah.
remember.
So whatever. I mean, there may be a scene. There may be like a reason there, but just to say, it certainly didn't bring Jerry's character to some sort of like logical conclusion based on the original series, whereas like that's what they
Mm-hmm.
do with and Norman, like from the pilot, like that's the thing, you
Mm-hmm.
know. So yeah, that's why I just find it odd.
Well, some characters find completion, and some characters are stuck to like live their lives forever, right? And so you see that, like Ben, right? Ben Horn, like he's just still doing his thing at the lodge, Great Northern, right? Like
Yeah, yeah,
he's not like finally closed that deal and now I can retire.
right,
Like so it's kind of interesting. Some characters do get that finale. Lost is like that too, right? I mean, you have your son and Jins, they die, but their romance has this like their story has this like specific endpoint.
right.
So it kind of reminds me of Norma and Ed.
Yeah,
But yeah, it's interesting. I mean, obviously there's a production quality to like just who they have available, right? Like
yeah, yeah,
which
yeah.
actors. I'm sad that the guy who plays Sheriff Truman didn't want to act
Oh,
anymore.
yeah,
Uh,
I
I
agree.
I I think he and Cooper really built this very good, fun to watch chemistry on screen, and I think with
Definitely.
Cooper transitioning realities or whatever at the end, yeah, it's a shame this Sheriff Truman wasn't there. They gave us the other Sheriff Truman,
Right.
and as much as I love that actor, it's kind of like, yeah,
It's not the
Robert Borger.
same.
Yeah, it's not the same.
He's not an original character,
Mhm.
so it's just
Yeah.
kind of a poor substitute.
So yeah, with everything Cooper went through, and especially like saying goodbye to that reality, yeah, it would have been cool just to have just and I guess maybe it's not surprising it didn't happen because so much of like, ooh, I can't wait till Cooper returns to Twin Peaks, right? Like he's gonna spend an hour with this character and an hour with this character, and they're gonna catch up over some
Right,
coffee and pie,
right,
and they're gonna talk about the intervening 25 years, and it's like that thing that I never get out of stories
right,
because it's completely unrealistic, I guess.
right.
But I always want it, I was gonna say I miss Cooper coming, the idea of Cooper coming back after all that time and going, "Hey, Harry," but probably wouldn't have got it anyway
Yeah,
because they just, it was about the plot,
yeah,
and getting through all that stuff at the end.
right, right. Gotta go change the past.
This
See you later.
reality doesn't matter anymore, so I'm gonna Audi 5000.
Yeah, you probably won't remember me. It's fine.
Yeah, who's the dreamer, right? Like,
Me.
I guess it's me. Whose name is first billing? Mine. Yeah,
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 yeah.
he's completely the drummer. But why?
I don't know why. I mean, why? It's
I mean, I think I talked about this before, but it goes back to Lost Highway to me. Like, you know, if Cooper's the dreamer, then he's Bill Pullman's character, and he has
right.
created this reality where he can come save this girl that he could never save. You
Yeah.
know, and we know that from like the season two stuff. um you know, his backstory with Caroline, right? This woman
Mm-hmm.
dying, and he really lives that with
Yep.
in the Black Lodge with Annie and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
So it's very much Lost Highway. This idea of this tragedy that he feels responsible for, and he like tries to create this reality where he gets this do over, but it doesn't work because something you did was so bad that you can't escape it by even manufacturing your own reality. Like that's no escape,
Right.
which is a great thing. It reminds me of like that dark quality reminds me of Ridley Scott's theme. He likes, you know, don't meet your god, don't meet your
Mm,
maker, because it
yeah.
won't turn out well.
Right.
So it's like that
Might punch your
marriage of
head
like
off.
this really cool, awesome idea, create your own reality, or like meet your maker, right? These huge ideas, but it's like, yeah, that's not gonna solve anything.
Right.
It's probably gonna make it worse.
Right.
So
Yeah.
yeah, actually, I haven't really
Yeah.
thought about that. How similar Cooper's story is to Bill Pullman's character on Lost Highway. Losing this woman, you know, being responsible for her death. You know, obviously Bill Pullman in a more direct way, it
Direct way.
appears.
Yeah.
Uh, but
Yeah.
still, the guilt manifesting in this other thing, right? So it's
Right.
like I can kind of think about that framework with Twin Peaks, and it kind of works. But then,
Yeah.
and then it makes sense to me to think, well, that's why the Black Lodge and Mike and the you know the arm are so interested in Cooper and helping him and the giant because he's the dreamer, right? That makes sense to me. I don't quite get. I mean, does that just mean all the White Lodge stuff is just this, you know, backstory he created? You know.
Oh. Well, yeah, I think that gets to the thing that is similar in Lost Highway, where it feels like, you know, there's a blurring of the line between the subjective and the objective. Like,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
like it seems like the story should be like totally subjective, that it's sort of taking place in his mind, or
Mm-hmm.
people say like, oh, he's on death row or whatever, but
Sure.
the point is like, or maybe he's even dead, or maybe he's like transcended, I don't know,
Mm-hmm.
who knows, but the point is it's all coming from him. But then on the other hand, you do have like certain markers in the story that suggest that there's a world independent of him,
Mm-hmm.
with the cops, and with Pete and all the people that were connected with that story. Like they're sort of validated as being a real thing. Um, and yeah, the way the time loops around is sort of
Well,
crazy
I think
too.
that to me is the interesting thing is it is real. It's as real as anything else. So it does, you know, like you're saying, that blending of subjective versus objective. It's like you know, both things depending on how you look at it. Um, because clearly, like Pete could disappear at a moment's notice. So how real is he? But he's super real. So it's like that
That's the
Tulpa
thing. Like
thing.
people knew who he was,
Yeah, well, it's
even
like the
after he
Tulpa thing where
disappeared.
like you didn't always exist, but you know, there's yeah, you're right. There's that other part with where it yeah, it kind of depends on how you think about what the character is doing in terms of creating reality, but he clearly was able to, you know, manifest this other thing he was a part of that was supernatural, right?
Yeah, so I think the line that gets blurry for me is creating a new reality, or did he actually like take someone else's life? and infect it with himself,
Hmm.
basically. You
Yeah,
know
I
what I
mean, I
mean?
think
Like
it's
Bob.
it's Bob. Yeah, I think that's what it is. It's that same mechanic of one consciousness going into another person's body.
Yeah,
And
which he loves. That comes up a lot. That's like
yeah.
a big thing in Twin Peaks as well.
Hmm.
Like Dougie, is what I have in
Yep.
mind there.
Hmm. Yeah, so there's a lot of parallels between the two I haven't thought of. Because I think I'm trying to like put in bring in Mulholland Drive to this thing. Um, because I was gonna say David Lynch likes, he likes a woman in trouble. That's his thing. But he
Sure
also he
does.
also likes a man who gets a second chance. You
Hmm.
know, so I'm trying to think about that in terms of.
Yeah,
Yeah, I guess you
I
can
think
kind of
in
see that
Mulholland
in
Drive,
Justin
like,
Theroux's character. Yeah, a little
yeah,
bit.
yeah, yeah, definitely,
Hmm.
definitely.
Not as
Uh,
supernatural, but
right.
actually, it's from the woman in trouble's perspective, sort of.
Yeah.
It's kind of an interesting, yeah.
Yeah, 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 yeah. He's kind of a subservient character in
Mm-hmm.
terms of the story.
Mm-hmm.
Like he ends up being functional. I think if it had been a TV show, probably there would have been more of his character to like flesh out the story. But the way they
Yeah.
turned it into a movie, like he ends up being a supporting character basically,
Mm-hmm.
and not really mattering that much in the true story. So like with Mulholland Drive, like she really is the dreamer, like
Yeah.
literally.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I think the thing that's weird with Mulholland Drive is like the cowboy and
Mm-hmm. But see, that's the
Silencio
thing. Yeah,
seem to
that's
exist like outside of her dream.
the same way with it, Judy
Yeah,
and the Woodsman. It's it's like this. I don't know. I see it as like this two-part thing where there's two fantasy or supernatural ideas, right? One, the bottom layer is this idea of being able to create your own reality. Whether that's directly a dream reality like in Mulholland Drive or a more something else reality in Lost Highway,
right.
or whatever happened in Twin Peaks season 3. And
Yeah,
so
Mulholland Drive is definitely the easiest one to deal with.
yeah, it's like he went like in this progression backwards to a more simpler version.
Yeah,
Uh,
Inland Empire is all over the
hey,
place as
made for
well.
TV. So
Yeah, it's
um,
true.
yeah. So there's that bottom layer, which that's a cool idea, and a lot of stories just stop there. But
Yeah,
he's also part of his aesthetic and part of his, I think, his voice is that there are still things, even if you can control your reality, you are still not in total control. There's still this next layer that's behind the surface that almost by virtue of you daring to create your own reality, are you forced to encounter them? And they're almost like the guardrails or something of what you're able to do, and their job is to somehow contain it, um, facilitate certain things that happen
right.
right to the dreamer,
Yeah, yeah,
but
yeah.
also not let it go on forever, which is kind of an interesting thing.
Right.
And I haven't seen in the Empire in a while, so I can't quite make connections to that. Um,
I think
but
it has kind of a similar thing to
hmm.
all of those things that you just
Hmm.
mentioned.
Hmm.
There's like I think it's harder than any of them really because you can't even track like what reality is
Hmm.
uh throughout the movie. Um like I don't even know if that makes sense to ask, but you have a
Hmm.
character going through like various different, you
Yeah.
know, types of reality, I guess,
Hmm.
um and then eventually you end up somewhere, but there's the movie, there's like the Poland, there's like different versions of her character, like just the one that's just an actress, but there's the one that's like living in Inland Empire, And then
Mm-hmm.
there's the one that's like southern for no reason. I don't know. It's all over the place.
And now you're Southern. Hey, Tidbit, you're Southern. Yeah. But it's interesting that I think that's a very cool, interesting, specific kind of thing he does with these like mysterious characters. So you can kind of see how they all relate to each other. But yeah, they're not. It's not about like um yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird because it's like they're kind of all about someone who did something very bad, and at least in their opinion, it was bad, or something bad happened to them, and then they're sort of stuck in the psychological torment of it. So much so that there's this other reality where they play these things out. But then there's these like other supernatural characters who are not bound by the rules of that universe the same way everyone else is. They, for you can kind of say they know the dreamer, they know who the dreamer is and that they're dreaming. Maybe that's what makes them special or something, right?
Right.
So, or gives them like the power or ability to do weird stuff. Um, so yeah, it's kind of interesting thinking about them all like that, because that framework is there for all of them.
Yeah,
I was just thinking
yeah.
about the chronology idea. We talk about that a lot with Lost, how they play with the order of scenes to make the meaning of what happened, what you're seeing. And I
Right.
was just thinking, what if, as a cruel experiment, someone who'd never seen Twin Peaks, like you showed them like Cooper and the Black Lodge first, like this, like season three. Then maybe just start with season three,
Oh God.
and he
Oh
starts out
God.
as this character in this metaphysical space in doing God knows what. And then it transitions into, oh, all of a sudden he's a fresh faced FBI agent going to a small town in Twin Peaks. Like you would have such a crazy idea of what's going on,
Right.
just with that switching order things around. Because yeah, the story gets so crazier, and that's, again, I guess that framework is again what's at the heart of like Twin Peaks, right? So you have that same like bottom layer, which is the normality of the town, normalcy of the town, and the stuff on the surface, and everyone seems normal and nice, but then it's that the darkness, the ones who are really controlling and influencing things, are always there. And it goes back to Red, like, um, why does that dude have powers? you
It's
know
the magician. It's the
and
grandson.
yeah,
Come
yeah, and
on. That's the only
that's
theory
the
that
best.
ever made any sense to
And
me.
it's like, why wouldn't he spell that out?
I don't know.
He likes to credit people names. He could have, you know, credited
Yeah.
him as whatever, to make it clear,
Yeah.
but it's, yeah,
Yeah.
that's a weird one. But again, maybe it's like he knows it's a dream, or just enough to have weird powers.
Yeah, I was thinking about a contrast of a story that's actually like a little bit similar to Twin Peaks season 3, which is Donnie Darko,
Okay, yeah.
where you have like this idea of this event that is avoided that was supposed to happen,
Mm-hmm.
and it creates this alternate universe. And because of that, like there's these like untethered dead or whatever, so he has these visions of these things like telling him to like do stuff, but you find out they're just like people, like who came from the other world, and like they were supposed to die but they didn't because the
Mm.
thing he did. And so now, like, now they're trying to like get him to reset. It's very clear who they are, what the point is, what he has to do, how to use
Mm-hmm.
resolves the problem, you know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean, like all of that is right there. So it's like I feel like Twin Peaks is trying to do something like that.
Mm-hmm.
but but we don't get that clear sense of the characters leading him, like, and what their purpose is,
Yeah.
and like what their existence is, like, independently of Cooper. So I think like you could imagine a version of Twin Peaks that's like more along those lines,
Mm-hmm.
where like he saves Laura, but then like shit goes wrong, and then like whatever, like I don't know who to say, like Maddie shows up and is like, "Hey, I'm supposed to be dead. What did you do?" Like, I don't know, some
Mm-hmm.
shit like that,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And he's like, "Oh no," and so then like he's like, "Well, I guess it was for the best after all." I don't know. That doesn't really make any sense,
Well, this
but
is riveting. I want to see this version.
yeah, I mean, I'm not like the biggest Donnie Darko fan, and I think part of it is that it's very straightforward in a way,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Well, you have to decipher it, but once you decipher it, yeah, it is. It is. It's like Memento in a way. It's got that thing
Yeah,
where it seems impenetrable, but if you just like, but it's not. It's actually very structured and
yeah,
logical.
yeah.
Um,
I think Memento might be even a little bit more ambiguous,
it threw a couple things in there for sure to play with some questions that did
but
not need to
but
be
in general, I
questions.
agree with the point. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
I mean, the director's cut of Donnie Darko is much clearer than the original
Oh, it's so bad.
version. I
It's like the
know.
worst version.
I really hate it. I
Yeah.
really hate it. It's like sometimes the director's cut isn't better.
Yeah, and it's like you see, well, yeah, tell that to Blade Runner, right? You
Oh,
see that
perfect example. Oh my god, yes.
you see that making it less direct helped
Yeah.
with the story and made the story more interesting because it was less obvious like what was happening
Yeah,
and
yeah.
why. Yeah, it's and I think yeah, yeah, I agree. That's interesting to think about that with Twin Peaks to be. It just would have never been that straightforward, with
No,
David.
no, no. There was no chance, but yeah, it's like I guess like a way of doing like that kind of like go back in the past and change things,
Mm-hmm.
and then consequences sort of story that you know would have maybe not had as much like crap at the end to talk about,
Mm-hmm.
you know uh because it's like, yeah, I don't even know, like, yeah, like I don't even know where to start really with like my questions about the end of that. Like, I was thinking about one small thing, like the other Diane that was at the hotel, just like lurking,
Oh, when
like
they're
extra Diane.
transitioning to Linda and Diane, Linda and
Yeah,
Richard. Yeah, yeah, that was fun.
like so weird, and it's only Diane there when it happens.
Yep,
Cooper never sees that,
yep.
so it's like, what
Maybe
was
that
that
was
about?
maybe that was her intuition telling her to stay there and not go with Cooper or something.
Maybe.
Like something, obviously a weird interpretation of that idea. Yeah, it's a weird one. It's a weird one, and it's also not the more like a more like time loop thing where, for instance, she just sees herself walk into the hotel lobby or
Yeah.
something, right? But it's her seemingly waiting for herself and
Yeah.
then emoting, which is weirder than just being like,
She's like
oh, she's
lurking
seeing the
behind a
future
pillar. She's
or she's seeing
looking.
the
They're
past.
looking at each other. Like,
Yeah, no,
what the fuck?
it's a whole. I think that did precipitate her leaving Richard, though.
Yeah, you might be right.
I think that's meaningful with that, giving her some reason or I maybe some clue that things aren't what they are because she leaves him. I think what does she say? Like, you're not the man I remember or something, or
Yeah, something like that.
yeah,
Yeah.
you're Richard
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, I know. He doesn't even acknowledge that though. Like
Yeah.
that letter is weird. Like I don't even, yeah. Like I think
Oh
you could
wait,
be right, but
did was that supposed to be like Cooper being a tulpa? Like like he transitioned to some reality where he's effectively a tulpa of himself, like he's Richard. Maybe that's what's behind that whole sequence.
could be. Yeah, I mean, uh,
Because we see a second Diane and we know Diane's a tulpa.
yeah. Well, one of them was.
Well, one of them
It's not
was.
clear if that one was, but
Yeah. Well, that's my new theory because I didn't have any clue before why he was Richard, and so now I'm gonna say that it was some version or illustration of Cooper being a tulpa in that reality, a tulpa of himself.
okay,
Uh, and maybe that's just what a tulpa is. It's it's a version of you from another reality,
right,
and you can make them clearly
right.
with the right ingredients. But so her seeing herself, maybe that is why she's like, "Oh, you're not Dale. You're a tulpa. You're a tulpa, man. I'm getting out of here. I'm not going on a car ride with a tulpa.
Mm-hmm.
What I look like, a blackberry croissant? Um, oh man, yeah. I mean, who else would make Laura Dern into a pastry? I just talk about a tidbit.
Can a tidbit be a pastry?
I think it is. I think
Okay.
if you, it's like if you, there's one David Lynch fan out there, I'm sure, who likes to bake a dessert like that, and called it a tidbit, and only they get the joke, and
Okay.
they're very proud of themselves.
They should be. It's a good one. I like it.
And then they can pass it around to people, say, "Would you like a tidbit?" And then go, "Oh
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'd have a tidbit."
Sure.
Yeah. If we ever meet Laura Dern or David Lynch, we have to have pastries that look like that, and then ask them if they would like a tidbit and see if they get it.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm up for that.
All right.
Just got to find one of those blackberry croissant.
Yeah, it looked tasty and gross.
It did. Yeah. Well, that's the secret.
That's the secret. That's what a tulpa is. Or that's what she was while there was a tulpa running around of her.
Right. Right.
All right.
All that
So
because Norma called Ed.
yeah, that's great. I don't know any other podcast where Norma Calling Ed would go all the way to bringing pastries to celebrities.
Okay, so you ready for the next thing?
I am. Is our
All right.
audience ready?
I don't know. Buckle up. Here we go. It's time for the town hall meeting.
All right.
Ooh, they called a town hall meeting. I hope you're ready for this, those of you like watching along, because there's going to be a lot of town hall meetings going forward. It's like a weekly feature.
Oh, so many towns hall.
No, I really like the idea, but yeah, they never go back to that.
Hmm.
It's like never a thing again. I don't know. It's very nice. Like getting all the characters in one place is like
Hmm.
really rare. Um,
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
probably
know.
why
Maybe
they
the
stopped
Mr.
doing
Deeds thing.
it.
Yeah, yeah. You're probably right. So anyway, town hall meeting. Cooper asks Harry, "Who's the babe?" It's
Hubba
Josie.
hubba.
Yeah, exactly. We could have do like chase her around the desk. Like Jesus, Cooper, calm down. It's Josie Packard and Harry expositions about the inheritance and Catherine and stuff that we've talked about earlier.
Hmm.
Um, he also talks about Ben Horn, who's there, and something about the the Packard sawmill and all that bullshit. We'll get to that, and also the log lady.
Hmm.
It's
You
the
know,
log lady.
it's the log lady. Who is that? We call her the log. Who's the lady with the log? we call the log lady. I mean, that's just comedy, you know. It's just downright comedy. But you know,
It
I
is.
was trying to remember who the log lady reminded me of. Or actually, I was trying to remember who this other person reminded me of, and now I know that it's the log lady she reminds me of, and that person is our next president, Elizabeth Warren.
Oh.
She has like the same style and energy, and you could imagine Elizabeth Warren like being the log lady.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
listen, I got a
I hear
plan,
it.
and it and it has to do with this log right here. It begins and ends with this log. This log
Wow.
is Medicare for all.
Wow.
It's great.
Oh man.
That'd
Yeah.
be that'd be a really weird SNL sketch. I don't think they can really pull it off because the it's such a dated reference. But like
Yeah.
Elizabeth Warren, the secret. It's the sketch would be about the secret to Elizabeth Warren's plans,
Right.
like where she gets all her plans from. And you'd have to make the connection that she's like the log lady, right? It's
Right.
like we would have had to have said that, like you know what I mean? Like that has to be in the atmosphere somewhere in the zeitgeist.
Right.
And then you
Right.
marry the two ideas, and you reveal that she gets her plans from her log.
Right.
The log tells her the plans.
Right.
Like, wouldn't that be hilarious?
My log
Like,
has a plan.
like if you could exactly there it is. Yeah, I feel like if like I don't know if somehow Twin Peaks was on today or something, you could like do that joke or something.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, totally. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Or if the election happened back then, which is
Yeah,
basically the
yeah,
same thing,
yeah, exactly.
more or less. But yeah. Yeah, if it was in the pop culture like zeitgeist,
Mm-hmm.
it would be a good go-to. But yeah, I think they probably wouldn't do it just because like they wouldn't think enough people would
Yeah,
understand the joke.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. You'd have to have that in the air already for people to kind of
Yeah.
get it. But
Yeah.
or you could be like the beginning of the sketch. Hey, doesn't Elizabeth Warren seem like the log lady?
Mm-hmm.
That's the beginning of a horrible sketch.
I would watch it though.
Yeah, you know.
Who's playing Elizabeth Warren these days? Do you know?
Oh, good question. I don't know. Kate
All right.
McKinnon. I mean,
Kate
yeah,
McKinnon.
she's the best,
Okay.
and she's still on SNL. So
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so continuing the scene, I guess. We have Mayor Milford who tries to start the proceedings, but doesn't get very far. Is this thing on? That's his big line. He says that in episode 27, by the way. Like they
nice.
totally brought that back. That would be season 2, episode 20.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it was clearly a reference. They were like, "Hey, you did that in the pilot. Do it again."
Doing it
Is that
again.
thing on? He never knows, like if a microphone's on or not. Anyway,
He's like the Lucy of microphones.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, you're
Mm-hmm.
totally right. You're totally right. There's no way to tell if it's on or not. No, he's just turning into David Lynch. All right. So anyway, Harry sits him down, Mayor Milford, that is. Cooper gets up, introduces himself. Yeah, and then he expositions to them about the linkage to the Teresa Banks case. He
Mm-hmm.
doesn't actually specify what it is, but a savvy viewer might guess that it has to do with the letters under the fingernail, and that savvy viewer would be correct.
Yep.
So anyway, the point is, which is this is actually a reveal. They haven't told us until now that Laura was actually the second victim of someone who had killed before.
It's like we're in the town hall meeting too.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
all
Like
residents of Twin
he
Peaks.
could have talked about Teresa Banks in scene 1.
Mm-hmm.
You know. Um,
Yeah, he could have said, "Hey, Diane, I'm on the trail of a Teresa Banks case,"
Yeah, yeah. I have a
and
hunch, this might be the same killer, or I have a hunch
mm-hmm.
this could be connected, or whatever. Like, clearly he does because he's immediately looking under the fingernails.
Mm-hmm.
but you don't know why. And so yeah, this is the big reveal for that. And then he says that the killer could be someone from the town. And
I
then
have a quick question.
he's just a curfew. Okay, sorry, just let it finish.
uh, where was Teresa Banks murdered?
It was Deer Meadow. I think that's what it's called.
In Washington?
Deer Meadow. Now you're asking questions. I will find out so soon here. Let's see. Dear, yeah, Washington. Yeah.
I'm glad we waited for that.
Sorry, I just wasn't sure.
So
That's
why would
actually where the trailer park was supposed to be, but they moved it to Twin Peaks in season 3 because
yeah?
convenience.
So I'm trying to remember, and I guess it goes back to Fire Walk with Me. Why was Cooper even on the Teresa Banks case? Because he comes to this
Well, he
or
isn't on
Pomper.
the case technically. It's Chet Desmond. Uh, it's just that he disappears, and then Cooper comes in to investigate his disappearance.
Oh, I see. That's right. So then that's right. Blue Rose case.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, oh, I wish that made sense. I wish all that Blue Rose, Black Lodge, Chet Desmond, Ring disappearing, Let's Rock, like all that stuff, and I wish I could understand. Like, I wish they had said something about that tying into the Blue Rose Task Force stuff they talked about in season 3, right? Like, I wish they
Yeah,
could have mentioned.
I don't think Teresa Banks gets a single mention in season 3. Not that I
Yeah, I wish they
remember.
could have mentioned like this idea of someone disappearing being part of the original Blue Rose case or something.
Yeah,
Because it seems like that was what tipped them off that this was a Blue Rose case, right?
right. Yeah.
But they don't really connect that as being like a hallmark of one of the cases.
No, not really. They make it about like the tulpas, I think, which seems a bit weird.
Mm-hmm.
That's I am like the blue rose, like that whole
That's
thing.
right.
Like that was the first blue rose case.
Huh.
It
So
all
Chet
started with me and Phil.
was Chet a Tulpa? Is that
Uh,
why he disappeared?
I didn't think so, but
Listen, my new theory is everyone's a Tulpa
I
until proven innocent.
I can't prove he's not a tulpa. So
Well, because now it's like, oh, is that why he disappeared?
I thought they were trying to say he disappeared because of the ring.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's not unrelated.
Yeah,
Huh.
but
All
yeah, I
right.
don't. I mean, maybe,
All right. Just
but also
percolating.
not mentioned in season 3. So
Yeah.
like, eh. I will say that in the original conception for Firewalk with Me, it was supposed to be Cooper investigating,
Mm-hmm.
and Kyle MacLachlan didn't want to do as much filming time, so they cut his role down,
All right.
basically. So yeah, I think the disappearance is partially just because they wanted that character out of
They
the
had
way.
nothing else. He literally the story didn't need him anymore.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and they got mystery out of it. So
And we get mystery. Um. Okay. Okay. So Cooper calls a curfew,
Cooper calls curfew. Yeah, yeah, for the
and
kids.
yep, for the kiddos, those under 18. Sorry if you have to work.
Yeah, tough.
Um, Tough. You should have been older. Uh, and then oh, what was I going to say about this? Oh, I made a note that Leland and Sarah are not at the town hall. I guess they're
Mm,
busy.
yeah, too
I wondered
busy.
what happened. Um, oh, I did like a couple lines in this scene. Uh, the original deep freeze, a great line.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Glad handing dandy,
Mm-hmm.
and then of course, who's the lady with the log? We call her
Right.
the log lady. But like the next line is should be like, we are very creative. We're a straight, we're a straightforward bunch.
Right. Right. Hey, it gets the point across. I mean, you have no doubt who they're talking about.
hmm
That's a good thing about literal language, you know?
Yep. Um. And okay, that's all my notes.
All right, cool. Yeah, no, it's a fun scene. I like the idea of it, and I kind of wish they had done it again, like ever.
hmm
But so be it. This is our one and only town hall. So see you later. Um,
Bye.
bye.
Bye,
Uh,
Tom. Hardly knew ye.
oh man. Okay. So next scene.
Next scene.
All right. So we go to the Haywards, and
Excuse me. I think you're missing a scene.
are you talking about the traffic light?
I'm talking about the traffic light. This is the first shot of the traffic light.
All right.
I mean, give
Sorry.
the traffic light a little credit. I
Sorry.
mean,
I just considered that atmosphere. I wasn't sure if that counted
it's
as a
it's
scene.
more it's traffic light has more screen presence than some of the cast members. I mean,
Ouch. Is that a sick burn?
that's a lukewarm burn.
Lukewarm
Uh,
burn.
um, yeah. So anyway, I noted that
Yeah, yeah,
it
yeah.
is it is atmosphere, but it's a notable part of the atmosphere.
Yeah, yeah, and they do come back to it. It's a kind of a signature thing for the series.
hmm
I think it ends up being connected to electricity.
Yeah, everything's
I think
connected
that's
to electricity,
what they kind of try to
literally.
say. Yeah, literally and figuratively. No, I don't know. Mostly literally.
hmm
Um okay. Okay. So, after the traffic light, we
Yep.
go to the Haywards. We have the doc, and we have Eileen talking about Laura and Laura's parents. And Doc reveals to Eileen that they found the half heart necklace at the scene of the crime, and that Donna won't talk about it. And Donna is actually listening in on this conversation
She'll listen about it.
from the stairs. Yeah, yeah. She doesn't have to have like it's they're speaking loud enough to hear. So she hears and she goes to Harriet, who's her sister. Good luck noticing that later in the series. But anyway, Harriet is trying to write a poem, and Donna asks Harriet to cover for her so she can sneak out. And she goes to climb out the window. Harriet asks her to put some air in the back tire of her bicycle. And after Donna leaves, Harriet finds the correct line for the poem, which is "Full blossom of the evening."
I love Harriet. I think this is one of like the best. It's such an interesting character introduction for a character that doesn't matter at all.
Yeah,
And
it's a
it's
great one scene
something
character,
it's a
definitely.
great one scene character. She's doing so much. She's in such a good position to be liked by the audience right off the bat. Helping Donna out. She's
Mm-hmm.
precocious, blah blah blah. And I just think the actress does a great job, and I do love the book ending, starting with the question about the line, and actually now that some time has passed, and it's like anybody else, that character doesn't get a final line. This isn't
Right.
her show.
Yeah.
What you've decided doesn't matter.
Right.
You aren't actually conscious of time passing. But I love that. it it did a thing that doesn't often happen in scenes where the character can acknowledge to the audience that time has passed. Like
Right.
that thing, because characters are always about the thing they're about, right? And
Right.
not usually reflective of like such a small period of time, like the last 5 minutes.
Mhm.
So it's kind of, yeah, I love this little thing with Harriet.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. It's a fun scene. I kind of wish they had like bothered to include the character maybe a bit more later.
Mm-hmm.
Um so in the pilot there is no Gersten. That is yet another sister that comes up in episode 8, which is the premiere of season 2. Um and Gersten only appears in one episode in the original series, which is that one. Harriet also appears in that episode. So that's the only episode where you see all three Hayward
Hayward
sisters
sisters.
in the same scene,
Mm-hmm.
like together. Yeah, that's the only time. Of course, Gersten is the only one who came back for season 3. Strangely, I don't know
Mm-hmm.
why, and I don't know why, but that's what happened. And where I am now in episode 27, there's a scene where or maybe it's 26, but anyway, there's a scene where the Haywards are sitting around the dinner table, and like it's basically leading up to, sorry, spoiler alert, but we've already gone way over that line, so don't worry about this one, it's not too bad. We find out that Ben Horn is actually Donna's father.
What?
That's something they reveal at the end of season 2. Yeah, sorry. um I apologize. uh Now I wish I hadn't done that. Now I'm doubting myself. Anyway, the point is they're sitting around the dining table and it's just the three of them. Like no one else is there. It's like where are your sisters, Donna?
Mm-hmm.
Are they upstairs? Did they go to boarding school? Like what
Mm-hmm.
happened?
Had a sleepover. They're tulpas. It's one of the two.
Tulpas. Yeah, exactly. It's just so
Everyone's a
weird.
tulpa.
Like you would think like they would even, I don't know, like even be mentioned briefly,
Mm-hmm.
even if like they can't get the actors for whatever reason, they're not part of the main cast, blah blah blah, you know. But yeah, it's like it's so awkward to me that they're like sitting around the dinner table and there's like
Mm-hmm.
three of them, so there's like a whole side of the table that isn't occupied, and
You
it's
know, the 90s were a strange time. You could get away with writing characters off and no one ever talking about them.
like
Uh, yeah, it's one of those things.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. I think if they made the show now, they wouldn't introduce them if they intended to never show them again,
Yeah.
cuz it's like, yeah, like what are you doing? Um like they could have had Donna be into poetry and playing the piano, but
Mm-hmm.
if you want to have those character traits in there, you know, like God knows Donna could use more to do a few times in the series, so
Ouch.
no offense, no,
Take that,
especially after
Donna.
Laura's murder is solved. Like she does sort of participate in the plot up to that point, but after that point, it just seems like they didn't
So
have a
you
clue what
so
to do with
you
her.
you'd want her to like play piano towards
Yeah,
that
play
point?
piano and write
Just
poems.
like cut to her play piano while she's writing poetry, and you're like, ah, yes, this is what I want.
No, I know that's not a plot, but
Because
it's
listen, I think we saw the live rendition of Just You,
oh
and
god.
I don't think we really need too much more Donna Donna's musical adventure.
Oh man, she could have done a solo on that.
Call a remix called Just Me, and
Yeah,
she
just
but
me and I.
yeah, that's what we need. Just me
Just me
and me.
and me.
Yikes.
Yeah, that actually resonates pretty well with
Jeez.
Twin Peaks and Tulpas and all that
I was
shit.
gonna say you could cut that into season 3 where it's like You know that scene where Sheriff Truman, the second Sheriff Truman, calls Doc Hayward. I think he Skypes him or
Oh yeah,
something.
he Skypes. Yeah.
Yeah, and it'd be great if like after Doc Hayward hangs, who is another character I like. He's just a classic good guy.
Mm-hmm.
And you see where Harriet gets it from, and and Donna, of course. Donna's a good girl,
Right.
although she's a cheater. But
Right.
but I could actually see he hangs up the Sky call and he's next, in bed next to him in like a hospital bed is Donna, and she's in this quasi comatose state, and she's like, "Just me," like she's just gone out of her mind, for some weird reason they'll never explain.
Oh my god. It's actually kind of frightening.
Well, it's like the Audrey thing, right? Like
Yeah,
just
it
this
is a
thing of
lot like that.
being trapped in this weird world, and I think that is kind of what happened to all of the answer, the sort of second, third tier characters, original characters, right? Like James is like that. Like
Yeah.
he kind of just got stuck in some weird state, Peter Pan state almost, where he
Right.
didn't really ever change.
Right.
Yeah, like we were talking about earlier, some characters do get to the next point in their life, and then some are just like stuck in this loop. And I guess David Lynch likes that.
Yeah.
That likes those two options. And yeah, Shelley's kind of the same.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and then I wish the thing with Red, like I really wish I would have understood that, because the thing that was so counterintuitive besides Red himself, but the thing with that he's with Shelly, but he's like a super nice guy with her, and
Yeah.
I'm like, what? Like, what does that mean? Like,
Yeah.
does that mean she doesn't know? Is that she's still like picking the wrong guys? Is it like it's a matter of time before he blows up at her? Or is
Right.
it like that's who he really is the good guy, and sometimes he can be the bad guy for what he needs to be the bad guy?
Right.
So who's the real Red?
Yeah, they didn't tell us. I mean, they're both the real red. I don't, maybe there's two reds. I don't know.
Red's a
Tulpas?
tulpa. It's the answer to everything.
Fixes a lot of problems.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying. But
Yep.
yeah, I agree. I felt like that was uh yeah, for especially for the Shelley side of things, like if they're going to put her in a relationship with this character, it's just weird. It almost would be less weird if they just had the red scene with Richard Horn and he never interacts with the other characters.
Oh, it would completely be less weird.
It would just be like, oh, he's just like a weird drug dealer who
Yeah,
can do magic. Like,
that's
okay,
fine. I
fine.
can live with that. It's
I mean,
crazy, but I can live with that.
it's still like, I would
But
still want
don't,
more,
yeah,
but
but like don't come into Twin Peaks and be in the main characters' lives, and like this whole thing with Bobby and Shelley, and
mm-hmm.
like, yeah, it's so weird. And it's like, obviously there's some context with Leo, right? Like,
You would think
um
so, yeah.
so yeah, it's like, how does he relate to Leo? Leo died. How did Leo die? He
Leo
was
didn't really die per se. He's kind of left on a cliffhanger that he never escaped from. But he
oh,
was
yeah,
like
like a
Linda Merle
bomb in his
left him in the
mouth or
trap.
something.
Yeah, it was like he was like his teeth were like tied to a spider cage. It's like
Oh, it was a
that's
spider cage.
Wyndham Earl. He's like
Yeah, he's theatrical.
very
It's all about the
theatrical.
drama.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I think there's a scene with Shelly and Bobby in the final episode where they're like they they reference Leo and Bobby says something like, "I'm sure Leo's having the time of his life right now." And then they cut to Leo with the
Not
like,
having the time of his life right
yeah,
now.
exactly. And that's the last shot of Leo they ever show.
Yeah.
So, and they didn't bring it back for season 3. So I presume that he's supposed to have died, but I don't even know.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what elements about Leo contrast or relate to Red.
I mean, Leo was involved in dealing drugs,
Okay, that
so
doesn't count. I'm just
that doesn't
kidding.
count. Damn it! That
It's
was
too
my
direct.
best
I
thing.
know it's such a direct parallel. It can't count.
Fuck. Cause yeah, like other than that, I mean, I don't even know.
Okay, so she's with another drug
Cause
dealer.
Red seemed way nicer,
Hmm.
like to Shelly at least.
What was his magic trick? He like made the quarter come out of his mouth.
I think he flipped the coin up in the air and then
Uh
it
huh.
didn't come down. And
Yeah.
then suddenly I think it was it in his mouth or was it
No, it
in
was
Richard
in
Horn's mouth?
Richard's mouth.
Yeah.
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 I'm trying to connect that action to the last thing we saw with Leo, which was him. Uh, it's like this idea of like in that scene with Red did the impossible, and for Leo to get out of that situation, he would have had to done the impossible.
Mhm.
And I'm trying to see if there's some like large parallel with that idea of Red being the opposite of Leo in this way that like it's almost like a magician, like any of the magic tricks where the magician is like handcuffed to something in some perilous situation, right? And then they have to perform a miracle to get out of it. So that's kind of Leo's situation, right? Like he's in this trap that's very theatrical, and the only way he can get out of it would be if he was like a magician, if he had some other ability, right? And it's like that's the thing Red has.
Mhm.
So I don't know. Maybe I'm forcing it, but I'm trying to connect that because that's the last thing we saw with Leo, and that's the most interesting thing about Red. This
Mhm.
idea of like doing the impossible or doing the unexpected, something like that. Um, I don't really know what that means for Shelley, but like just in terms of like contrasting with Leo, he's kind of this inverse version of Leo in that respect, where he's the drug dealer that has magic,
Okay.
where Leo is the drug dealer that presumably doesn't.
Right. Right. No reason to think that he does.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. That's
It's a
interesting.
stretch, but I'm trying to think like if I was a creator of a TV show and I don't just make things up. I'm trying to communicate something.
Mhm.
Uh, so what would I be trying? And contrasting and comparing things to sort of make that communication, right? So
Yeah.
what's the best I got?
Okay. I mean, I'll take it. It's better than what I have, so, you
Because
know.
Wyndham Earl had that thing, obviously the show has a thing about magicians, but like Wyndham Earl with the disguises and stuff, he was just very
Mhm.
theatrical, and that makes me think of a magician.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
He's always he's two steps ahead. You know what I mean? You don't know what he's
Mhm.
gonna do. He's all about his plans.
Yeah.
But he wants an audience, right?
Right.
Um, yeah. There's a thing there. I mean, Wyndham Earl sounds like the name of a magician.
Definitely.
The magnificent Wyndham Earl. All right,
Yeah. I'll buy that.
there you go. $2,
and
please.
his assistant, Leo Johnson.
There it is. All right, I'm ready for the next scene.
Okay. So Mike and Bobby arrive at the Haywards looking for Donna. Doc says she's getting ready for bed. Bobby balances on the car with a beer can? Question mark.
Mm-hmm.
Doc says he'll
He's
go
hood
look
surfing.
what?
He's like car surfing.
Is that what we call that?
That's what he was doing.
Okay. I didn't know that had a name, but it does make sense now that you say it out
Uh huh.
loud. Car surfing. Doc says he'll go look for Donna. He goes upstairs into Harriet's room. Eventually, Harriet admits that Donna left through the window. So Doc leaves, tells Mike that she left. Mike leaves and says, Roadhouse.
Everyone's always at the roadhouse.
Gotta go down to the Roadhouse.
But that curfew really was being enforced.
Yeah, they didn't do a good job with that.
Mm-hmm.
I guess yeah, that's another thing about the show that they don't give a fuck about, which is like school.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's so rare to see the kids from the show in school.
Yeah.
Like
There's some weird sense, and you notice that weird like suspension of disbelief, but it's like I feel like the audience knows they're all over 18. They're not really going to school.
right.
Like
Yeah.
they're just adults pretending. Like there's this weird
Yeah,
like
yeah, they're all like
different.
25 or
Yeah, I
so.
know, right?
Like
There's this like quality to it that I think lends itself to that.
yeah.
Where like if you're watching Stranger Things, I think, and the kids aren't in school, it probably feels weirder. It feels
Yeah,
more like they should be in school. Whereas
right.
in like Twin Peaks, it's like they are too old to be in school. Yeah,
Right. But they still live at home and they don't
but they,
necessarily
yeah,
have
yeah, yeah,
jobs, so it's sort of like, what are you
yeah.
doing?
What are you doing?
With the exception of like Shelly or whatever, and she
Mm-hmm.
specifically dropped out of school, so it's sort of like makes sense there.
Mm-hmm.
But um but yeah, there's like multiple references. Like it's one of those things where like if you say it, then it's not a problem. Like, are you supposed to be in school?
Yep.
Like, hey, I can't do this. I'm already late for economics or
Yep.
whatever. And it's like,
Mm-hmm.
come on,
Mm-hmm.
you don't go to school.
But they talk about it.
But they talk about it exactly. And in fact, I feel like the only reason we even go back to the school ever is because of Nadine. Because
Mm.
like when
Oh, that's
she
right.
has her like regression thing, like
Yep.
she wants to like she has to be like enrolled in the high school, and that's the only reason we even see it again, which is
Mm-hmm.
bizarre. It's like, oh, they'll go back to the high school because like the adult has to
Mm-hmm.
go there now. That's what it takes to show the school.
Yeah, and it's funny because it plays on that thing I just was talking about, this idea of an adult in school, and we all understand they're all adults in school, and there's
Right.
something unreal
Ooh,
about
meta
that.
commentary.
Yeah, there's something unreal about
Oops.
that. So then she like gives cover to this whole idea, and it becomes extra absurd.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I should mention something from the scene that I've never understood, which is that so like um so like Doc asked Mike like you haven't been drinking, have you?
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, well, we're pretty broken up, and or you're not drinking and driving. I think that's
Yeah,
what he
that's what he
said.
said. Yep.
And he's like, oh, pretty broken up, and he's like, besides, Bobby's doing most of the driving,
Yeah.
right? And he's standing on the hood of the car drinking from a can.
Mm-hmm.
So like it's just always been weird to me because I'm like, is this what it looks like? Because otherwise, like, I don't understand. Is he supposed to just be like saying "fuck you," or is is that actually an excuse in his mind? Like, it's just really
No,
weird
I
to
think he's
me.
being sarcastic. I think he's
He's
yeah,
being
Mike.
sarcastic.
I think he's being sarcastic.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's yeah, no, I think he's being sarcastic. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. See, I always thought he was being sincere, and I think that's why I got confused. Okay, okay. Sarcasm. Got it. I'm there.
Yeah, yeah. Because I mean, obviously Bobby's drunk.
Yeah, I mean that's what I thought, but then I'm like, is that not supposed to be a beer can? Is that supposed to be like something else? And he's like, yeah, I don't
No,
know.
I mean that's the
Okay,
reason. That's the reason. Doc asked about the drinking. He sees Bobby being drunk.
right, right,
So
right.
I think that ties back to that's why I think Mike's comment is sarcastic because Doc said, "Hey, I see Bobby drinking. You guys
Yeah,
aren't drinking and driving, are you?" And I think it's like Mike giving trying to give an answer that's sarcastic, but also um, telling him it's a stupid question because, like, yeah, we are
right,
right. I don't know. It's a weird thing because he's sort of saying no out of because that's the answer he should say, but it's
right.
like he can't hide what's actually happening here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
that's a
okay,
weird one.
okay. Uh, and then uh, okay. So yeah, anything else about this scene?
Yeah, what I mean, what yeah, I mean, what he should have said was because he said he's asking Mike, are you drinking and driving?
Yeah,
But I mean, it's also kind of the royal you.
right, right, right.
But then he's and then
You
he's like,
all,
yeah, then he's like, yes. Basically, he's saying we are drinking because we have a good reason to drink.
mm-hmm,
But as far as the driving, Bobby's doing most of the driving, which would insinuate it's all good because Bobby's not drunk.
right.
But that's why it's sarcastic because it's obvious that Bobby is drunk.
Yeah, he's car surfing.
He's
Like,
car
if anything,
surfing.
Mike seems like more
Yeah,
sober.
so another version Mike would have said if Mike wasn't being an asshole in this scene, he would have said, "Well, we're broken up about it, sir, but don't worry, I'm doing most of the
Right. Yeah.
driving," which
Yeah,
is
yeah, yeah.
suggests I don't seem that drunk. I can pass for sober.
Yeah.
Um,
That seems
Bobby's
like the logical thing to say.
Bobby's the one whose girlfriend just got murdered.
Right.
He's got a good excuse for being torn
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
Give him some leeway. So that's kind of how the scene would normally go. But I think it's Mike's being an asshole,
Okay.
So he's really being disrespectful. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah, clearly.
yeah.
I got that far. I just yeah. All right. Yeah, I just yeah, I don't know. I got stuck on it. Okay. So anything else
That's it.
about that scene? Good. Okay. So we're about to have like a whole thing here where we're gonna go down to the roadhouse and we got like
Mm,
inside outside. We're cutting back
mm.
and forth. So just I don't know, just like bear with me. It's I'm just gonna like go through a few things. It's a little harder to break this up into scenes.
Right.
Because we keep going
I
like
literally have nothing to say about the next few scenes
okay, good.
in terms of like notes.
Okay, cool. So okay, so at the station, Lucy gets a call from Doc Hayward about Donna being missing. Outside the roadhouse, sheriff has Lucy put out an AAP, all points. Cooper thinks she will lead them to the biker, Donna, that is. Um, that's who it's all for, just to clarify. Okay, and then in the Roadhouse, Julie Cruz is performing. She's
What?
in the original series. She's the only one who ever performs at the Roadhouse. Um,
Twin Peaks is Julie Cruz.
and she's doing one of her special tunes. And we have Ed and Norma discussing drapes, and Norma says she's going to leave Hank, and Ed is worried about Hank's parole. And then we go
Uh-oh, foreshadowing.
outside the roadhouse. Yeah, I know, right? That's yeah. Get ready for that coming later, not in this episode. Anyway, outside the roadhouse, Cooper is whittling because that's what you do in a town where a yellow light means slow down, not speed up. But also you can drink and drive. Anyway, they see Mike and Bobby arrive, and then in the roadhouse, Julie Cruz is still performing. Mike and Bobby walk in, and then we have again, don't get too attached, but Joey Paulson and company note their arrival. Mike and Bobby, that is. Then outside, Donna arrives. Cooper has Harry call for backup. Then inside, Mike sees Donna walk in. He goes over to her. He shakes her around, and then Ed intervenes, and then Joey gets up, and then a fight breaks out involving them and Bobby. And Joey breaks away and says he'll take Donna to James. Then outside, Cooper and Harry will follow Joey and Donna to the biker.
Cooper and Harry have no idea a fight just broke out.
No, they're just gonna follow Donna, and also they say that Joey is not the J, even though he's AJ.
He's
Anyway,
Andre.
exactly. Inside, the fighting continues. Outside, police arrives. Joey and Donna speed away from Harry and Cooper, and then they lose them. Um, okay, and now we have a long scene. So anyway, that's a whole sequence there,
All right.
inside and outside the roadhouse. So there's actually some reveals about this scene later.
Was that incident in and outside a roadhouse?
It it you're right. Good catch. So one thing I noticed about this scene is that the bookhouse is right next to the roadhouse. I think
Is
I never
that
noticed
what
that
it
before.
was? Oh,
Yeah,
I was so confused because that first shot of the building, that little building, I thought it said Roadhouse, and I was like, oh, wow, the original version exterior of the Roadhouse is different than what they use later in the series. And then they cut to the thing that I was referring to, and I was
yeah,
like, wait, I don't get the geography. So that little building was the bookhouse.
yeah. That's the bookhouse.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
So later on, you're going to find out that Big Ed, in addition to meeting with Norma, is actually on a mission, staking out the roadhouse to like catch some kids dealing drugs or something. And Jacques is tending bar there, and he actually drugs Ed's drink. And that's like in the background of this fight scene that just happened.
You mean that's why Ed gets knocked out?
Yeah, lights out, Mr. Monkey Wrench. It wouldn't have worked if it wasn't for Jacques' intervention. I think you're supposed to
So
believe that.
so it's a reveal later that
Yeah,
when he gets hit one time, the reason he stays down is because he's drugged.
exactly.
That's
Yeah,
cool because I was like, the weird thing for me in this scene is how Ed gets hit one time and doesn't get back up.
yeah,
You know, for like a big guy, he takes one
yeah.
hit. That's crazy. I wonder why they thought to bother coming back to that.
It's weird. It's weird. I mean, it kind of plays into the plot that develops as you go into season one, like Leo and Jacques and Laura and the drugs and like basically it's like and the bookhouse boy is like it's an entry point for all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
um but yeah, I think it always strikes me as weird because like you watch that scene I think the first time and you just don't think that all of that is going on there.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
seems much more straightforward.
Yeah, and I think it's weird to have so much be going on because he's already secretly, meeting up, and so it's weird to be like, but he's a double agent. He's got two
Hmm.
missions,
Two secret missions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a lot, and I wonder. I just can't imagine that they knew that writing the pilot that that was
I
going
doubt
on.
it. That was probably a soft retcon.
Yeah. All
Maybe
right.
they said the same thing. Like, man, he got knocked out too fast. What if he was
Yeah. What
drugged?
if he was jugged? Who would have jugged him? Ah, the
Yeah,
guy who's doing this. Yeah. And then
exactly.
Jacques' character was invented.
Boom. There he is. Yeah.
Yeah. I bet a
Uh,
French Canadian did it.
of course. You know those French Canadians.
Always drugging people.
I did not do nothing. That's my Bernard.
I see.
We'll meet him
Uh,
in a couple episodes.
and you sure it's not Bernard?
It's it should be Bernard. You're right.
Bernard. Yeah.
Yeah, I said it that way because like yeah, that's how they say it. But I don't. Yeah, that actor. It's the kind of thing where uh like most accents I really don't get. Like I know there's a big thing on Lost with the Australian accents. Like
Mm-hmm.
a lot of characters like have bad Australian accents. I didn't notice at all until it was pointed out, and that's like okay, I guess that's what like a bad one sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
But French accents I can hear when it's bad, and
Mm,
Twin Peaks has nothing but bad French accents.
mm-hmm.
Every single one is terrible. And Bernard is the worst of them all. He's like, oh my God, he's like barely even trying. I think Michael Park's uh, French accent is actually the best one, though it's
Mm,
still not right. It's just the most convincing.
mm-hmm. Well, it's Michael Parks.
Yeah, yeah. I think part of it is maybe just the acting's a bit better, but a lot of times I noticed that they actually they wrote the lines convincingly, like the sort of uh, habits that French speakers have of saying things in a certain way in English. Like they got
Mm.
that pretty close to right, but just the way they pronounce words was just too correct. It's like no, 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 they can't make that sound. Come on. You're making it look easy. You know, they're like the best, you know, English speaking francophone character ever.
Oh, you're saying the problem is they were too good. Wait, what's the problem?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Their English was too good, which is to say their French accent was bad. You know what I
Oh.
mean?
Oh, I see. So it's not, you're saying it wasn't necessarily the, how they sounded, it was what they said.
No, the opposite.
Hmm.
What they said was actually written pretty well. Like they included like various verbal things that they say that are kind of just literal translations of French phrases,
Mm-hmm.
and that was good. But the way they pronounced the words was too. It was just too like American or whatever they are sounding
Gotcha. Yeah.
like Anglophone, basically.
The thing that gives you an accent.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
couldn't not talk in their American accent.
Exactly. It's like it's hard to put that away when you're speaking your native language and you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
they would try to like French it up, but it's
Mm-hmm.
like, you know, a real French speaker would struggle with that word. You're not struggling at all, you know? It's
Mm-hmm.
like that kind of
But they've been doing English long time.
thing. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I still say they're a little too good.
They all had English tutors. You find that incredulous?
I do.
Off-screen English tutors for everyone.
Oh, maybe Laura taught them.
Lord,
Apparently
hey,
she does
she
English tutoring.
clearly has infinite amount of time to spend helping everyone in town. Let's see, what's on my schedule today? Well, first it's Meals on Wheels for breakfast, and then it's helping Johnny. Oh, I gotta go to
Mm-hmm.
school, but then I have to help
Yep.
around the house. Oh no. Then I got Meals on Wheels after school. Then I gotta see Harold and tell him my secrets.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Then I gotta help Bobby do a drug deal. I gotta go to the bank and get a deposit,
Yep.
in a safe deposit box.
Yep.
I gotta see Bobby.
Flash
I
mob
got
photo
I
shoot.
first for a photo shoot. Hey, I gotta go hiking with Donna and James. We got to make a
Right.
video that
Picnic.
has clues in it later.
Secret video. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, it's hard being a teenage girl. I'm
It
winning prom
is.
queen.
Yeah. Yeah. Josie needs English
Josie
lessons.
has these English lessons.
Yeah.
What else is she doing?
Yeah. What? I mean, what isn't she doing?
What isn't she doing? Yeah, I feel like there should have been a reveal where Lucy's like, every night at midnight, Laura would come by and help me lay out the donuts.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
She was just helping everybody.
Don't you sleep? That's what the cocaine's for.
Yeah, exactly. She was on that cocaine. Plus, sleep is when Bob comes. So,
Oh, good point.
maybe that
Yeah.
was the thing. That's why she was doing so much outside the house.
Yeah.
Maybe that was a thing.
Oh, I think that's true. Yeah. In a way.
Wow.
Yeah, definitely.
That's realistic.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, good point.
Yeah. All right.
You good for this whole thing?
Yep.
Joey Paulson, any comments about this one-off rando
Oh, he was
character?
great. He was like, biker dude. I'll help you, Donna. We've been friends for zero amount of time. Uh, yeah, you gotta love characters like and another Jay, and it's just like,
It's the only other biker character really in the show
mhm.
besides James.
There's so many bikes outside of the
I know.
roadhouse.
I know. It's like there's a whole like biker cabal or something,
Hmm.
but they don't really go back to that. So don't get too excited. If you think it's a show about like a biker gang, like
Yeah, Julie Cruz is like wearing biker gear. Like
oh
it's
yeah,
like
you're
it's
right.
like a biker. The road is like a
Biker
biker
bar.
bar.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
you're
then
right.
and then it got gentrified.
Yeah.
And then in season
Oh.
3, it's like all the millennials are there
Yep. Yep.
with their
It's
$5
true.
lattes. Was that their fault? Did they invent high price coffee? I feel like we can blame them, but it wasn't them.
I mean, I think technically, yeah, it started before them because
Yeah.
I remember, I mean, Starbucks was like a thing in the 90s,
Yeah,
late 90s
exactly.
at
But
least.
doesn't it feel right to blame them for high price
Oh,
coffee?
it does. It
Oh,
does.
that's so weird.
It feels better than right.
It feels like the only reasonable thing to do. Yeah, I guess it's because it's a hipster thing, and they seem like hipsters. Although they can't be hipsters because hipsters were around before the young millennials.
Yeah,
It's weird.
yeah.
They
New
got
new school
everything.
hipster.
Everything can be pinned on them, yet they did nothing.
Yeah, it's
Nothing's
true.
their fault, yet everything
That's their
is.
genius,
Yeah,
really.
that's how they did it. It's like millennials, how we lost everything and gained nothing.
Exactly. They're like a perfect zero
Hmm.
sum sort of presence.
That sounds like a good New Yorker article. Should write that. A think piece.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Get some of those what do they call them? Clickbaits? I want some
Clickbaits.
clickbait.
Bait those
Yeah.
clicks.
I want those
Don't say
clickbait.
that again. Uh, yikes. Right.
So, shall we?
Yep.
Okay. So Joey drops off Donna with James. James thinks they're gonna lock him up and he doesn't have an alibi.
Oh no.
Shit. Donna asks James, what happened? And James says, it was a nightmare. Laura was different. Laura was involved in things. She says something about Bobby told her that he killed this guy. James thinks it makes sense, but he can't explain it. Laura jumped off James' bike at Sparkwood in 21 and screamed she loved James and then ran off into the woods. Oh, Laura. Donna comforts James, and this leads to them making out. Ooh la la. They react with surprise. James is not sorry. They continue kissing. They hear sirens. James has to go to the police. He rode around after they left. No alibi. Donna wants to take the necklace. James thinks they should bury the necklace right there under a rock. And so they do, and they leave. Boom.
Oh, James.
Classic James.
Yep, yep, yep. What to say about this scene?
So I have just a little continuity. This is, I always have my pet peeves with shows. This is one that kind of bothered me this time when I was rewatching it, which is that I always remembered it in my mind, at least, that what James said was that Laura said Bobby killed a guy, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But Laura, no, that's not what he said. He said Laura said Bobby told her he killed a guy, which I think, I mean, who knows? Maybe she said that, and you know, it was just a lie or a misdirection or whatever you want to call it. But she was there. Like
Sorry, you broke
it
up.
wasn't like,
I missed some of
oh,
what
he
you
just
said. You
told
broke
me
up for a
this.
second.
Like it was. I feel like they got the line wrong. Basically, is my point. Oh, so I feel like they got the line wrong. Like it should have been. It should have been Bobby told her, or sorry, she said Bobby killed a guy. Which I think is what she actually says in Fire Walk with Me.
Mm-hmm,
I think she
mm-hmm.
says something like Bobby killed a guy or something like that. But what James says here is Laura is that Bobby told her that he killed a guy,
Huh.
which is not true.
Well, it
So
could be
anyway,
that
just
he's
a
just
continuity thing.
relaying the information badly. He's not getting it exactly right.
Yeah, yeah. So maybe James is wrong. Yeah, yeah. James could be wrong. Definitely. I don't think he's
Mm-hmm,
lying
mm-hmm.
intentionally, but yeah, it's it was a heated moment. Perhaps he recalls it inaccurately, et cetera, et cetera. Um, I was just surprised to hear that like specific phrasing because it's like it should have just been, you know, uh, what it should have been was like Laura told me Bobby killed a guy, but it was Laura told me that Bobby told her that he killed a guy. It's
But
like,
Bob
oh God,
Laura
okay.
did tell him that. Oh yikes! Uh, Bobby told her. who's on? Who's on first?
Oh boy.
Okay,
Here we
no.
go.
So what happened was Bobby told Laura that he killed a guy. What Laura said to James was, quote, Bobby killed the guy, right? So
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm trying to look see the line in the episode here. But
Yeah, here we go. I just found it from the script. So I don't know for sure what's in the movie, but in the script, Laura just
yeah, I remember
says
Bobby
Bobby
killed
killed a
a
guy.
guy.
Yeah. And that's what I think that's why I remembered it that way. But yeah, I forgot how James actually
Well,
framed it
basically
in this episode.
what he's assuming that Bobby told Laura that, but she could have found that out another way.
Yeah, it could be that. But I think he specifically says that oh no,
She said
okay.
something about a guy getting killed.
Okay. No, I think doesn't he say okay,
She
now I'm
said
gonna have to
Bobby
look for
told
this one
her
too.
that he killed this guy. Yeah, it's from the episode.
Yeah. Is that from the thing? Okay. Yeah. So he actually says that she
Yeah.
said that, not just that
But
he
that's what I'm
assumed.
saying is what he's saying here based on what we know Laura says in the scene, he's assuming that Bobby told her that. You know what I mean? That's the sort of leap he's making. Because all she said was Bobby killed a guy.
No, but he's
That's what I'm saying.
saying that.
He's
Okay. Yeah.
saying
Okay.
the way Laura
But
found out that Bobby killed a guy was because Bobby told her he killed the guy.
yeah, but he actually says Laura told
Yeah.
him that, right?
But I'm saying it's
Okay.
wrong.
All right.
He's sort of
Yeah.
mistranslating
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
she said, right? Because he, I guess my point is, he's assuming the reason Laura knows Bobby killed the guy is that Bobby told her he killed the guy. There's other ways she could have known that information, right? She could have saw Bobby kill the guy. Bobby never told her anything. So he's just making this weird leap in this phrasing
Yeah.
that the way she
Yeah.
knows what she said, Bobby killed a guy, was
I think if he had just said like Bobby told her he killed a guy, then I would kind of get it. Or I think Bobby told her he killed a guy or something. But yeah, just saying like she
no.
specifically said
Isn't
that.
but
I don't
isn't
know.
that the same
Anyway, it's
thing?
not a big deal.
Why is it the same thing?
No, because if she said Bobby told me he killed a guy, it's not the same thing as saying Bobby killed a guy.
Correct. Uh huh. And then I'm confused. So what's the?
That was it. That was it. That's all
Yeah,
I'm
and
saying.
I'm saying the difference between those two statements is that James is assuming that's how she knew that information.
Well, he seems to be doing more than assuming. He seems to be saying that she literally told him that. That's what I'm saying.
She said,
Right? Am I wrong? Am I
okay,
wrong
the
about the
line
line?
is,
Now I'm having
yeah,
doubts
I mean, we
again.
can read the lines. Basically, he was like, there's this guy died. And Donna says, who? And he says something like, I don't know, but she said Bobby told her that he killed this guy.
Yeah, okay. He says she said Bobby told
Yes.
her, right? So he's attributing words to her, not just what I think. This is where I think she got this from. He's saying she said that, right? So he's just wrong about that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I guess we're looking at it slightly differently. I mean, he's or I can't understand the logic here, but like she said Bobby told her that he killed this guy. So James is saying that her line was, quote, Bobby told me he killed this guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. And that's not what the line
Exactly.
was. The line was Bobby killed a guy.
Right.
So that, I guess what I'm saying, he's assumed that he got the information correct that Bobby killed the guy, but he's
Yeah.
basically saying
He's
the
misquoting
reason
her.
well, he's misquoting her. I think because he's basically saying it's weird because it's true. Like if Bobby did say I killed a guy, and then Laura tells James
Yeah.
Bobby killed a guy, then Bobby's sort of right. I mean, James is sort of right. But yeah, he's misquoting her and assuming the reason she said, quote, Bobby killed a guy is because he thinks that's what Bobby told her, which is neither here nor
Right.
there. Because she could have found out some other way. But yeah. It's definitely he's misquoting her.
Yeah. That's the only thing I was hung up on because just the way, and I think we're just looking at I don't think they had a specific plan for that at this point. And as far as I believe, for the original plan, she did say that. She said Bobby told me he killed a guy. Period. When it came time for Firewalk with Me years later, they just have her witness it. So he doesn't need to tell her that he killed the guy. She's
Mm-hmm.
right there.
Well, and that's the
You
kind of
know?
thing. Like I think he's not necessarily trying to quote her. Because it could have been, the line could have been Bobby killed a guy, and then James could have said, "How do you know that?" And then she could have said, "Bobby told me." And then in this retelling, it would have been Laura said Bobby told her that he killed
Yeah,
the
yeah,
guy.
yeah. If
So
that
it's
happened, it
not,
would be accurate. Yeah.
yeah, where it's like it's not trying to quote her, it's trying to relay what she said, but he's like assuming some information.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I think he's still saying she said things she didn't say.
Yeah, but I don't think he's trying to quote her though. I guess that's the sticking
Okay,
point.
okay. Misquote is wrong, but he's
I don't think he's
mischaracterizing what she
saying,
said.
yeah, I mean I guess it depends on the sentence, but like she said, comma, quote, Bob, you know what I mean? I don't think that. But yeah, I think we're agreeing that it's wrong.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's just like you know, you could imagine a version of the story where at some point in Fire Walk with Me, like Bobby's like, "Hey, I killed a guy." She's like, "What?" You know, and then
Mhm.
she repeats to James later, you know, Bobby killed a guy. He told me, or you know, whatever.
Mhm.
Um, where it would have made sense. It's just like, you know, that's just not the way
Yeah, it's
they
like,
did the story later.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like if somebody said, if Laura said, you know, uh, Donna's at the store, and then James is like, and then Laura said Donna told her she was at the store.
Right.
You
Yeah,
know, like
exactly. Yeah, it's just a weird way to say it, I
it's
think.
like, yeah, that's, yeah, you're attributing how she got the information incorrectly. Yeah, by
Yeah,
assuming
yeah.
that
And
that
you're
you were
saying
told
that
that.
she actually said that's how she got the information,
Hmm.
you know?
Yeah, exactly. He's saying that that's how she got the information, which is the assumption,
Yeah, like he could
because
have
she said,
said, you know, Laura told me Bobby killed a guy, you know, I guess Bobby told her that, you know.
yeah,
That would be sort of a
yeah, because
version of
Donna could have
what
said,
you're
Bobby. She said Bobby told her that he killed a guy, and Donna could have said, "How does she know?" And then she could have said Bobby told her.
right.
You know,
Exactly.
if that's what happened.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I know
Well, I'm
it's like
glad we spent so much time on this.
I know it's
I
like
think it
really
was
like
enjoyable for everyone.
I really just wanted to make a small point because I feel like the way he phrases it here is misleading. And
Hmm.
like based on what he says here, I would not assume that Laura witnessed what he's talking about.
Yeah,
And
it was a
I
crazy
think
night. It was a nightmare. I
sure,
mean,
sure, sure. No, I
you
mean there's
know,
you could come up with many explanations that are fine. It just seems to me like just a little bit off from the version that they went with in Fire Walk with Me. And I feel like in Fire Walk with Me, that's why they have her say not Bobby told me he killed a guy, but Bobby killed a guy because she witnessed it. So it just
hmm,
makes more sense for that to be the line.
yeah.
And it's like pretty close. You know, they're trying to close the loop. You know, it's just a little off. So anyway, it reminds me of that whole thing with like the manifest and Lost and Ethan and you know, like they have that whole story they tell later about what happened. It's like, well, technically it's wrong, but whatever, fine.
Hmm.
It's not a big deal. It's just like, and they don't even talk about it later. It's actually weird now that I think about it. I don't think this is even referenced again in the entire series.
The Bobby killing a guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's in Fire Walk with Me, but I don't think they talk about it for the rest of the original series. They don't talk about it in season three. It's just not even addressed. It's just weird. It's weird. Like James has this whole thing, and like you know, I guess it's like once the conflict with Bobby sort of falls by the wayside, it's like they just don't care. But it's like,
Hmm.
isn't it still? I mean, even if he didn't kill Laura, like, isn't it a little bit of a concern that maybe he actually killed somebody, or they just think, oh, Laura was just raving and she was just saying stuff, so like
I
they don't really
mean,
believe
it
it.
clearly wasn't anyone in town who mattered, so
Right.
who cares?
Right.
I guess.
Right.
But
Right.
yeah, it maybe, um, yeah, maybe that's part of it. She's just raving.
Okay, so yeah, any other comments about this scene?
Um, nope.
This is sort of like the legendary like James part of the night. And I will
Hmm.
say, like, after like nitpicking one line to death, um, it's pretty close
Yeah.
to what they portray.
I always liked Laura's Last Night and how they got it, how they illustrated what he's describing here, because it's such
Yeah,
a weird thing, and especially that thing about she was raving crazy and then she got normal for a second and sad, and then
yeah,
like the whole like up and down quality,
yeah,
to sort of know what that means before you shoot it, is interesting.
yeah. Yeah, no, I think they did a good job of like bringing it to life in a convincing and interesting way. Like, because I think, with a thing like that, I mean, it's true for the whole movie, really, but like when it comes time, like you've had this thing, you've talked about what happened, everybody knows what happened, and now you just have to show it. It's like it can be kind of underwhelming, like because
Hmm.
you already know what's coming.
Yeah.
So yeah, anyway, I think like I think they did a really good job. And they even have it in season 3 again. They go back to that scene
Hmm.
and we get to see it again. So yeah, it's a legendary moment. And I do feel like, for, as I just said, like uh most of what he says here is like pretty spot on
Hmm.
with what they actually show, and it fits with the story, and he has no idea where she went. And I like that at this point. Like that's all we know. Like she jumped off the bike, you know,
Hmm.
this is set in confidence. We have no reason to believe that James is lying here. So it's like this is sort of the furthest along we get with the investigation at this point. Like we can account for her up to the moment when she left James
Yeah.
on the bike.
Nervous about meeting Jay.
Nervous about meeting. Oh God, indeed. Okay, so oh, and they bury the necklace. Yeah, don't forget that. That's the whole
Oh,
thing.
that's right. They buried it. We never see it again. That's right.
And then we never see it again. Exactly.
Yep.
Okay, so shall we?
We shall.
Okay, so Cooper and Harry see James and Donna. They pull them over. They arrest James. Donna protests. Simple scene there.
All right.
Good. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
At the station, Doc is waiting to take Donna home. James is going into number 4. Hawk leads James into the cell, passing Mike and Bobby. And then Hawk leaves. Boom.
Boom. Simple.
Okay.
No one said
Yeah.
Bobby said anything, so we don't have anything to discuss.
We're just we're just moving people around here. Um, in the car outside, Donna apologizes to Doc Hayward, and Doc is totally cool about it, but asks about the bicycle, and which has been left at the roadhouse, and also mentions putting the air in the tire like Harriet wanted, and
Yeah,
so they make
it's like a 1950s sitcom when Doc Hayward's around.
out. It is. You're right. You're right.
And
Yeah, he's
don't
definitely
forget to
that
put
kind of
air in
character.
Harriet's tire, or else Lassie won't be able to find the little Timmy in the well. It's so quaint.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh, okay. So keep going.
Keep going.
We're so close. So in the station, there's a giant mound of donuts, and there's also coffee. Not as much coffee.
I mean, not to be pedantic, it's not a giant mound of donuts. There's several small mounds of
Yeah,
donuts.
yes, yes, yes. I stand corrected.
Just for the
Yes.
audience's sake, there
I
wasn't
mean,
one
if you
giant
put them all in
pile.
a mound, it would make a giant mound, but they are arranged
Well,
in sort
if
of a
Laura
row.
said that Bobby told her, then that's what she would have said.
Hey, hey, hey. I'm not trying to look.
I'm just
I'm not
saying,
quoting anybody.
there wasn't a giant mound. There wasn't a singular giant mound. There were several very small piles,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
stacks.
No, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Just wanted to, for the
You're right.
record.
Giant mound was actually I didn't even write that. I just wrote mound. Anyway, the point is, which is also wrong for the record.
Hmm.
It's a lot of donuts. That's all I was trying to say.
That's correct. Nothing wrong with that statement.
Okay. So Cooper asks Harry about a good hotel. Harry suggests the Great Northern twice. Cooper leaves to go to the Great Northern.
He suggests the Great Northern twice.
Yeah, yeah. I think let's see. Let me find how it actually goes.
I
Uh
suggest the Great Northern. I suggest the Great
that's how that's
Northern.
that's pretty much what happens. Okay, let me try to find it here. I'm really close. Let's see. Yeah, here's how it is.
Oh, he. I
Here's
know.
how it
Yeah,
is.
I remember now.
Can you recommend me a good inexpensive hotel or motel? Now it doesn't have to be fancy, and I mean that. I can get you a good rate up at the Great Northern. Because I think I'm going to be here for some time at these motels. They promise you a good rate, and when you get there, it's a whole different story. Now, all I need is a bed, a bathroom, a telephone, and sometimes a television. In the unlikely event that one day I'll get the chance to knock off early, I can get you a good rate up at the Great Northern. That's what I mean.
So you were wrong again. He didn't suggest the hotel twice. He said he'd get a good deal twice. These recaps are becoming really undependable. Undependable isn't a word, and that's what they're becoming.
Is that not a recommendation?
That's not a
Oh
recommendation.
no, I just said he suggested it.
Yeah, and he didn't do it either.
Doesn't he? I mean, isn't that a suggestion?
No, I mean,
You don't think it's a suggestion to mention a name of a hotel after he's asked for a hotel? No?
so in answering the question, he suggested, yeah, but but yeah, he didn't say I suggest a Great Northern. He says
He didn't say that
I
literally.
can
That's
get
true.
you a deal.
That's true. But I didn't say he said I suggest the Great Northern. I just said he suggested the Great
You said Laura told you that Bobby said that Harry said that he suggested that he could get a good deal. That's what I heard. All right. Uh and something was mentioned about this scene. Let me think. Donuts all laid out. That's all I wrote.
I don't know if they even have a TV in that room. I feel like I don't remember ever seeing it.
Harry lied. In
Well,
his two suggestions,
like
he assumed that, yeah,
I just got the sense like there's no other place to go. Like this is the place to go. So
yeah,
like whatever you're gonna say, go here.
yeah.
Like that was my interpretation, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But I was just thinking about what he said there because bed check, bathroom check, telephone check, but television.
What
Mm,
did he say about the television? He said maybe a television.
uh, te- sometimes the television in the unlikely event that one day I'll get the chance to knock off
Sometimes there's
early.
a television.
Yeah,
How
sometimes
many
there's
drivers does a television have? Uh, yeah.
exactly.
I would just like to say, for the record, oh man, sorry, I'm rewinding my Blu-ray player, and
Oh no.
I just pressed stop.
Rewinding Blu-rays is so dangerous.
Got it. 2, 4, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Uh-oh, I miscounted. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 26 times 2 is 52, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
52, 53 donuts laid out, not including the one Cooper's
You
eating.
just counted the donuts?
I just counted the donuts.
Now that sounds like a giant mound of donuts.
If you wanted the equation to know how many a giant mound equals, it's exactly 53 donuts.
Okay, so let's say how many people do you think work at the sheriff station? Would you guess?
I mean, considering what we
10?
saw in season 3, yeah, I would say 10.
Okay.
Yeah,
So that means each one of them is eating what? 5?
5.4
Yeah,
donuts, not
5.4
including the
donuts.
one
Okay.
Cooper's eating.
Okay. So one of them they have to like split into Or no, more than one actually. Oh shit. No, each one needs point 0.4. Okay, how are they going to do this? Okay. So,
Now each one gets 5, and there's point 0.4 left over.
let's see. Oh no, it's
Does that
simple. Here's
work?
what they do. You take you take 4 of the donuts and you divide them into fifths. And then no,
Uh-oh.
no, no. Sorry, that's not it.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Hold on. Yes, you take 4 of the donuts and you divide them into fifths, and then each one gets 2. Hold on. Now I'm confused again. No, hold on. How does it work? Okay.
You're trying to split the point
I'm
0.4.
trying to I'm trying to get them each point 0.4. Yeah, like how do they
Well,
how do
point
they
0.4 times
accomplish
10 is
that?
4 donuts, so 4 out of 10. So so each person
Oh, 4
gets
donuts have to be divided among 10
10
people.
people. Yeah,
Ooh, that's tricky.
that's
So they divide into 5. I guess that's the only way to do it.
yeah.
Divide into 5 and then they each take 2 pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that sounds good. Okay. All right. Good.
No, actually, that's not right. 4 out of 10.
What?
4 out of 10 is 2/5.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Did I not say that? Divide into 5 and take
So
2? No? Isn't that 2
divide
fifths?
into five. Five what? Oh, each one into five. So they don't
Each
just take two.
donut.
They
Yeah.
take eight. 8/5 a person. Does that work?
What? No. No, 2 fifths. Right? Aren't they only supposed to have 2 fifths?
But if
It's that the
you but you have to divide 4 donuts into 2/5. Each person gets 2/5 of 4 donuts.
No, 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 not all 4, just 2 fifths of one, right?
No, 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 no. Each person gets 10 donuts right off the bat, right? That's the 50 donuts. Now there's 4 donuts left to split amongst 10 people. So each person gets 4 tenths. That sounds
Yeah.
wrong.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, yeah, 4 tenths, which is 2/5, right? So
Yeah.
so if you take the 4 donuts and split them into 10 pieces, each person would get four of those pieces.
Indeed. Yes,
Or you can take
yes.
the 4 donuts and split them into fives,
Yeah. And
and
they
each
got 2 of
person would
those.
get two of those fives.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
That sounds good.
Twin Peaks
I like the
math.
tens. 4 donuts shared among 10 is that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
We cracked it.
That's doable, but it's not easy. Splitting into
Mm-hmm.
fifths, equitably. I mean, forget about if it's like a jelly donut or something. Like,
Mm-hmm.
you don't want any part of that. It's not
Um,
gonna come out.
maybe, yeah. Well, the 10 would be easier because it's an even number, but it's a smaller piece. So
Yeah, 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 yeah. You're right. Good point. Yeah, yeah. With tenths, they could do like,
five
well, they could divide
tenths.
it in half and then divide those halves into fifths, which might be easier. Or they could divide the
Mm.
fifths into tenths no. Hold on. Let's see. What's the easiest way to do that? I don't think there is. They're gonna have to do 5 at some point, no matter what they do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's no way to win that.
Well, you can't get to 10 without going through five.
Yeah, yeah. You're right.
All right, now we know how many donuts there are and how many each hypothetical employee at the share station gets.
I was just trying to think of like how that could work practically.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess like 5 and 2 fifths is like you could eat that every night, but it's still kind of a lot.
I don't think. Well, realistically, not everyone's gonna want all the
I
donuts.
hope not.
I mean,
Yeah.
10's a lot,
Yeah. No, that's a lot. That's a lot. I
and then you add 2/5 on that.
Yeah. Oh god, I know. Yeah, I just ate 5 donuts.
Mm-hmm.
Like why do I have to have more?
Yep.
It's like, well, what are we going to do with these 4? Otherwise they're just going to sit here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, each person gets 5 donuts.
Right?
Oh, not 10 donuts. Yeah, that's right. So it's
It's 10 people
five
with
and
5.
2/5.
Yeah,
Got
yeah,
it.
yeah. I thought that's what you
Oh,
said.
it's way more reasonable. I was thinking everyone had ten
Oh, you
donuts.
were thinking everyone. Well, that's if 5 of them work there.
There we go.
Then it would be that. But I think there's more than 5
Well,
because you got Harry, you got Hog, Andy, Lucy.
Yep.
That's four already. And Cappy, if you're in season two.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's like randos that show up
There are
sometimes.
random people. I've seen
Yeah.
them.
Yeah. So I feel like 10 is a good. But you okay, so you think five is because I was thinking like it's not what I would call healthy, but I think it's sort of physically doable.
Oh, five is way more reasonable. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Ten's too much. Five is like,
Yeah.
yeah, you could eat five on through a night.
Yeah, it's not like a eating contest, like endurance.
Mm-mm.
Can you eat 10 donuts every night? It's like a bit much, but five, yeah. I mean, I don't want that, but you
That's what you
could.
got.
Yeah, exactly. If you work here, Twin Peaks Sheriff Station.
Well, I just like that we tackle the hard questions that no one else has the balls to. The donut balls.
Ugh.
Sorry, that's supposed to be like a donut
Ugh.
holes connection that
Ugh.
didn't quite work. You know, like donut balls.
Ugh. It's with the donut holes or donut balls.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, the actual
it's confusing.
hole, the hole is nothing. The hole's actually in the donut.
Yeah,
They don't,
yes.
yeah. It's
It's
weird
not the
that the
right name.
hole is actually not the hole.
Yeah, it's like if you were gonna dig a hole, like the mound of dirt next to the hole, you call that
Isn't
the
that,
hole.
yeah, that's not the hole. Yeah, it's weird. I've got a dirt hole. Here's my dirt
It's
hole.
my dirt hole.
Yes.
Ugh.
Yeah, dirt holes. That's why we don't call them that because one person did and everyone killed him. That's the guy Bobby killed.
Is that what
Uh,
he said?
is that what she said? He said, or is that what you're assuming, James? The patriarchy striking again, putting words in the mouth of a woman. Uh, yeah, I
Subtext.
uh,
Ouch.
overtext. Yeah, I think dirt balls is bad. Dirt hole is worse. Um,
Yeah,
yeah, donut
definitely.
holes. It's weird. Yeah, yeah, it's weird.
Yeah,
I wonder when that happened. I bet there's a Wikipedia entry about them, but
I bet
I
you're
do
right.
wonder who's like, oh, it reminds me of like muffin tops. That idea.
Yeah.
It's like, what are we gonna do with all these holes no one wants in their donuts?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what if we fried them and put sugar on it?
It's actually the same stuff as the
Mm-hmm.
donuts,
Mm-hmm.
so it should still be good.
Yeah. It'd be weird if it's like, the history of pancakes is like you make big pancakes, but like for whatever reason you put a hole in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And then somebody's like, what do we do with all these like, pancake holes? And then they're like, silver dollar pancakes.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
Boom. Pancake holes. Ugh. They're good though, bite size.
Hey.
Yeah, convenient.
Yep.
It's good for the modern consumer.
The modern consumer is in love with pancake holes.
Ugh. Um. Okay, so shall we continue?
Is there anything else left to count in this scene?
I don't know. Is there? You're looking at the video.
Oh, so much to count, but we'll save that for a future
How
riveting
many
podcast.
coffee? How many coffee like thermos
There's
things are
two.
there?
There's two thermi
Only
and
two.
two thermi.
Wow,
But they
that's
can
way out
probably
of
brew more
proportion.
thermi.
True,
So
true, true. Good point. Good point. It's
yeah.
virtually like only limited by like the water and
Mm-hmm.
the amount of like actual coffee they have,
Yep.
which is probably a lot.
Speaking of things, I wanted to mention that Cooper has this thing with the White Lodge, right? And
In season
and
three, or
and yeah, in season 3.
okay, yeah, yeah,
Uh, and it just made me think, what is the Black Lodge is black and white, right? Sorry, the
yeah.
White Lodge is black and white. Did I say that twice?
Yeah.
And and
You said the Black
Cooper.
Lodge, but yeah, anyway.
Oh, that's what I meant.
The
Okay.
second time you said the White Lodge, but at first I thought you meant the floor. Anyway, sorry, go
Is
ahead.
that what I said, or is that what I told you
God
I
damn it.
said?
God
That's never gonna die. Um. Anyway, it reminded me that, and
I
this means
regret
nothing.
mentioning it deeply. I apologize
Oh,
to
then I
everyone.
win.
You do. You
Oh
do.
man.
It was a
So
passing comment, and then I just really had to dig in. Anyway, go ahead.
are you saying go ahead? Or are you telling me that you're saying to go ahead? There's a
Oh
little bit of difference.
no!
Um.
No!
Uh. Maybe you should create your own reality to get you out of this mess,
Oh
and
God! I
then
hope it's
and
not that
and
bad.
then discover that it's worse.
Damn.
It's worse in your own reality. Uh, I was just gonna say Cooper wears black and white. So that's all I was gonna say. Is he's
Oh
got
yeah,
his suit that's black and white.
the FBI. Like yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So just thought maybe
Suit
there's
and
some
tie,
connection there with the whole black and
black and white
whiteness.
world.
He's like the
Yeah,
good guy. They're kind of the good people, sort of.
yeah, yeah.
And
Red
this.
drapes are definitely like associated with like evil
Hmm. Yeah,
in
and just
the original series.
the idea of it. If this is if Cooper's the dreamer, then he should have some connection to the White Lodge, right? So
Yeah,
I was just thinking about that color palette. So
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a good point.
there you go.
Yeah, I like
I made a
that.
point.
I wish we saw the scene where he goes to the White Lodge. Like I feel like that's a huge gap for me. It's like that scene, you know.
Oh, it's
And
because it's out of
and
time.
actually oh sorry, what?
It's like out of time.
Yeah, yeah, like I was just thinking it's kind of an illustration of the thing you were talking about earlier, which is that like I think if you just took that scene and you put it later in the show, like after Laura disappears or something,
Mm-hmm.
it wouldn't seem that weird. It would be like, oh, he went there,
Yep.
and then he went to the Black Lodge, and then he exited, and then continued from there.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been fine. It's just that they put it as the first scene, like makes it like unclear. I mean, out of time, like you said.
Yeah, and it's also like it kind of goes back to a little bit of that Lost Highway thing of starting, with this ending bit, starting in a place
Yeah,
that they're going to end up.
right. Yeah, God, the whole series, like Richard and Linda, who's that? Like, oh, Richard Horn. And I remember there was someone in the trailer park named Linda, and I was like, ooh, I
Yeah, it
guess
was
that's a
super weird.
thing.
Yeah, it was weird to be like, there's a Linda, but we'll never see her, and it
Mm-hmm.
doesn't matter. But why are you talking about Richard and Linda then?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then it's like, oh no, that Richard and Linda had nothing to do with them. But I guess like in terms of the original series, they did have like a Mike and a Bob and a Mike and a Bobby.
Yeah,
So
yeah, it's got that.
yeah, it's like some weird parallel same name thing
Mm-hmm.
happening. Philip Gerard, Philip Jeffries,
Mm-hmm.
you know. I could go on, but I won't.
um, yeah, it's all the references I can think of.
Yeah, me too. That's why.
Yeah, that's why you won't go on.
So I won't.
I've got many more. Please don't ask me what they are.
I guess like yeah, no. That's it.
All right,
Um all right. So are you ready for the next scene?
I'm ready.
All right, so we go down to the jail cells. Oh, I'll say that in a second here. Literally. Uh in the jail cells, Bobby says, "When you least expect it," to James, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And then Mike and Bobby start barking at James.
Yep.
That's a thing they do.
Yep.
Arf.
Uh, they start barking at him.
So I was just thinking about how like James gets locked up in the at the end of season 3 as well. And I do feel like there's some kind of reference there since he gets locked up in the pilot.
He's always getting locked up.
Yeah, there's I think it also comes from, well, technically this isn't that, but there's also a connected like brawl at the Great Northern.
Mm-hmm.
Or not the Great Northern, sorry, the
The Ross.
Roadhouse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Like that's how Freddie and James end up there. And in this case it's Mike and Bobby,
Yeah.
who aren't there in season 3 because Bobby works there and Mike sells cars or something.
Yeah, he
I
sells
think.
something.
Yeah. I don't know. What's his name? Steven went for an interview. That was his only
Yeah.
scene. Speaking of random
Yeah.
characters who made it to season 3.
Yikes.
Okay, so
All right.
barking
Barking.
comments.
Bark, bark.
What do you say about that?
Yeah. Boys
Um,
will be boys.
sure, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, we talked about the vendetta. It's a whole thing. Um, and we'll come back to that later. Okay, so shall we?
We shall.
We're getting so close. Harry goes to see who? Josie at the
Josie
Packard
who?
house. Josie Packard.
No. The
Oh,
Josie Packard of the Packard Sawmill Fortune Packard?
I'm afraid the very same.
Wow. Wow. I am shocked.
Apparently, they are together. What?
Together.
What? Catherine sees Harry arrive and greet Josie, and Ben is on the phone, and he says, "Let's talk about it." And Harry says to Josie that it happened this time 24 hours ago, meaning Laura's murder. And
Mm-hmm.
Josie says, "I'm afraid."
Yikes.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, you gotta love this double reveal of Truman and Josie. And Truman seemed like the squeakiest clean guy the entire episode.
Mm-hmm.
And even he's got secrets.
Indeed.
And then you
Indeed.
get like no secrets too small for Catherine to know.
Of course not.
So she's spying and cavorting and cohorting with Ben.
It's actually great because there's an extra level that Ben already has, like a side deal with Josie. So his whole thing with Catherine, like against Josie, is like kind of a ruse.
Hmm.
So it's kind of an extra level that he doesn't actually care.
Yeah.
But Josie's going to double cross him as well, of course. So you know, you know how it goes.
Women.
Well, you said it, but
Men don't double cross men, clearly.
never, never.
Never.
Loyalty to the end.
To the bitter end. Um all right. Yeah, but this plays to that soap opera quality of the show.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. And it kind of puts the who's the babe line in a slightly different light.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit like, oh, that babe. Yes.
Oh, I didn't
Oh.
notice her before. Who is that? I need my glasses. I cannot tell. I've never seen her before.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Harry.
Oh, Harry. Um yeah, Josie is one of those characters who I think has like so many levels of deception going on that I don't think, and they even talk about it towards the end of season 2 where it's like I don't even know where the real character is,
Mm-hmm.
honestly, because I feel like you never really see it. So anyway, it's I find it kind of unfortunate that David Lynch like specifically requested that her spirit go into a drawer pull, and then like one of the few contributions he made to the series during that period, and then in season 3 they don't even reference it. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
there was that sound, but it turned out to have nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I'm a little disappointed that they didn't come back to that in some way. Um, I would have liked even a passing reference to Josie would have been
Yeah.
satisfying. But
Mm-hmm.
I think she's not even mentioned, along with basically this whole crew here, this whole like Packard crew.
Yeah.
I mean, Pete's dead, so whatever. The character and the actor, so
Mm-hmm.
fine. They can't, but Catherine isn't there. Andrew, well, he's dead too, so okay, fine. But yeah, that whole plot line just kind of vanishes completely.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because it seemed like there was it played right into Bob, right? I mean, it seemed like it was related to the things, the supernatural stuff that was happening,
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah. Bob was there, like right
yeah,
before the Jorpal thing happened. Yeah,
and Cooper goes on this intergalactic space odyssey, and it's like he couldn't have stumbled upon Josie, or I mean,
yeah.
we get Nido, but
Nido,
like,
yeah, and like
what's that
Ronette
about?
maybe is there, something
Yeah,
like that.
American Girl, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, whatever that was. Like, so yeah, they had the opportunity. Like, they could have even done some weird thing like that. Get the actor and have her play. I don't know, Soji or something. And it's like, okay,
Mm-hmm.
whatever. You know. Uh, but yeah, there's like not even. I don't know. I think yeah, that's probably one of my disappointments with season three. Um, for the smaller things that aren't like directly related to Cooper
Yeah.
per se, or like the bigger narrative.
Mm-hmm.
Bob and you know uh, the cosmos.
It's always season 4.
Yeah, yeah. I can't wait. I'll be there.
It's like the first scene. It's like Cooper's like, "What year is it? Oh, it's the year I should go save Josie."
Oh God. Oh God.
Wait right here, Carrie.
Hang tight.
Hang tight.
I guess he's close by, so
Yeah.
for what
Hey,
it's worth, shouldn't be that
Harry.
hard.
Harry can get him a good deal.
Don't take that as a suggestion,
It's
okay?
not a suggestion.
I
It's
just
just a
said I could
statement.
get you a good deal.
It's like, hey, is there a good gas station around here? And then somebody says, that Chevron up the street has really cheap gas. Like, is that a suggestion? Or is that just a
Hey,
statement of fact?
what do words mean? I don't know. You know, what's a suggestion? What does it
What,
mean?
what is a suggestion?
Now I don't even know what the word means.
Yeah. It's like literally look it up
Yeah, that's what
to
I'm about to
suggest.
do. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Let's see what I got here.
To offer an idea is what I would describe it as.
Something suggested. Thank you.
Yeah, that's right.
Um, the act of
A propose, a
suggesting. Okay.
proposal, a proposed course of action or idea.
Information, insinuation, speculation, as opposed to. Okay, let's go back to something suggested. Uh,
Yeah, this
with.
says an idea or plan put forth for consideration.
Okay.
The act of suggesting something. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So I would count it, but
So if somebody says that place is cheap gas, is that a plan put forth for consideration?
I think so.
Okay, well I'd buy it.
I mean, I think it's implied,
Yeah.
an implied plan.
And then if the person goes there and like that was a horrible gas station, then the person would be like, "Well, I didn't actually suggest it.
I,
I just said the gas was cheap."
yeah. Yeah.
You know what they say when you assume
Uh oh.
you go to a bad gas station.
Oh.
All right. Enough of the comedy. Um,
So, are you ready for the final scene?
yeah. Well, there's more than one scene left.
There is.
Yes.
We're in trouble then.
All right, let's see what you have to say. I know
Uh,
what you're gonna leave out.
Sarah sits at home.
Before that,
Uh, oh, we see a close up of a moving flashlight.
no.
Oh, sorry. Street lights.
Traffic light.
Damn it.
This time it's red. So I thought there was something nice before. The first time we see it, it goes from green to yellow to red, and this time we just see it on red right before
Mm-hmm.
this crazy moment. So red makes me think that's when the electricity is going through it. The Black Lodge spirits coming
Ooh.
through. She's picking up the
Uh-oh.
vibes, man.
Uh-oh. So is it like the vision is going through the electricity
There
somehow?
it is.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I guess I wasn't very good at mentioning the traffic light
See how
shots.
integral it is?
I do. I do.
There's more traffic lights shots and Harriet shots.
Okay, so can we go to the next scene
Well, now that we're ready for it.
after that? Okay. So Sarah sits at home. The ceiling fan is on.
No!
Yeah. Yeah, another electricity thing.
Another electricity.
We see someone walking through the woods with a flashlight,
Oh, no.
and then and then that person picks up the necklace from under the rock, the one that James and Donna buried earlier. And then Sarah sits up, startled, and cries out. And there might be someone's face in the mirror. The end.
Yikes, what a pilot.
Boom.
Who's got a pilot?
They got a pilot.
David Lynch has a pilot.
This is a pilot.
What a pilot.
Yeah.
Um, I do think there is something very specific with those shots of the light and then the ceiling fan and then her getting the vision. That seems to suggest a connection to me that you wouldn't get just watching the pilot.
Yeah.
You'd have to know way more things.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. I think it's interesting that the ceiling fan is like already a thing.
It's already a thing.
Like that it does feel like there's some association there
Mm-hmm.
um with something supernatural.
Well, it's the third major thing, right? Well, I guess I was thinking of technology, right? So we got this thing with the flashing lights is a thing, and the in the autopsy of Laura, right? We've got the mayor having a thing with the microphone. Uh,
Right,
we've
right.
obviously got the traffic lights, and then we've got the ceiling fan. So there's something happening with technology and devices and how people interact with them that is part of the theme here.
Yeah.
And so I find that interesting that it's like right off the bat that's a thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I never thought of technology as really being a focal point for Twin Peaks.
Well,
Um
Twin Peaks is an anagram for technology. If you spell it wrong,
how do you okay, just checking.
or if you don't know what an anagram is,
Ooh. Oh,
two
okay.
options.
Like you
Uh,
have no idea what it is, or you think that it's something the you know what I mean? You think it's something specific, but you're just wrong.
yeah, both.
Both. Okay. Good.
Yep.
Good. Just making sure.
Yeah, so I find that pretty interesting. This whole tech thing, and that's why I think the thing with Lucy and the cell phone is there because it's part of this idea. I don't get it, but it's part of this idea.
Yeah, you're right. And I also feel like, Mr. C has a weird thing with technology as
Oh,
well.
that's right. Yeah, he's like controlling
Um
stuff, and
yeah, he can like interface with things like seemingly magically like electrically or something, and
he's
he's got
Neo.
devices, and yeah, he's fucking Neo. Wow.
Yeah.
I never thought about that. Uh,
Who's Morpheus?
uh, Phil
Well,
Jeffries?
I
I
was
don't
gonna
know.
say uh Gordon,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
Mr. C is Agent Smith.
yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought Mr. C was Neo. You were saying Cooper was Neo.
Well, yeah, they're both the same.
Okay, okay. All right,
Uh,
all right, all right. Just checking.
yeah. Huh. Who's Trinity?
Diane,
Diane. Yeah. Okay.
I guess.
Who's the Oracle? The log lady.
Philip. Oh yeah, definitely, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So then the architect is the fireman,
yeah,
or
yeah.
yeah,
The firemen are Mike, but yeah, yeah.
yeah.
I'd say the firemen a little bit more.
Wow.
Yeah,
The Matrix just ripped off Twin Peaks, even parts that hadn't been developed yet. Uh,
yeah.
that's a good thing we're at it.
Yeah, they really saw the future, you know?
Yeah.
Like literally.
Well, listen, what are you gonna do? What a great pilot. I mean, it sets up so much. But the interesting thing, of course, is where the show goes from here is completely crazy.
Yeah.
It's not
Yeah.
guaranteed to go where it ends up going at all from
No,
this.
definitely not. You could definitely build a lot of different shows starting from this pilot,
Mm-hmm.
other than the one that we actually get. I think I said this earlier, but it seems notable that this is the only thing in the episode that's like definitely supernatural. Um, the rest of it is pretty realistic.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like going all in with the crazy like season three. Of
Yeah.
course, that's season three, so they're free to do that. Uh, but they kind of ease into it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing I was going to say is that the answer is that it's Dr. Jacoby who gets the necklace,
Mm-hmm.
leading to like this whole thing where like he's a suspect
Yep.
um, for a period of time, and it kind of goes nowhere. But I guess that's why you have red herrings or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
misdirection,
Waste
and
of
just
time.
characters being wrong.
Yep.
Um, but yeah, I think it's weird to I don't know. I mean, it's just the kind of thing that we have on Lost, and you get with any show if you've seen it, a lot. You can look at the starting point, and you can think about like the whole trajectory of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
So this whole thing with the necklace just seems to me like way overblown. Like they seem like way too excited about the necklace for how much it really matters.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't know
Yeah.
that, but
They don't know that. Bless their hearts. I think the whole offering Firewalk with me, like, depending on what they thought that was about, it makes sense to spend time on the necklace.
right,
But that being said, what could it have really done besides point you to a suspect who won't be the killer?
right.
So
That's what it did.
that, well, hey, um, so yeah, so in that respect, it's like it doesn't make a lot of sense to focus on it, but it's just like the red herring, as you said.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's all part of like building the investigation and trying to figure out like what happened and why.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't help that like good characters who had nothing to do with the murder are like lying about it.
Mm-hmm.
So that just makes it a little harder for the investigation, not necessarily for the viewer, because we know they're lying about it. Um, uh, but I think for yeah, for the for Cooper and the sheriff's like process, I guess like it kind of holds them back a little that they have these like amateur detectives running around. Jacoby's one,
Mm-hmm.
Donna and James, and then eventually Maddie have their own team, and then
Mm-hmm.
Audrey goes off to do her own investigation, and it's just like it just ends up like creating more problems, basically,
Mm-hmm.
which
Fun
is fine,
problems.
I mean, I enjoy it, but it's just it's not the most. Uh, it feels like there's some really unnecessary obstacles in the investigation. You know,
It's like, oh, I was just watching Law and Order, and I just got to tell you, it feels like there's some unnecessary obstacles during that investigation. So I don't know. I just
did they do that on Law and Order? My impression was that like every investigation they do is like you know quick, efficient.
yeah.
They get the perp,
Every first suspect is the actual killer.
yeah, and
It's
then they take them
it's
to trial, right? And then
and they
fucking
convict them.
convict.
Yep.
That's what the show's
And
about,
then
right?
that's the first half, and then the second half is just them patting themselves on the back for a job well done.
Half the episode is that. Wow, people watch that.
Hey,
Hey,
that's all I got. I don't know what people do. There's 5 installments of Law and Order.
what?
Yeah, Law and Order SVU.
Oh, I thought you meant like there's 5 episodes. Like, oh my god. It's just been on for like 20 years and there's only 5 episodes.
And
How
it's
did
only
they
two
do
and a half
it?
worth of them solving crimes. How many Law and Order episodes could 10 people watch? I would just split them up between 10 law enforcement
I feel
officers.
like episodes don't really work like donuts.
Wow, that's a bold proclamation. Episodes aren't donuts. Wow, all right, staking your claim.
I'm just saying, it seems
Yep.
that way to me. I don't know.
But you've heard of, like, you know, episode holes.
I have now.
Yep, you're
I don't
welcome.
want to. I wish I
It's like
didn't.
when stuff's missing. It's like an episode hole. Remember that thing we always say? It's like, oh, Lost have so many episode holes.
Ugh.
We don't say that all the time.
I I I guess I blocked it out. I
Is
don't
my
know.
mic muted when I say that?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, jeez.
That makes sense.
I've been muting
Explains a
it.
lot. Explains all those weird silences.
What weird silences? All right. Well, uh,
We made it.
this has been a marathon podcast. If you
Woo!
listen to this whole thing,
Well done.
uh, call a friend and tell them you're not dead. Uh, what was this? Probably like 10 hours or something. Jeez.
Yeah, I think it might be 8 or 9, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, listen. What did we solve in this podcast? We know there's 54 donuts, not including the one Cooper's eating.
Right. Yep. Yep.
Um, we know what Laura didn't tell James. Bobby told her. We know that much. Um, we know James likes to make assumptions about the origin of people's informations related to murder. We cracked that case. We learned that Cooper's probably the dreamer,
Mhm.
and he's dreaming.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
is that why everything is so great? Because, like, it's not real.
Oh
Does it blow your mind?
no. Oh
Oh no.
no.
Oh no. Yeah, that's why it's like, oh, these trees and
Why
oh,
do I
this
love these
coffee.
trees so much?
Yeah.
Yeah, I always think that like actually they didn't does Cooper even drink coffee in this episode?
Well.
I feel like he doesn't. I could be wrong. Anyway, the point is like there isn't the famous like Cooper coffee scenes are later.
Yeah.
I mean, coffee is referenced, but um I was just thinking that like uh
He drinks coffee here. He doesn't
he
comment on
does.
it, but I think he takes a sip and yeah, he takes a sip talking to Harry about the
Okay.
hotel.
Okay. Okay.
He doesn't comment on it because it's old coffee.
Yeah. That's what I was gonna say. I feel like the coffee that he drinks, like often, I wouldn't expect it to be that good, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not a coffee snob or anything. I don't like, you know, I don't need like amazing coffee that's like artisanal or something. Like, basic coffee is fine with me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, like, the level of enjoyment he seems to get from it just seems like crazy to me
Mm-hmm.
compared with like I don't know, the coffee at the Great Northern, like I just can't imagine it's that good. Like
Mm-hmm.
it's got to just be basic coffee, right? Like I don't know. Like it always seems to me like he enjoys that like way more than he should for something that isn't even a specialty. It's not
Mm-hmm.
like try our world famous coffee like we roasted
Yeah.
ourselves,
Well, it's the
or
same with the
something.
trees. The trees aren't special.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And he's got this appreciation for these differences, like almost out of nowhere. It's like he's never been anywhere,
Yeah.
um, or every town he goes to, he's just fascinated, you know.
Right.
But he's
Right.
dreaming, so it's not real.
Yeah. Wow. Wow. What a letdown.
Oh,
And
dreams are
yet,
fun.
yeah, I like him.
We live inside a dream.
We live inside a dream.
Dream, 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 dream. What a great moment. Oh,
So crazy.
did this show win any Emmys or something? No, no Emmy nominations. Have the
Uh
Emmys already happened?
oh yeah, because it was 2017. Are you talking about back in the day? In
Yeah,
the
like
in the
no.
'90s?
I mean the new season.
Oh, you mean the new season? I don't think so.
Wow.
I don't think it won anything. I could be wrong. I'm about to try to find out here. Let's see.
I mean, it was some good TV.
I know.
Critical
Let's see.
reception. Let's see. 94% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Oh, here's the awards. Yeah, it got nominated for a bunch of stuff.
What is it? TCA?
Uh, the Prime Creative Arts Emmy Awards, Primetime Creative Arts Emmy Awards, sound mixing, sound editing, makeup, hairstyle, single camera picture editing, cinematography, nice. Production design. Those are the categories. It did not win.
Where where are you seeing that?
Wikipedia.
Where is it on Wikipedia?
It's at the bottom. The under
At the
awards and nominations.
awards and nominations.
Hmm.
Uh, okay, I'm gonna search and I'll see it.
Under response, critical reception.
Oh, okay. Ah, got it. Okay, cool. Yay! All right. So you said, yeah, it didn't
It
win
won some.
though, right?
No, it won some Saturn awards. Nice. And a Golden
Okay, I
Award.
see. Costume design and editing. It did win those for the pilot. Um, okay, but and it did get nominations. Oh, it looks like they were mostly for part 8.
That makes sense.
It does, yeah, yeah. I guess they have to like
That's
pick.
probably the one they submitted. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Which was yeah, that makes sense. Um, but yeah, it doesn't look like it won anything.
Did win an Emmy for most boring character for Dougie. That's nice.
Well deserved.
Well deserved. Oh, it got nominated for writing and directing. Because this was for the regular Emmy Awards, not the Creative Director Emmy
Oh.
Awards.
Oh, okay, I see
Nice.
it.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Let's see who won
Yeah,
instead.
who won?
Yeah, who did they fuck over?
Let's
Uh,
see. Looks like it was
Black
Black
Mirror. That
Mirror.
episode was better than
Yeah.
That was not better than the Twin Peaks
You
episode.
sure?
Come on, I saw it.
Yeah, I didn't see
It
it.
wasn't.
American
It
Vandal.
was not at
Pacific
all. Let's see for
Palace.
directing.
Uh,
Directing. Big Little Lies.
Big Little Lies.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, actually, no,
Wait.
I'm wrong.
The Assassination of Gianni Versace.
Ah, I was looking at the wrong section. Yep.
Ryan Murphy.
Ryan Murphy strikes again.
Yeah. Yeah. American Crime Story.
All right. Well, nice to know you got some recognition.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Nominations.
Yep.
Definitely.
All right. Well, join us next time for another breezy recap.
Easy breezy, Mr. Podcast.
Yeah, I mean, if you only have 5 minutes for a podcast, this is not the podcast for you.
Listen on like times 25 speed.
Yeah, that'll be good. Does that mean we should talk 25 times slower so that
Well,
they
that's
can
going to ruin it, I
understand
think.
us? But then they'll understand us at 25 speed.
But it'll take 25 times longer.
I smell a conundrum.
I think you just did math.
Was that math?
Yeah.
All right, anything else?
Uh I think it's good for now.
I think it's plenty for now.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we don't have a sign off, so
We
bye.
we always talk about that. Yeah. All right. See you next time. Bye.